Hello, friends. How's it going? And a welcome to the Sunday stream, the final stream of the week. So yeah, first of all, I did not stream yesterday as I got a migraine. So that was a bit unfortunate. I mean, honestly, I knew it was coming. I've been waiting for it for over a week at this point. So yeah, it was so overdue. So you know it had to happen at some point sooner than later. It's been so hectic, stressful, busy, you know, all that jazz. And my last migraine before that was actually over a month ago. So yeah, a lot of things that were, you know, making it very much overdue. So yeah, it happened like about an hour before the stream was about to start. 1 to 2 hours before. So yeah, pretty poor timing on that, I suppose. It is what it is. So yeah, I did not end up streaming yesterday. So what we're gonna do is next week we're gonna play the subset games next week's subset instead. Again, apologies for that. It is what it is. Again, they just happen when they happen. I sadly have no control over them. It's just that's just how it goes.
Go.
Ooh. Very interesting. So we got Otto with the 12 months. Hey, dude, thank you for the full year, dude. Much appreciated. Also, good morning. I'm sure we'll talk more in a minute as well. But yeah, thank you for the big resub. But yeah, I am back for today, though. I'm feeling pretty good now after, you know, some good rests. So we should be good to go for today. Hopefully. Obviously, if something happens, then yeah, it might not happen. But for now, I'm feeling good. I think we should be able to do this, even if it will be a long stream. And no, oh yeah, no, it wasn't food poisoning. Okay, I know my cooking and the Friday stream wasn't good, but don't worry, I did not get food poisoning. Okay, I know it seems sus with the timing and whatnot, but trust me, it was a migraine. I am fine. There was no food poisoning. That's funny. I knew some people were gonna say that though, but yeah, it was fine, dude. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I did not really eat much of the food that I made. So yeah, after the stream, I just immediately started cleaning up. I did not really eat much of it. So while I didn't get food poisoning, I'm gonna be honest, I did not really eat much of the food. But hey, you can only get better, right? With practice. So, optimism. Also, Mr. Johnny Deppy, thank you so much for the 22 months as well. And a big welcome back to the Go Gang. So I already have the TTS disabled, but yeah, once I switch the scenes, we'll have the alert box Gonzo too. But yeah, as usual, I'll just be reading all the subs and other alerts that happen during the stream at the end. So no worries there. Hey, Luca, thank you for the 10 months as well. And just now, Martin with 23 as well. Much appreciated, my dudes. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, with that, hopefully you guys have had a good weekend so far. Sadly, couldn't say that yesterday, but yeah, it's still a Sunday here, so yay, enjoy the weekend, I guess. And yeah, let's hopefully have a very good finale for this week, even if not everything went according to plan because of yesterday. Hey, Jack, whoa, did you just subscribe for 3 months from the get-go? Oh my god. Bruh. Well, dude, thank you so much. Oh, what an entrance. Immediate 3-month sub. Oh, welcome to the Gao Gang for at least the next 3 months, my guy. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your time here. But yeah, apologies if I sound a bit tired here and there as well, or my thoughts get a bit jumbled because, you know, it's still the aftermath day for the migraine, so should be fine. No worries. But yeah, just so you know, in case I sound a bit weird here and there. Okay. But yeah, today obviously we're going to do the first half of the extra classes. The end is near for the annual tier lists. So it goes. But I'm sure this will be long as hell anyway, even if it's the shortest list so far in terms of entries. You're a long-time YouTube watcher. Hey, very nice. Well, very nice to see you pop by on the stream side as well. Yeah, there I go, immediately fumbling all my words, but yeah, very cool. I'm glad to see you like the content. There's going to be another video releasing during the stream as well. Actually, I have it scheduled for release. As a small teaser, it's a highlight of the time I tried that super hot sauce in the 12-hour stream. Kaiser made like an edit out of it, so that video will be publishing in like 4 hours or so. So enjoy that, I guess, for today's upload. And tomorrow is obviously going to be this tier list upload. Hopefully, at least. All right, let's see here. Hello. Okay. Right. What was I gonna say? I already forgot. I was gonna say something, but yeah. It's probably not important if I forgot. Anyway, probably gonna join Otto next on the call. And yeah, then we can get started sooner or later here. Yeah, I mentioned that's probably what I was going to mention. Plushy can join immediately on the start again. He will hopefully join midway through, or at least at the end. But yeah, probably can join a bit earlier this time, I hope. But yeah, it's just going to be at least me and Otto talking through all the servants. Anyway, let's see here. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Good morning. Holy
Good
shit,
morning, my dude.
there's on this list that I realized. Ah, shit.
Oh.
Is there? I don't know how many there are. Hold on.
I think it's 40 total.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, extra classes. Like, there's not as much of each individual class. Over time, like, I don't know, in a couple of years, you're probably gonna have to do part 3 of extra classes.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I think they added 6 new things, which is funny because in most of the normal classes, in fact, none of them got 6 new additions. So that's kind of crazy. And this is only a half of the extra classes.
Yeah. But yeah, good morning. Good morning, chat. I am underslept as usual. I was staying up extra late doing video editing, and I wanted to get this stuff done before stream, but I'm like halfway done.
Yeah.
But I got the bulk of the difficult part. Like the first like 5 minutes of the video are always like too edited, but now I'm at the part where I can do a good chunk at a time.
Yeah, I can relate to a lot of what you just said with, sleep and editing and whatnot. Oh, yeah.
It's 7 a.m. for me, person who asked in chat.
There you go. Yeah, it's very early on a Sunday. Right, so extra classes, huh? We got one Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, and Beast.
Oh,
and only 2 of them got new additions. Hard to guess which 2 didn't, needless to say. But yeah, 2 of the more populated ones got new additions.
Yeah.
So the funny part is we won't even end with new stuff, because the new stuff for the 5 stars will be way before that, because we have 2 classes after that.
Mm-hmm.
Or to answer your question, yeah, I didn't mention this, but yeah, the cooking stream, it was scuffed in technical side because I used the Stream Elements app, and apparently, I don't know, it just didn't save the VOD. I don't know. I went back to look into the app. There's nothing that talks about VODs. I think it was just kind of broken because when I was streaming as well, it kept saying I have like 0 viewers or something. So maybe it was like faulty connection to Twitch. I mean, you guys told me you could only watch the stream on 1080p as well. Like if you didn't have that, there was no video for some reason. So there was all kinds of like technical mishaps there, and sadly the VOD did not end up saving, it seems. So Kaiser was gonna do a video about it, but now he can't, sadly. So we only have a few clips of it, I think, remaining. So it's gonna live in infamy of the twitch.tv/Myst, tenure, I guess. Very unfortunate, but I'm sure we're gonna do another one in the future at some point. Yeah, literally data lost. Unfortunate. Kali Bissig. Dude, there's the first one. There's gonna be so many of these comments, I swear. It's not just on stream, but YouTube as well. There's gonna be like, oh, dude, my favorite extra class servant isn't here, when they realize literally half of the extra class servants are missing because this is the first half of the classes. Oh my god, even last year was the same thing. There's gonna be so many comments.
I
But what
like
can
how
you
there's
do?
only 2 low stars out of these like 4 classes.
Nah, indeed. Yeah, Cagliostro, believe it or not an Avenger. Even though the singularity might suggest otherwise, because everyone's an Avenger. But yeah, he's not. So yeah, you won't be seeing him this week. Next week it is. Oh yeah, speaking of pinned messages, I should probably ping the alerts thingy. Alerts.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I always have to go into my dashboard because I can't, for some reason, on OBS you can't do it. There we go. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Daryl is not going to be here for today. He's out eating dinner and whatnot, and he doesn't really watch the tier lists anyway because he doesn't like them. he thinks chat always gets too heated. I think he's always overreacting, but you know what? If he doesn't want to watch them, then I'm like, hey, you don't have to. It's okay. I understand. So yeah, he's out and about, but he probably wouldn't watch these anyway.
I'm personally hurt because he's a chatter of mine too. Sometimes.
Oh, really? No, interesting.
Yeah. Occasionally.
But yeah, he just doesn't like, you know, seeing people argue, even if it's friendly arguing. He just, I don't know. He doesn't like it. Oh well. But I'm sure you'll be seeing Daryl again next week, of course. Alright, so did you do any prep before we begin? Probably not, right? Not much.
No, I didn't even sleep much, so yeah, I should be under prepped, but I usually don't prep much anyways, so it's
Yeah.
too.
Honestly, I think these are way better when we don't prep.
Yeah.
It's more spicy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're gonna have to talk about Summer Kuro today. That's the one thing I'm not looking forward to. Literally, that's the one I'm looking the least forward to. I'm not even talking about we're gonna talk about like big things like Jalter, Spishta, you know, all these big favorites, frickin' Draco, Arque, you know. But the least I'm looking forward to is gonna be Summer Kuro. I don't want to talk about Summer Kuro, but we have to. It is what it is. We even skipped talking about her in all of the previous lists because obviously she can have a big impact on everything. But yeah, we were saving it just for this.
Yeah, she's a weird bag. I actually kind of do look forward to talking about that because it's more more one of those hot button characters. I feel like I got things to say, and like some people are already familiar with my takes on it, and I think Plushie is going to echo a lot of the same sentiments, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Also, yeah, for those that just joined in regarding the plushie thing, something came up. He can't join immediately. He was going to, but then again, last minute something came up, so he has to be somewhere, I think. I didn't ask for details. It's fine. But yeah, chances are he hopefully will be able to join midway through at some point. I don't know exactly when though, but you know, whenever he's available, he can just hop right on in, and then we'll do like a pause a little bit after the current servant we're placing at the time, then ask for his like, you know, takes on all the ones we've placed so far. I think that's gonna work fine, and then we'll just, you know, move on from wherever we were at. Okay. So yeah, I should probably get going because, you know, even though this is the shortest list entry-wise, it's certainly not going to be short by any means. Because it's funny because look, you can see, if you look at the thing, you can see there's already a 5-star on the first row. Literally most of these are 5 stars. Like, bro, it's a lot of stuff, man. Oh yeah. It's like 27, I think, for 5 stars. Pretty chill amount. Anyway, gonna go ahead and grab my notes and then start the usual intro. There we go. Okay. Just making sure I remember to do everything, because I always forget to do something, I swear. There's so many things I need to do for these streams, like technical side and whatnot. But yeah, I think we're good. Okay. All right. Chat, you guys ready? Let's freaking go. The end is near. Last week we finished wrapping up all of the 7 normal classes, and all that's left are the extra ones. But since there are so many of them, much like last year, we are splitting the extra classes into 2 lists. So today, on this first part, we will cover the classes of Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, and Beast. So that means we are back for a consecutive week with yet another iteration of the 2024 Servant class tier lists. And again, if you like these and have been missing these and want us to do these again next year, then hey, frickin' smash the like button under this video. Do it right now. It takes 2 seconds. Easiest way to show that you actually like the content and want us to continue. So there you go. Also, check the top of the description if you really want to help support the content otherwise too. Now, forgive me if my talking gets jumbled up here and there, because I had a very overdue migraine yesterday, sadly. I've been so busy with all the content lately that it was, coming sooner than later. But, at least it wasn't today, I suppose. Next, I'll be repeating myself again for some of the stuff because, not everyone will watch all of these lists. So first of all, we're taking a very casual approach this year again for the lists. So again, don't treat these as any kind of objective truth or opinion if you can. Just, it's basically just a fun little podcast type of video / stream, depending on how you're watching this, for FGO enthusiasts. So yeah, just nice and chill. We just want to talk about the servants in a game we play way too much. That's pretty much the gist of it. Now, this time around, regarding my co-hosts, Plushie is still pretty busy, so I'm just joined by Otto again for now, but Plushie might be joining midway through, and then we'll get his input on the place, servants, etc. when that happens. But I'm very happy to still have someone to blabber with already, so hey, you can introduce yourself now, Otto.
Hey, it's me, Otto. Otto Bean on YouTube / Otto Bean, and then also Otto Beano on Twitch. But yeah, good morning. I've underslept. I was video editing this video that I promised last week, but it'll surely be out within the next couple days this time. But yeah, I'm ready to talk about some Avengers and stuff and other classes. Yeah. Just like I feel like that's the largest entry, and it's completely unfounded. Though I think there's more rulers.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of Avengers and rulers will take up most of this list. Yeah, Beast and Moon Cancer are basically just a bonus. Also, regarding feedback, someone in last week's video mentioned that Otto was a bit quiet, so I bumped him up a little bit more. So hopefully he's a bit more audible now. But again, do leave feedback if there's still any issues with audio levels or anything else. I'm always trying to improve.
That was
oh my god, that pun was horrible. I'm gonna totally edit that out. Okay. So yeah, I'm not gonna go through any big list of criteria for ranking because people at this point are hopefully pretty familiar with how we play stuff. But yeah, we'll see. Next year we might do some kind of a more bigger split with rarities as well. Maybe have low stars be on their own list or something because these are getting longer and longer. We'll see. And before we begin, of course, because this will be hella long, this is so far the shortest list entries-wise, but don't worry, it will be long. So hey, if you're gonna watch or listen to this whole thing through, hey, get something to drink and snack on, because yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. But if you're watching this later on YouTube and you don't want to listen to the full thing, hey, that's fine. And for you, there are lovingly placed timestamps in the description of the video. So if you open it, there's a big, nicely formatted list by yours truly. So you can just click on those timestamps, hop around, listen to me talk about Jalter. Because I know you, viewer, you're here to just listen to me talk about Jalter, okay? So go ahead, click that. I'm not gonna blame you, but okay. Yeah, but also do check the final placements at the end before you leave any angry comments, because we always shuffle some servants around a little bit. Okay. Now, finally, some shoutouts to everyone that pitched in. Of course, Mr. Copyrights with the beautiful template for the list, as always. Very nice work. Shout out to Jord and MC for the loop sheet. We got all of the classes covered today here. Shout out to Trevor for the single target damaging sheet, the refund sheets for both AoE and single target, and of course the crit sheet, which I'm not sure actually even has the extra classes yet. Let me update. He said he was gonna maybe add them. Oh, here we go. Awesome. It's there. It's gonna take a while to load the tab, but yeah, or they're actually not copy pasted yet. Well, I'm sure they're gonna be there at some point. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Also, shout out to Space Z and Boopa for the stat sheet that I don't have up on the screen right now, but again, I'm gonna be looking at it myself on my second screen to, you know, get some more comparison data within the rarities of the served classes. And big shout out to Otto for being here already very much from the beginning, like last week and every week actually so far. Very cool of him. So the links to everything, the sheet, the template, Otto's channel, everything I just mentioned will be in the description as well, so do check them out. Right, let's see. Where's actually, I forgot to open up the stat sheet as well. Again, there was the one thing I forgot to do, but okay, now I should have it open too. Right. This is funny actually, because again, I'm not sure if you Otto looked at the fucking dude, my brain is dying. The number sheet, the averages for attack and HP within classes that they have made. It's actually pretty cool. It's not that big of a deal, but it's kind of cool to see like averages for HPs and attacks for the classes and then their rarities. But I noticed that they also added Beast here, which is kind of pointless. But yeah, we have the Beast averages too.
Damn.
Very. Same with Shielder, actually. Oh my. But yeah, I think with that, we should be good to go. Yay. Now, this time we have 40 servants. So the lowest number of entries so far. And actually 6 of them are new, because, you know, extra classes are rare, am I right? Of the new servants, we have 2 new rulers and 4 new Avengers. You know, blame id, I guess, for releasing a lot of them. And of course, servants will be placed from lowest to highest rarity first, and then release date second. And I guess in this case, we have a third criteria as well. We are also placing the classes in order of the rarities. So it's going to be Ruler first, I believe, then Avenger, then Moon Cancer, and then finally Beast. So that's how the class order goes in this one as well. Okay, there you go. If you're looking at it, it's way more, you know, easy to tell what I'm talking about. But yeah, hopefully not too confusing. Anyway, with that, we are good to go. Let's freaking do this. So yeah, not much in the way of low stars for this one. And I don't think even next week we'll have many. So yeah, in fact, we have the only like no rarity servant first of all here. Stat-wise and numbers-wise, he's basically a 2-star, but I guess officially the rarity is like 0-star or no star or whatever you want to call him. But yeah, we got the legendary Andy Mayu as the first entry, of course. Self-proclaimed worst servant, and he's probably not too far off from that. It arguably is actually the worst. So yeah, lore accuracy, we got it. So what is this guy even? It's hard to explain. He's like he's some kind of a weird DPS that just doesn't work. I think that's a good description of Andre Mayu, but yeah, we'll give him a fair rundown here as well. Now, stat-wise, is really bad because again, 2-star stats because he's at max level 65 as well. It's kind of a problem because the way his MP works, he needs as much HP as possible because his MP does damage based on missing HP. Like it's a weird thing. Like even Guts kind of doesn't work with it. It has to be like the more max HP you have, the better it is. Like Guts HP doesn't count. So him having 7.9k on base is not good on an MP that already scales horribly. So yeah, stats are definitely a huge issue. Now deck-wise, he has double arts, double quick, which I guess is fine. Maybe double buster, double quick would have been cooler to have some more crit potential with Summer Scotty or something. But obviously, he was released way before that. I don't think he really needs to spam his MP much because he's unreliable to begin with. But oh well, that's his deck. Now, skill-wise, on a 6-turn cooldown, he does a minus 50% crit chance down on one enemy for 3 turns. I mean, they definitely won't be critting if you land this on the target unless they get like a huge crit buff afterwards as well. That's a lot of crit chance down. But at the same time, it's only one enemy, and that's all it does on this skill. So I would still say, despite me, you know, being a huge crit chance down lover, I think it's a pretty underwhelming skill anyway, sadly. So, it could be worse, you know, but it's definitely not a pretty skill either. Now, second skill also on a 6-turn cooldown is another single target skill, so -1 tick on the target, guaranteed, and then -30% attack for them for 3 turns. This one definitely way better, mostly because of the tick down. It's nice that you have that on a guaranteed button, you know? I kind of wish both of these skills were AoE, would definitely give him more plausibility, but... you know, there's only so much they can do when he proclaims himself to be the worst servant. But honestly, this is maybe even the best thing he has going for him. Like, objectively looking, like memes and side and trying to make him work. This is probably the best thing he has going for him. And that's quite sad. Now, the third skill is an interesting one. It also has been buffed. So at a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a quick up for 5 turns, which increases every turn. So on max rank level 10, he gets 40% quick up, and then it goes 40% up every single turn. So on turn 5, he has 200% quick up. I guess they could have made him triple quick as well. That would have been cool. Also, CJ, thank you for the 5 gifted. I normally don't comment on those, but I saw that gift bomb. So, hey, thank you, my dude. Now, otherwise, he gets a Guts for 1 times 6 turns with a flat 50% max HP on the revive, and it stacks with other Guts. So again, if you have more max HP on him via foes, even Grails, I guess this scales better too, because it's, you know, always half of his max HP. And then he gets this 5-turn delayed buff, and after 5 turns, he gets sacrificed. So yeah, it's also treated as a buff, like I said, so you can't really easily remove that either, sadly. Like, honestly, even with the 200% potential quick up on the last turn, his quicks are still like whatever. Like, I kind of wish he had 3 of them.
Yeah, it's on its own. It's just not really that huge for like card damage.
Yeah.
Quick cards are kind of held back because of the and I mean, like, to be fair, normally it's not as bad because he is a low star. Although his attack stat, I guess it isn't like super terrible because he is an Avenger, but it's just like that's all he's got for his cards, and that's never helpful.
Yeah. But yeah, also someone in the chat mentioned, it's worth mentioning that this buff is also locked behind Bond 10, where he gets his interlude, so it's not even an easy buff to get in the first place, which is pretty annoying. But yeah, overall, his skill set, I don't like it. Overall, I think it could definitely be improved. It's not the worst skill set I've ever seen by any means, but considering how bad he is otherwise, yeah, it's not pretty. Now, passives, we'll be seeing a lot of these today. The Avenger trio, and he has them all, of course. I mean, I think every Avenger always has all 3, but some of them have some other passives too. He doesn't. But what does he get? 20% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then all party members besides himself get a -10% debuff res down. It's okay. The demerit is like, the demerit is fine. It doesn't really matter in most cases. It's barely a demerit, and then the MP gain on damage taken can help a little bit. But I feel like in most of the Avenger cases, you kind of don't want them to get hit anyway if you can help it. At least if you're doing DPSing and not like farming. So yeah, because they're kind of squishy. Anyway, cool bonus. 10% crit damage. For most Avengers, this passive sadly not good because Avenger Absorb is dog. It's not as bad as Zerk's, but it's still very bad. So if you don't have like proper Absorb in your kit or like a lot of external help, this passive maybe not the best value on this class, sadly. Unfortunate. In his case, definitely not. And then the third passive, which is gauge per turn, and he gets 2% gauge per turn, which is the lowest of all the ranks, I believe, because it's E, so it's as bad as it gets. But, you know, it's still a bonus, I guess. Now, the append is against casters for damage, which, again, most of the Avenger ones are going to be neutral anyway. In fact, probably all of them, if I had to guess. In his case, I would never bring him against neutral anyway. Nor, honestly, anything else, so I think the append is kind of trash, so, Alright, the MP then. So, it's a weird one. So, I guess this waiting buff for 1 turn. So at the end of the turn cycle, so at the end of the enemy's turn, he counterattacks based on how much damage he took. Or actually, not even damage. It's the difference between his like HP when this activates and then his HP at the end of it when it triggers, and then it multiplies that damage based on the MP level, which goes from 2 to 3. Like, it's funny because like it's only one multiplier between MP1 and MP5, which is so sad as well. And this works in a really weird way as well, that this MP does true damage. It's flat damage. It ignores like class, weaknesses and positive affinities as well. Like, even against rulers, it would still do, normal damage. It's so weird. But yeah, it's just like, that's okay. I guess the OC, I should mention that first. He heals himself for 1k on base OC, scaling up to 5k, which again helps with the MP, but is bad. Like, in case you don't, it's also an AoE damage, but in case you don't know, this MP is terrible. It's probably the worst MP of all MPs in the whole game. It is so bad. Like, if you have a base copy, literally at MP5, the max damage, the absolute best case scenario, base copy, 1k foes, would be you doing like 25k damage, AoE. That's the absolute best case scenario on a base copy with 1k foes, with no like other finicky like max HP from allies, grails, gold foes. That's the best case scenario, because the funny thing is, again, remember how the damage formula works. It's his HP when you activate this, and then compared to the HP when the hit is gonna happen. So it's the differentials of the HP. So let's say he's like 1 HP, and then you give him a guts, like the one from his skill, which is 50% HP. You use this skill, and then the enemy hits you, it procs the guts, you go back to 50% HP. You might be thinking, oh, the enemy hits you for damage, right? Like, they did like 20k overkill. That's good, right? No, it's not. You would do 0 freaking damage. Like, it's bad, because the comparison, again, if your HP is higher by the end of it, it's bad. It doesn't work like that. So it's just a broken mess that doesn't work. You can try and make it work, but it's not gonna work. It's bad. Also, I guess I didn't mention, but yeah, when he has this thing, it's basically a stun for himself, so he can't even do a Brave Chain when you use the MP as the first card, because it's weird. So it's probably the worst MP in the whole game, honestly. There's memes you can do with it, but in no legit scenario will it ever be worth it. Just not. No, it's horrible. And yeah, I don't really have anything really nice to say about him, sadly. There's this Bonsi as well, which is, it's Beast, Beast class, positive affinity with the guts as well. But even then, you're not gonna use him to DPS on Beast. You wouldn't. It's just a meme.
It sure does help his damage with his NP against beasts for sure.
Yeah. Oh, so they're like, oh wait. It's like,
except no.
Yeah,
class advantage does not affect his NP at all.
Yeah, only his face cards.
Yeah, he is super weird, because like he's a servant that wants to take damage, but his skills prevent it. Like they make him take less damage. So I don't know. Like, on one hand, like it could be a cool idea, because that would be like, okay, he's got the security for the turn he's taking the damage, just so he doesn't take too much damage. But he's just really wonky. Like, the only time I see any actual use of him is like if you're doing a low star setup and you're up against a ruler, and then the only reason why is because there's one other low star option that isn't a berserker. And, well, he's not much good either, to be honest.
Well, we'll talk about him next, but yeah.
Yeah, all 2 of our low stars. I can't really vouch much for him. There's like a couple use cases where he's actually been pretty clutch, but even in those, like, he's never the best option.
He's always replaceable.
Like, it kind of sucks that the best thing about him is his class, because the Avenger class, it's like okay. It's just like he doesn't really take advantage of it at all. He's kind of carried by it in ways. It's just like there's a bunch of ruler bosses out there that aren't particularly high HP because they were afraid that people wouldn't have options for rulers. But since they have low HP and low star Avengers are still able to counterclass them and do they can actually do pretty decent. But
Yeah.
no.
Also, someone asking in the chat, is he good against the crabs? Well, theoretically, yes. But again, I didn't mention, but another problem of his MP is that you have no way of guaranteeing that he even gets hit. You would still need help for that too. Like either give him a taunt or something. Like your MP, even like you could sometimes they just don't attack him at all, and you still do 0 damage. That's the funny part. Like it's also inconsistent despite doing terrible damage. Like that's also another problem. Also, another problem I didn't mention is that the MP. It's not a true counter like Bazette, who refunds and generates with the MP. This one doesn't refund. It's just that it hits all the enemies one time. It's like a fake counter. Like you don't even get it's an arts MP, so even if it's a single hit, you would still get a little bit of refund. But no, you don't. It's so bad in like every single way. It's anyway. I'm just gonna plop him into E tier. No one's gonna agree with that or disagree with that. So yeah, unfortunate. Anyway. There's your annual Mango discussion, I guess. Now, the only other low star in this list, and then it's all gold until the end. Fun extra classes. So, we got Mr. Composer in Antonio Salieri, the edgy one of the composers that we have. He's pretty angry, but let's see what he's made of. He's AoE, arts, DPS, farmer. I don't think he's particularly strong in either case, but you know, at least he's better than Andri Mayu, so there's that. Anyway, stat-wise, actually very good. 8.1k attack. Is that like the highest among 3 stars? It might be. I forgot. So. Yeah, it still probably is. So, hey, stat-wise, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, also, you forgot to mention it, but and same goes for Angra. He has the highest attacks out of all 0 stars.
Oh. Okay. I wasn't sure where you're going with that. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, at least stat-wise, Salieri as a DPS does well. Although, in this case, his attack is actually higher than his HP. And Avengers are kind of squishy to begin with. And his kit definitely doesn't offer much for defense. So, yes, his attack is nice that it's high. At least for farming. But for DPSing, his HP is very low. And it can be sometimes a bit hard to keep him alive. Now, thank God he's art. So, you know, the obligatory Castoria mention comes out. So, it's a bit easier. But still, like, yeah, it can be a bit scary sometimes. Now, his deck is double Buster, double Arts, which I'm okay with. I think it's totally fine for, you know, deeps. Main card type, we got it. Skills. Oh, so there's a pattern with the skills for sure. So the 5-turn cooldown on the first skill, he gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then 30% crit damage for 3 attacks, 5 turns. That's just weak. It could easily be 15 stars. It could be a minimum 50% crit damage if you're going to limit it to 3 crits anyway. Like, it's so low numbers. Like, come on, bro. That's it. That's an EX skill. Nah, it's like C is what it is. Damn. But yeah, the pattern continues.
You will see better later for sure.
True. Wow, you said you're tired, but you're on a roll today. Alright, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets arts up for 3 attacks, 5 turns with 30%. Like, why are these skills so gimped? Like, I don't get it. The pattern obviously is the hit-based stuff, but these would all be way higher numbers if you're gonna make them like this. It makes no sense. Like, even if this was flat 3 turns of 30%, it would still be like, okay, it's like Uriel's third skill, right? Like, yeah, it's passable. Even then, it wouldn't be amazing. But there's only 3 attacks for 30%, so it's barely passable for like farming, and God forbid you can't even use your face cards if needed. Oh my god.
I'll be honest, when I said we'll see better later, I didn't have anything in mind. I just knew it's that bad of a skill. There's so many things that are better than it.
Yeah. Well, they did buff the third skill, so at least on a 5-turn cooldown, what does he get? Minus 30% defense down on one enemy for 3 attacks, 5 turns. So sadly, they didn't change that. But then they added 2k absorb for himself for 1 turn, and then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So at least he has a burst turn now, right? He's all about burst. But man, is his downtime not pretty though. It's just very ugly. Even if he has a high attack for a 3-star. Like, he has no buffs or debuffs after his uptime is gone. It's just nothing, dude. Oh my god. Like this, why is it 3 attacks for a defense down where any attack on the target will consume a stack, even a support card? Like, what? And why is it not AoE if he's AoE? There's so many weird things and bad things about this kit. It's so, like, mediocre at best is, like, honestly a compliment. I would say it's definitely below average for a kit, even among 3 stars. Ouch. He's got the Avenger passives too, so 60% MP gain on damage taken and minus 6% debuffers for the party, except for him. Cool bonus, but again, you don't really want him to take too many hits anyway, unless you're protected by Castoria or something. 8% crit damage helps a little bit because he does have a bit of crit focus, although the downtime on the absorb is still 4 turns, so it's not like he can crit consistently often, and he's art space, so stars are going to be pretty few and far between as well, unless you, again, really invest heavily on that on the support side, which is probably not worth. You should probably just spam your MP instead. Anyway, 3.3% gauge per turn as well on the final one. That's pretty good at least. Cool. Another anti-caster on the append. I would not bring him on neutral for casters. Unless you have like a really fat cop in your farming, then yeah. But besides that, for DPSing, I don't know, man. Alright, the MP also has not been buffed. It's a 3-hitter AoE. The full party rather gets minus 20% star gen for 3 turns on every use of it. Can be a bit annoying, but I guess for himself it's not that big of a deal because he's not really going to generate that many stars anyway. But there it is. And then the other one is the OC is actually pretty useful. It's minus 10% archers down on enemies for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%. It is after damage, but if you're fighting bosses, it's a bit of a ramp up there, so that's kind of cool, at least. What was that, CJ? Oh, was the thing a bribe earlier? Okay, I didn't even see what you said because I can't really read chat that much right now, but yeah. All right. Anyway, Salieri, he's tragic. Like he can farm. His refund is fine. It's actually pretty good from what I remember. Actually, let me check. Yeah, it's pretty good. His refund is good. It's just that his damage is not. That's the problem. It's because he's mostly going to be farming neutral anyway, so that's just not very helpful. We do have his numbers, and yeah, it's not pretty. And this is also counted with MP5 apparently. Also, I didn't mention, but he's story locked, so it's not even a free MP5, which is unfortunate. Damn.
The one saving grace in that regard, though, is there are so few extra class servants that are his rarity. So, like, if you go on a banner, like an extra class banner, which I'm not sure how frequent we have class banners anymore. It's
like once a year at least.
Yeah, it's easy to get NP5 off of like a multi or 2. So
true. Yeah. So from class banners, you can basically one multi usually does it. Okay.
Yeah. He's kind of weird because like he kind of wants to crit. He's not particularly great at it, I would say. Like his 3rd skill helps in that regard, so he can at least sort of do some single target DPSing to some extent, but he's just not like he wants to be able to loop well, and he just doesn't have the tools for it. Because like if you're doing a less like refund reliant setup, okay, you're gonna want to use your cards, but then you use your arts card, and then that's one less boost to your NP. It's sort of the same thing with Emiya Alter. As with him. Also, I gotta point out, so his 3rd skill, in lore, it affects like it can affect like a whole army of people, and basically what it does, it gives them depression, and if they don't have like a good friend group, they will want to demonetize themselves, basically.
Insert lightning gifts.
Yeah. And for some reason that translates into one target gets a defense debuff for 3 turns. You'd expect something like a terror.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds like terror to me. Oh my god.
Yeah, like, I don't know why they didn't go in that direction, but hey, now he grits, I guess. But yeah, he's... of course, this is why I've been talking about Salieriitis with other servants, like with red hair. It's just the 3-time effects for no reason whatsoever.
And they don't, it's not even war. Like I think it's a thing they could do as from a design standpoint, but now it's literally just crippling the kit. The numbers are still bad. Like there's no upsides to them. Like the numbers should all be way higher if you're gonna limit them to hits.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like if his NP was better, then it would be. I think it would be fair, but it's like
I think an
he's
MP
got one
buff would help a
positive
lot.
for sure. Yeah. Some people try to give him props for like, okay, he's able to farm kind of. Like, there's no situation where you'd ever bring him
Yeah.
specifically for farming. Like, especially since we have someone like EO, who, even though she's
Yeah, I
not
was
the
about to mention.
best,
Yeah.
like, if we're looking for, like, I mean, first off, like, if you're going to be looking for an Omni farmer, you shouldn't be looking for low stars. So, like, it's a pretty yikes place to be. Because I don't think they want to make a good farming option for everything for low stars, because then yeah, it'd be anti-money or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But also, I was about to mention that, you mentioned EO, but yeah, even in his own class, there's still Ranmaru as well. I still prefer EO to her. I mean, we'll have this comparison as well, but even Ranmaru would be so much better than Salieri is.
I'm not sure. I want to say that his looping is a little easier because his refund's better than hers. But,
okay, easier, yeah, for sure. Okay.
Theirs not because neutral, but because multiple.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
I'm thinking like one of the D tiers for him, as brutal as it sounds. I just don't really see. I mean, he's usable, but I wouldn't really. What do you think?
D or D plus. I just don't see good use cases.
I might honestly just go D. It is a bit brutal, but ooh.
Yeah, and I hate it a lot because I really do like him a lot. He's like, as far as like overall execution, I think his design is great. I think like where they went with this character, it makes sense and I love it. But and then like also I was a band nerd, so like this guy, I like this guy a lot, and he sucks so much for no reason. And dude, I want Tchaikovsky. That is completely off out there nowhere, but whatever.
Yeah, they should have like Bach as well, and all the other big names. Anyway, I'll go with D for now. It looks brutal. I might bump him up out of pity later. We'll see, but it won't be much anyway if that happens. So yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, MP buff, that would already help a lot. Just a simple, nice MP buff. But yeah, there you go. All the low stars are placed. Wow, speedrun is real. Surely this won't take too long. But yeah, now we're switching classes, because on the 4 stars, which we're going into next, again, the class order is Ruler, Avenger, Moon, Cancer, Beast. So now we actually do have some ruler action. And it's a Summer Servant too, in this sense. And talk about the Punchy Saint herself. This one truly is the punchiest of all the forms she has. So yeah, Summer Martha. There she is. Single target Buster DPS. She's got 9.5k attack, which places her, let's see, just above average among 4-star rulers. It's okay. And the rulers also have a great class mod at 1.1x. So hey, they benefit a bit more from attack as well. Bonuses. She is full monkey. Full Buster on the deck and a Buster MP. So yeah, that is as red as it gets. And honestly, I kind of like it. And even her gains cards are good too when you get them. Again, there's only 2 of them, but they are actually good. So yeah, not bad. The gains are not as bad as they might seem. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery, and then if the map happens to be a waterside map, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns as well. Now, if you have the map thingy, I think it's okay. It's passable. It's fine. But if you don't have it, man, is that a bad skill, though. Like, 30% self-battery and 6-turn cooldown. Ooh. Sadly, no way of her... What was that? I
prefer that over some of Salieri's skills, honestly. Like,
oh yeah, true.
Like, it's just... It's just a battery, but, like, hey, at least it's not just 20%.
Yeah, true. But yeah, sadly, she has no way of guaranteeing waterside either, unlike subservants do. Anyway, second skill on a...
just in case you might use another servant that that has an 80% chance of guaranteeing it.
Oh
So
yeah.
like maybe it's guaranteed. In other words, it's not guaranteed.
But there's also Summer Melt who does have it guaranteed. But yeah, I would never bring her just for that.
No.
Yeah.
I'd rather just use Ryder Nemo.
Oh yeah, true.
And just like passively get that bonus.
Yeah. Anyway, second skill 5 turn cooldown. She gets a debuff immunity for one time, not one turn, one time flat, and then a 3k heal on herself. So it's kind of cool. It's not great, by the way. It's kind of cool though, because you have like a permanent debuff immune that will either always get value or always it's just there to protect you. But yeah, it could do definitely more. The heal is actually decent on a ruler because they take way less damage than most other classes because of the great defensive advantage on basically everything on all the normal classes minus Zerk. So that's great. But even then, on a ruler, this skill is like still. I don't like it. But it's at least, it makes sense. It's a defensive skill, so it's not awkward to use. Now, oh my god, the music is freaking loud. I even have it like really low, but this song is like 10 times louder than everything else. If you're watching this on YouTube, ignore that. Alright, third skill, 5 turn cooldown. She gets a 100% damage mod against demon, divinity, or undead enemies. Again, even if the enemy has, more than one of these, it does not stack, sadly. But let's see. So both demon and undead are sadly very rare, especially on bosses. So they're not super useful. Again, this demon, not demonic. There's a big difference, okay? Demon are like the guys that shoot like magic balls from their hands and come to claw you mostly. And there's some other examples too. But yeah, demonic is the good one. Demon is the bad one. But yeah, at least divine is common, especially on bosses. So it's not a completely hopeless skill. It's basically a big mana burst that scales well. So that's all there is.
For what it's worth, you could also bring Summer Woo, because like I do hold to it that Summer Woo is a pretty decent support. But
we talked about it. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, true. Actually, Summer Woo is not a bad support for her at all because she offers a lot of other stuff too. So yeah, very true for the undead activation if needed. So at least this skill, despite I don't love Mana Burst, this skill is one of the better ones because, it's fairly common to enable this and it's way more damage than a normal Mana Burst anyway. But yeah, the kit overall, again, not very pretty. It's reeks of year 1 because it is, and yeah, they could improve on this in so many ways. Now, her only passive is Magic Resistance EX, which, a lot of rulers have a high Magic Res as well. She's no exception. And hey, 25% debuff res. We like that. That's good. Works on like, all the bosses pretty much. Anti-pen against Berserkers. Hey, we like that too. Although, a bit of a mixed feeling though, because, rulers are mostly amazing because of their defensive advantage. And, chances are you probably don't want to bring them against Berserkers because you might as well bring someone else at that point. Unless you're just a big fan of the ruler you're bringing. But, it's still a great one because, her attack is still 2.0x on Berserkers. So you could still do it. It's not bad by any means. But a bit awkward, potentially. Now, the MP, which also has been buffed, unlike her skills, so it's a pretty boring buff, though. It only does damage on normal effect. It's a 10 hitter, though, so despite being single target and buster, you can still get a few stars out of it. And then also the overcharge is 20% defense down before damage on the target, 500% chance to land it as well, so unless they're immune, it's basically guaranteed, and then it scales up to 60%. The OC is very good. Very, very good. Really adds to that damage of the MP because in case you weren't looking, unless you hit that, power mod, which also has a big downtime, and you're not a water side, she really does not have much in the way of offensive buffs in her kit. So that MP always doing that defense down before damage definitely helps quite a bit. I think she's okay overall, personally. I don't think she's anything like great. I don't even remember the last time I really used her too much. But I think she's fine, mostly because I love the ruler class. I think it's just a really strong class. It's probably my favorite, gameplay-wise. I'm sure there's a lot of people disagreeing with that, but I think the class itself is just really, really good. Well, I guess Draco is objectively the best, now that I think about it, but yeah. Anyway, that's a topic for later. But I think she's fine,
So I feel like she's super underrated. People do point to her lackluster skills, but what I kind of like is okay. So I know I was mentioning being carried by class earlier with like Avengers. I think rulers just like in general, like it's a good class for all sorts of things because like you don't have to babysit them too hard, and I feel like her having the Buster deck and also having like some soft defensive options, like between being able to be anti debuff and having a little heal, having a battery to help compensate for a deck that isn't that good for gains. I feel like that can help compensate for the weaknesses of Buster supports while still being able to take advantage of the strong parts of it, which is like Star Absorb on the Buster cards, and then yeah, just like I feel like so she has a lot of the peripheral things that are really nice for a DPS, although her skill set isn't really that great for it. It's just like, yeah, I love the Buster deck. I don't get disappointed when I use her because, like, I have her NP1 on my ult, which does sound pretty yikes, but she's fairly easy to support. Like, you don't have to invest defensively in her, and I like that.
Okay, before we talk about the players, there's already two people saying like, if we place her higher than Sally, we're crazy. And so it's because
Like,
she's a woman with a lot of skin. Does anyone seriously think like Salieri is even close to her rank? Like, come on, bro.
Like,
It's not even a comparison. I mean, you can't even compare them, but yeah, come on.
From one Salieri simp to another, give it up, man. It's like you're trying too hard already.
Maybe it's a joke though. In that case, it's pretty funny. But I hope you're not serious for your own sake, because yeah, you can't even directly compare them anyway, because they're one's AOE, different class and whatnot. But even then, like considering what they do in their own respective roles, she would still be so much more useful than Salieri. So much more useful.
I can't really think of any rulers that are outright bad, anyways. So like each one has their own uses. It's just such a good class. I like it.
Anyway,
honestly, I feel like B is fair for her. I know.
I was thinking C plus or B. Yeah.
I know that's a lot higher than a lot of people in chat would want to go for, but like this is personal experience for me, at least. I'm never disappointed by her performance, and like part of the issue that people have is her lower damage, I would assume, but like it's not too bad. But NP upgrade helps a lot, even though it's a very boring upgrade.
Yeah. Yeah. I might go with C plus for now. I'd like to hear Plushie's take as well. I could definitely bump her up to B later, though we'll see. But yeah, I'll go with C plus for now. She's usable for sure.
Yeah, she kicks ass in Olympus because everything there is divine.
True. All right, more rulers. Next up, we got the first welfare of the list. So we got Ket Santa. Well, or Samba Santa, because culture. So AoE Buster DPS. She doesn't really farm, but honestly, she's not a lost cause as a DPS. Again, I think mostly because of her class personally, but so be it. Sometimes some servants just get they get free points for just having a good class. Anyway, 9.6k attack puts her above average, I believe, among 4-star rulers. Yes, okay, so a little bit higher than Martha, but not a big difference. She's got double Buster, double Quick on the normal deck, which is fine. I don't think she's necessarily the best candidate for Summer Scotty, but it is an option, I guess, for DPSing. So the deck is fine. In fact, her gains cards are not even bad either, actually. They're pretty decent. So yeah. No big issues there. Now, first skill, let's see, I got my zoom level wrong. Okay, there we go. On a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Well, again, already better than Salieri, am I right? But yeah, it's a charisma with a bonus, but it's just 3 stars on top. It's still not amazing, because it's only 10 stars per turn, because not everyone gets that buff, unlike the attack buff, in which case it would be way, way better and more OP, but it's fine, I think. I'm okay with this skill, especially in welfare. It's better than most welfare, so yeah. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill. One ally gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, and then 30% star gen for 3 turns. Okay, interesting little combo. Maybe not the best, but yeah. Obviously you want to give it to someone who's, going to be DPSing. Chances are, I mean, you could do it for gains too, but you just want to target someone who's going to be DPSing. Chances are herself. In which case, the star generation buff is actually not that bad. She can actually star generate a bit. So yeah, I assume they designed it with probably herself in mind. I guess just a bit of bonus utility that it's targeted. But it's like a whatever skill. It's not that great. I prefer the first skill by a lot. Now, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She herself gets 30% Buster for 3 turns, and also 600% Buster Absorb for 1 turn. So this one is all selfish. This one is not targeted, but hey, it's her main card type. Good uptime, good number. And then, it's only 1 turn for the absorb, but, also didn't mention, but rulers have a decent base absorb anyway. It's basically the equivalent of a saber at around 100. So, I mean, yeah, you kind of still want them to have some absorb if you want to do crit DPSing, but it's not like, it's Avenger where it's like dog and you can't crit without absorb. So, it's not that big of an issue, I feel like. Overall, the kit, there's no hard defense, but again, it's a bit, lessened by the fact that the problem that is that she is a ruler, of course, because the class is inherently defensive. Now, obviously, MPs will still be a problem, but I'm not completely unhappy with the kit. I think it's fine, especially for a welfare. Now, passives, 21% debuff res, very nice, and then another 25% from the divinity that she has. So, much like OG Cats, she has a lot of debuff res, nearly 50% on base, which is really strong. Very hard to debuff her. Her anti-append is against rulers, which is funny. Rulers, I believe, are full neutral to self as well. So I guess, it is an option because, yeah, obviously you probably want to bring Avengers against rulers and maybe Berserkers as well, but it's not a bad one, I guess. The only bad append on a ruler would be like Avenger, really. Like even Berserker is kind of fine, as we saw Martha. So they kind of win on the append because of the class being so versatile. Now, MP. So before damage, she gets 100% star gen for 1 turn. The MP itself is sadly only 4-hitter. It's not like Raikou crazy where you can just get a bunch of freaking stars. You can still get some stars with it because of this and maybe the second skill active as well. So it could just be damage only. So it's a cool bonus. Especially helps with the face cards as well because her quicks are not bad. And then the overcharge is full party-wide 30% crit up for 3 turns on base skill up to 50%. That's really strong, actually. It's full party-wide, and that's a good chunk of crits from every MP. She's actually pretty decent. I don't think she's amazing, but I think she's maybe a bit underrated, I would say, because I never really see anyone talk about her. Granted, I don't really use her myself either. I'll be the first to admit, but she's got some good stuff going for her, right? How do you feel about her, Otto?
I think she's all right. The NP hits like decently. I would say like I do like the hybrid like AoE also being able to DPS because of crits, like single target DPS. That is, although due to her class, I don't think her cards are particularly incredible, but I do like crit buff on NP effects. I think those are pretty fun because that means you're rewarded for buffing up with your NP. It's sort of a Canis thing, but she's not reliably doing bonus damage, so that can hurt her card damage. But yeah. I might have a more favorable of view than I should because I've used her a lot, like on one of my alts where I was doing part 1, and like yeah, rulers are like disproportionately good on part 1 stuff just because defensive stuff is so useful.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
So, placement-wise, I would place her very close to Martha, maybe even a bit higher personally.
I do feel like since she is able to do both AoE damage with her NP and then also being able to crit, I feel like that can be a bit helpful for her over Martha, just because she's got a bit more versatility. But I feel like Martha's going to be better for a single target for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I do prefer Martha over her, but for whatever that's worth, because again, it's AoE versus single target. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna start with C+ for her now as well. Both might end up in B later. Honestly, that's very much a possibility. I would say, yeah. Yeah. I want to hear Plushie's take on as well. You know, just to see how it compares to ours. Very possible to see both of them in B later, though. Okay. Oh wow, it's already time for probably, well, not my favorite of the list, but one of my all-time favorite servants, though. It's just that there happens to be many of them in this list. Funny how that works.
Base.
All right, let's talk about Luvia, aka Astrea, next. Yeah, there she is. The best Ojo Saba of all time. Absolute class act. I love her. Amazing. Probably my next 120 servant as well. Gotta flex. Gotta advertise.
Jeez, good luck there. Those coins are yikes.
Yeah, I know. That's why I haven't done it yet. But yeah, I'm working on it. Anyway, single target arts DPS, and honestly, she even can do a bit of multi-core farming. Mine is Bond 15. She's my only Bond 15 servant because I have used her in so much in farming as well. She was useful in most of the 90+ lottos on NA for the past year or two. Very, very cool. Now,
I saw that because I watched that. I watched your most recent video, the one where you used her versus MHX Alter.
Oh. Yeah,
I know so many people hated that quest, but like I saw you did that, and I was like, oh,
yeah.
Because I'm a very rare person in that I actually did enjoy that quest this time around, because I haven't had a chance to use a 120 Ibuki against it, and she.
Right. So I assume you went for the pure brute force damage as well, right? Instead of stalling it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And just a humble brag here. She was actually able to kill it in the same amount of turns as your Luvia.
Well, to be honest, I made my setup in a really I just wanted revenge because I tried a normal clear before that and it didn't work because I didn't want to stall it. So I think I could have definitely improved my setup and probably actually gone for a full one shot from the MP as well on the second bar, but I just wanted to get it out of the way because I was kind of getting pissed off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's very impressive for your Ibuki anyway. I don't want to downplay your achievement though, regardless. But yeah.
Yeah. There was only one 5-star used other than Saber Ibuki. The only other gold servant actually, which was Dark Korean for some reason.
Fair enough.
It worked.
All right, cool. Anyway, yeah.
Video. I love that clear. Sorry.
True. Yeah. Stay tuned. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Luvia, back on her. So deck-wise, or attack-wise, actually, 9.7k, above average for 4-star rulers. Very cool. She's got double Buster, double Arts deck, which is perfected by Ophidian. Lovely mix of DPS and gains. Just works really well. Her arts cards are not even bad on base, but they get even better when you see the kit. So, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill. One ally gets 20% attack, defense, MP generation for 3 turns each. What a lovely skill. Like, even if this was self-only, which, I mean, chances are I mostly just use it on herself anyway. But in some farming, it's nice to throw on your DPS as well, especially if it's like a quick one or an arts one that could use more refund as well. It's just so nice and versatile for both DPS and farming. I love it. Love it. Love it. So good. Great uptime as well on everything and all nice effects. Ooh. Now, second skill is the one I like the least, probably, because, I'm not the biggest fan of Mana Burst, but at least this does something else besides just an arts up. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 1 turn and then a 30-star bomb. it's okay because she actually does have some crit potential too, and this also segues well into the third skill, which is on a 4-turn cooldown. You pay 5 stars, and then she gets 500% absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and a 20% battery. So again, this is always an easy way to guarantee stars for this. Granted, 5 stars are kind of easy to come by anyway, but sometimes like you might want it on turn 1, for instance, if you don't have star bombs or anything else. You know, it's also an easy combo. So the kit might look basic, but it just works so well. Like it just keeps the ball rolling. Oh my, I really like it. Now, yeah,
I sure do love those times when I use that skill to get like, to get like I have a 50% crit on the one card she has. I use it, and then she goes down to 40%.
Oh yeah, fair. So it doesn't really cripple your crit turn usually much either because of the absorb. That's the funny part, despite you going lower in stars. Now, passives, 10% crit damage, very nice. 10% arts, extremely nice. And then 22.5% debuff res. Oh! Now that's some good passives, especially for a 4-star. They all work really well for her too. Love it. Anti-archer in the append, totally legit. If the archer is evil, absolutely. This will destroy. Like, it's so good. But mostly if they're evil. Otherwise, you're probably better off using a lancer, chances are. But worth mentioning. MP has been buffed, and this is what really set her, like, this was the point where she just went from like a really good 4-star in my opinion to a absolute top tier one. So they didn't just buff the damage, they added a 1-turn invul pierce before damage on it. Wow. And then other effects, she gets 20 stars on every use, and then the overcharge is the evil super effective, the base 150 to 200 range. It's also 8 hits, so it refunds decently okay as a single target MP, so it's super spammable. You do the MP, you do 1 arts crit, that's already a full MP refund. That's not even accounting for enemy maybe hitting you, or just other batteries from your supports, etc. It's so spammable, and it does crazy damage, especially if the target is evil. It does so much damage. Even on neutral, you'd be surprised. Like, for anyone that hasn't tried her in 2024 still, if there even exist people, give her a go. Any boss that is evil, try her. You will not be disappointed. She will outperform 5 stars. I am not joking. Is that good? Okay? So yeah, I mean, I can only say positive things, and I'll be the first to admit I'm a bit biased because she's one of my favorite servants of all time. But I think I'm also kind of being fair here. I think most people agree that she's one of the best 4-stars in the game to this day. And some people might say outdated. I don't think so. I think she shines as great as she always has right now. Yeah, but okay, let's get a non-biased view from you as well.
So I like her a lot too. I actually have a Grail to 100.
Based?
You guys are going to see some good use out of her in the coming months with Road to 7, because she is a pretty strong pick for some quests. Like for example, the Super Arjuna Altar one is a real bitch, but she can shred it pretty good. I'd say comparatively, because like you're going to get your ass beaten there regardless, I would say, but she can at least deal some damage in return. I like her playstyle a good bit, I would say. Just being able to spam her NP, and it's not just no-brained refund spam. It's also like her card gain's good. I will say she is like the perfect example of what I say when I say that arts doesn't crit for damage, it crits for NP gain. And because she has no issues making herself crit at all. Like, she's got a 30 star bomb, then another 20 per NP. But like, the bulk of her damage never comes from her crits, even though she has a skill set that looks like a crit kit.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's for gains. Yeah, the MP is the meat.
Yeah. And then like Pierce Invuln, it's nice. It means that she's not just raw damage in P spam. She's also able to deal with some annoying gimmicks. So I think she is super good, even to this day, like years after she's gotten her buff.
Yeah. No one escapes justice. That's why they involve Fierce, I guess.
Say, even outside of using her against evil, I think she's completely fine against non-evil.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will say also, there is a servant we'll get to in a few hours that I think is genuinely a decent pick with her, because they're both rulers, and
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and you might think like, okay, well, I can get more damage out of something like Tamamo or maybe another Castoria. Well, can you get at least 50% super effective out of another support, though? Because that, and then you got the 40% arts resist down potentially from his first skill. Yeah, you can get some massive damage boosting out of him, but yeah, she's good.
Also, Trevor is really saying that she's a worse like kid shit. Like, come on, bro. One is a limited 5-star, and one's a 4-star. One, we don't even cross compare. Like, are you okay? A lot of people was like saying like A+ or something that she has outdated. I don't think she has outdated at all. Like, I don't think she has been. Like, I think she's still top 10 4-stars in the entire game. In every archetype, supports, DPSs, I think she would be top 10 still to this day. I'm gonna die on that hill.
So I'm gonna jump in place for Plushie, because like, even though I don't do a lot of like Minturn and like keep up with the community a lot, she still is like a really, really strong option for Minturns. She does show up fairly often, I would say. She's yeah.
I mean, to me, it's an easy EX.
Oh yeah,
easy,
yeah,
very
I'm fine
easy
with the EX still. I don't
crazy for a 4-star, absolutely mental. So I'll fight anyone on that. Anyone want to fight me? DM me. We'll figure it out, okay? Bring your gloves.
I do feel like that Kenshin comparison is it is pretty interesting for reasons. But
yeah,
we're gonna get to that later.
Yeah, in a few hours. Actually, more than a few hours probably. But yeah.
Oh boy.
Actually, I guess rulers are gonna be in the first of the 5-star. So yeah, maybe you sooner. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, there you go. Boom. She totally not biased, dude. I bet you've never used her. I bet you throw Jolter into every quest. Like, bro, don't even try her and then talk to me.
It's bias versus what looks like a lack of experience. So like, take it what you will.
How is she not a top tier 4-star? Can anyone do a legit argument who has actually used her and tell me how is she not a top tier 4-star? I would love to hear it, because in my eyes, she is absolutely top tier. Anyway, let's move on for now.
She would go EX too. So like,
I mean, I did this last year. I don't think he disagreed. I think he was very much in favor of it last year. I doubt he changed his mind. I mean, we'll obviously hear his take later when and if he joins. So yeah, I'll ask him about it too, because it's a very important one for me. Anyway, more rulers. Okay. So, another welfare is up next from another summer event. So we got Da Vinci Ruler. Da Vinci? She is single target buster, DPS, and an interesting support option too. She's kind of a very versatile character, in a good way, of course. Her attack is not as high as some of the peers so far. In fact, it's lower than average among rulers for 4-stars. But again, she has that support application, so I'm not all that mad about the stats. Much like Luvia, she's rocking the double buster, double arch stack, which, much like Luvia, I also like on her as well. Very cool. Her gains cards, well, the quick is like whatever, but the arts are still decent. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one ally gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns. Hey, even better nowadays with, you know, a certain 4-star caster being introduced, I suppose. I don't want to put too much emphasis on it, but, you know, it's always worth mentioning, I guess, right? So, yeah. There you go. But you could just use it on herself, too, of course. She's not a bad DPS by any means, but it's cool that it is, you know, targetable. So it's a bit more versatile. Okay. Now, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, while I gets 20% battery and then 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Very cool, actually. It's a nice combo of effects, you know. It's all about the MP spams. And I like that the MP gain also has a good uptime and a decent number too, 30%. That's not bad. Very cool. I feel like they maybe could have made the battery 30% too, honestly. But you know, I still like this skill. I still think it's good. It's not bad at all. Okay. Now, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Also overcharged by 1 step for 1 turn. And then also all enemies get minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. Very solid actually as well. The MP damage is good, good uptime. The overcharge can be good. From what I remember, it's pretty good on her too. Let me cheat a little bit ahead. Yeah, it's okay. It's not the best, but it's definitely decent. And then the crit chance down, you know. She probably herself doesn't need it too much because of her class being that good defensively, but you know, keeps your allies safe anyway. I like the skill set. I like it a lot, especially for welfare. It's probably one of the best welfare skill sets still to this day, I want to say. Like, I don't really dislike any of the skills. They're all, like, good. So, hey, that's nice. Now, 12% quick up on the passive. Sadly, her 1 quick card is like whatever, but, you know, there it is. 10% debuff success rate, you know, helps land this at least. That's pretty cool. And I guess it helps the MP too. So that's nice. 17.5% debuff res. Very cool on top of, you know, all the other defensive stuffs that the class offers. Now, she's anti-alter ego on the append. Well, I guess it's fine. Again, anything that's not Avenger is always going to be fine for rulers, like I said. You know, interesting choice, though. I guess it's actually even maybe better than some of the... Like, let's say compared to, like, Archer as a random option, it could be better because, you know, for Archers, you probably have way more options. But for Alter Ego, chance, you know, there's still a tricky class to fight, right? So, it's not a bad one in that sense. Like, this could be a decent option. Now MP, so it's a fun one. So you get you have 3 options for the MP, and it's completely random which MP happens. She shoots like a bullet corresponding to different colors of the card types. So if you get the green bullets, you get 30 stars. If you get the blue bullet, full party gets 20% battery, and if you get the red bullet, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. And they're all, as it says, weighted 33%. So it's literally equal chances, but you can only get one of them, of course. And then before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn on the overcharge on base, scaling up to 40%. So it's pretty interesting. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the RNG, of course. I wish you could choose. I think that would be awesome. But, you know, at least they're all good effects, right? But sometimes you kind of want one or more than the other. Namely, the battery one can probably have the biggest impact, you know, in case you, like, need to fortify more MPs for a follow-up turn or something. But, you know, at the end of the day, they're all still good effects in my opinion. So you can't really be too mad in most cases, in whichever you get. Yeah, Da Vinci Ruler, huh? I think she's fine. I think she's good, actually. I think she's great, right? What do you think about her?
She is the quick support that we got a long time ago that everyone forgot about.
True.
So it's kind of interesting. If you're looking at her as just from like a loop support perspective, she has basically everything that Jufu does. Again, from a purely looping perspective, it's just she has 10% less battery. So because she has the 30% NP gain, and then she has the 20% arts. But you can
True.
also switch over and use her for quick. Personally, that's most of what I've looked at her as, just because I haven't. I don't know. I can't find that many uses for her because one thing I don't really like. I don't really like that she has like a ton of targetable skills, and it's not as much AOE. So you're either choosing to have her be the DPS, or you're having her make someone else be the DPS, and then her damage is just like whatever. It's not like she's. I guess her gains are actually pretty good. She has like a 2% arts card.
Yeah.
But she. I don't know. She's a servant I kind of struggle to find applications for. It's not like I don't think she's she's bad by any stretch of the imagination. I think she is pretty good. It's just I can't find situations where she is a better option than others, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think she's solid. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah.
I think she is like really good, but like you said, she's probably never really like the best choice in anything. But she's still very good and still a big standout in all of welfares of FGO, I would say. So I think A minimum for sure, personally. Not sure if you agree.
Right. Yeah, I'm fine with A. I don't know. I think it's just I haven't used her a ton.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure when to use her.
Yeah, I like the take that you said that you know she's either gonna pop her skills 1 and 2 for herself or you know DPS. In which case, if you don't pop them on herself, then it's hard to get that MP for herself as well, which also offers some support too. Which is the one awkward part that I'm not a huge fan of. But obviously, if you do pop them on herself, then it's just better for DPSing, I guess.
Yeah, and her overcharge buff is only 1 turn, right?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's 1 step 1 turn.
I don't like that, but it's nice that she at least has the overcharge option.
Yeah, they should have probably made it 1 time 3 turns, but yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
We'll go with A for now. We'll see.
Sure thing.
Okay. Good welfare though. Ooh, speaking of good welfares though, oh my. Yeah, we're gonna talk about EO next, because again, order of classes before release date. Yeah, Queen EO. AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer. She can definitely do both. Her main downside is the attack at 8.9k probably, which is still not horrible, but if that's the biggest problem, then she's probably going to be pretty decent, all things considered. I'm personally not the biggest fan of the deck though at double arts, double quick. I kind of wish she was double buster, double arts, like yeah. Shout out to Simpsons or Pirates. Okay.
Is that just like basically when does that mean you're attracted to people who have neither eyes showing? Is that what it is?
Yeah, one of those, huh? Yeah, I see what you did there. Anyway, I kind of wish she was double buster, double arts, like some of the previous ones we saw, but oh well. It is what it is. Alright, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% anti-divine power mod for 3 turns, and then all enemies 1k curse for 5 turns. The curse is mostly whatever. I mean, we have some like a C against that nowadays as well for a bit more value, but yeah, the art's up good, decent uptime, and then the divinity power mod, pretty common. Again, for both, can be for both busts and farming. Good power mod. Good skill. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, 500% arts absorb for 1 turn, and then 100% arts crit damage for 1 turn. So again, she can definitely do some crit damage too. It's a bit limited on the options, of course, because the card type thingy, but there it is. Kind of wish it wasn't on the battery though, because sometimes you're gonna pop this early and you might not have stars or cards for the other effects. So it's a bit awkward sometimes. Not always the best value. Alright, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Allies get a crit damage against the wild beast enemies for 3 turns, 50%. And then 10
wild
stars.
Beast allies.
I'm stupid. Okay, yeah. Dude, again, I told earlier I was going to have brain farts because of the migraine thing. But yeah, that makes way more sense. Wild beast allies get 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then a 10-star bomb on top. She herself does not have that though, unfortunately. But a bit more supporting, I guess. At least this is a good trio of effects, Oh yeah, I forgot about. Oh wait, I forgot. I guess it's not listed in the traits though, right? Still, which is weird. I think they should, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, okay. So 17.5% debuff rest on passive, very nice. 8% arts, very nice. Poison and burn immune, yes. and then 5% quick, it's okay, and then 10% quick crit damage, okay, and then there it is, the Wild Beast trait. I don't know why it's not listed on the traits. It should be, because you can't even remove that. Well, has there ever been a passive block in the game or something like that? I'm not sure. I can't remember any.
Yeah, I can't think of one off the top.
So they could probably list it on the traits anyway. But anyway, wow, that's a lot of crit damage.
The only thing that's coming to mind is Bob has some. Actually, Smob has the effect that only applies to like man. No, that's anti-man crit. No, it's not even remotely related.
Anyway, these passives are nuts for a 4-star especially. They're really good. Like, everything is really good. Wow. This is like a bonus skill and then some at this point. Oh my. Okay. Well, that's not a trait though, Zolo. Like, immune to Pigify. What would you call that trait? Immune to Pigify? That doesn't have to be a trait. It's just an immunity. This one is a trait that she gets. It literally says she gets a trait. So this is different than the Odysseus one. But yeah, fair enough, I guess. Anyway, anti-foreigner on the append. Again, it's okay. As long as it's not Avenger, all these ruler attack ones are still fine. It's a bit sad that it's not like a common class though, because she's also a farmer. So sadly, no added value there. Although sometimes there could be a, foreigner in a farm node too. It's just a bit rare. But yeah, unfortunate. Wait, there is an immune to Pigify trait? Yep. Okay, never mind then. Okay. Okay, then she should have it. Wow. Weird. Very weird. But at least that one, okay, it's still different because that one isn't worded, gives himself immune to Pigify. That's probably because this was worded after he was released, so they changed the wording on it or something. But yeah, okay, fair enough. It's still different though, bottom line. This is literally giving a trait. That's just an immunity, which is the same as a trait that exists, okay? So I hope you're with me here. It's still different, okay? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Okay. All right, MP time. 10% MP damage for 3 turns on herself before damage. Wow, instant ramp up. Then the other shit kind of sucks, but yeah, all enemies get a 100% curse amp on them for 3 turns, and then 1k curse for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 300. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the curse. She even has like one on her skill, but I feel like against bosses, even if the MP is spammable, and it is, of course, you're still gonna like struggle to get like crazy damage out of this. You can get a bit of bonus damage, but for farming especially, it's like whatever. But yeah, the ramp up is great though, even if it's only 10%. Always nice to see. And obviously she's a free MP5 because she's a welfare. She's one of like the premium neutral arts loopers, really, especially if you don't have like high MP levels of some of the other ones. She might just be the best option that a lot of people have on their accounts. No joke, like to this day, she is good. Yeah.
She is especially helped by the fact that we have had 3 now. For some reason, we have had 3 different 90++ nodes that are 2-wave with like high HP Moon Cancer.
Yeah, Moon Cancer, yeah.
And I can't remember if Summer Kiara is divine, but I know that Janaka
I think she is.
So she was like the number 1 pick for the Valentine's 2023? Or is it 2020? Yeah, it'd be 2023. Yeah, because it's next.
Yeah, because there was no 90++ on 2022.
Oh yeah.
I mean Valentine's. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't remember which one it was because I think part of no, actually Karen doesn't get it because she's lawful. And yeah, it's kind of funny how Summer Scotty and Karen are both like AoE quick loopers, but one has anti-chaotic, the other has anti-lawful. Next we need an anti-neutral one.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, she's just really good. Like for farming and then also for DPSing, actually pretty decent. Not like crazy good, but still very good as an option for DPSing too. Her crit can actually spike pretty high because of the 150% damage she can get for 1 turn from her own kit alone. I think last year I had her in EX. Do you agree to that?
Personally, I'm not really that big of a fan of her.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm,
I don't think I've used her enough to actually have a good solid opinion on her. Beyond like someone in my
yeah.
chats made me solo with her a couple times, and that's not really a. I don't find soloing with her that fun. Uh, I, I I don't like that. Like, okay, so I do like curse spammers generally, but the fact that she's only like a 3-turn curse spammer is always going to be not great. So, I'm not a fan of that. But yeah,
Yeah.
she's really solid, I'd say. I think Plushie's gonna argue for EX on her as
Is he?
well. So
Oh, because of the 90 plus plus stuff, probably.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's my guess.
Mm,
Uh, I do not know the
I'm
inner
definitely
machinations of his mind.
yeah, I'm definitely between EX and A plus. That's a tough call. I might start with A plus for that. We'll get his take later as well, hopefully.
Yeah, yeah. She might get moved up later.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. She's still, again, top tier as a welfare, though, I would say. Right. Oh, that's it for the 4-star rulers. Okay, now we move on to Avengers. So let's see, here we go. Starting with Miss Story locked over here. Gorgon. I think, is this finally the last of the Medusas, I think? Yeah, should be, right? Unless I'm forgetting someone on this year's tier lists.
Yeah.
Ending with the big one, literally.
I think that's the only extra class one.
Yeah, probably.
Can't
Yeah.
think of any others.
Same.
You just wait though. We might get one before. Yeah, like next week. Yeah, sure, for sure.
Of course, because they're gonna add more. Anyway, where's my stat sheet? I already lost it. Did I close it or something? Brother, man. I actually closed it, I think. What the hell am I doing? Where did I lost it somewhere. Can't find my stat sheet anymore. Well, that is weird. Yeah, I can't find it. Well, I mean, I don't need a sheet to say that, yeah, 10.7k attack is high as hell.
It's the highest.
Yeah.
Attack stat.
Yeah, I think you're right. So yeah, she's an AoE buster DPS. If you're full on copium, even farming, but yeah, let's just classify her as a DPS. But yeah, very high attack, very very, and even better with the Avenger mod, of course. So that's like, I would, as Bruce says, it sounds like, I think that's the best part about her, the super high attack. She's got some things that I'm not a huge fan of, but yeah, I mean, we'll do a full coverage here. Now, double buster, double arts deck. We're back. I do kind of like the deck though. Maybe triple buster would have been cool though, actually. But I don't hate the deck still. Yeah. It's okay. Her arts cards are decent too. Quick sucks though. Quick is terrible. Her quick. I like the card type though. I just wanted to clarify because that's gonna be clipped out of context. Right, first skill. On 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% attack for 4 attacks, 2 turns, and then 600% absorb for busters for 1 turn. This is the Salieri thing done way better. I'm still not, like, I don't love it necessarily, but here it makes way more sense because it's such a high attack amount that she gets on top of the high base attack as is. So yeah, at least there's that. And I kind of liked, because a lot of these hit-based ones are like 3 attacks or whatever. I like that this is 4 because that means the extra attack can also benefit from this if you have an immediate brave chain. Like let's say you do MPBB, at that point that extra attack is so fat, like you would love to have 50% attack on it, right? So yeah, it's a bit tough to get it sometimes, but it is possible, and that's the main exciting part about this. So 4 might look weird, but it's good. It's kind of good. So I don't hate this skill. The Buster Absorb, obviously, a bit situational as well. But, again, that dream turn is possible. Now, skill 2. On a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 3k revive. So it's pretty decent uptime on the Guts. It's okay. But then on top of that, it's not just the base Guts. She also gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Now, without the first skill, this is really hard to work with. Like, she's not going to be critting consistently. I guess with Koyan, you can do a bit of arguments. But yeah, I'm just looking at, like, the stuff here. yeah, Avenger and all that, of course. But it's still better than base guts, I guess, because, otherwise it wouldn't have anything besides the guts. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 105% chance to petrify one enemy for 1 turn. So again, it's basically the same as stun, but in some rare cases where enemy can have stun resistance, it's maybe a bit better because it ignores stun resistance. But basically the same as a stun in 99% of the cases. Probably more than 99, but yeah, there you go. It's fine. It's fine. I like the added, chance to fight some magic res or debuff res a little bit. But yeah, I think that it could do a little bit more, like some other effect or whatever. Maybe like a minus buster resistance down on the target for 3 turns would be cool. I'm just spitballing here, but yeah. Or a 30% battery if you want to farm with her. Although people don't like battery buffs. People like them and they hate them. That's the thing. Like if you're a fan of the character, they're like, yay, she can farm now. But then everyone else is like, oh, I don't use her. Wow, it's a battery buff. How boring. So, it depends on the servant, I guess. The skill set is okay. It's alright. I don't hate it. It's nothing crazy good. It's alright. She's only got the Avenger passives, 18% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then 8% minus debuff rest for your party members besides her. It's okay. 6% crit damage, again, mixed value for her. Outside of that, Absorb Turn and Koyan's, maybe not the best passive to have, but, bonus. And then, hey, 3.8% gauge per turn. It's almost as high as it gets. In fact, does anyone even have EX rank of this? Is this as high as it gets? Okay, there is, I guess, one option we'll see later. And one higher one, okay. But it's still very high, though, for this passive. Pretty cool. Anti-Rider on the append. Unless you're a huge fan, probably not the best value. Now, upgraded MP, though. Every party member gets 15% battery. It's a bit of a weird number, but it's still kind of cool though. 15% AoE battery. And then all enemies are cursed for 1k damage on base OC for 5 turns, scaling up to 3k. OC kind of sucks. She has no other curse synergies, so she won't be in any curse teams ever anyway. Unlike EO, who maybe could have some use, but even then it's like, eh. But yeah, at least the battery is nice. Now, she is not welfare, and she's story locked, so chances are most people that have Gorgon probably have like an MP1 or something. So the MP won't really be hitting too hard. It's the reality. She's mostly just about doing big buster crits, which is kind of a reason why I kind of wanted her to have triple buster anyway on the deck. Especially with the buff to the first skill, having buster absorb. So I think Gorgon is like okay, like she's good, but I think some people overhype her a bit. Maybe I'm just thinking of a handful of people that I know that like her a lot, but I don't know. What do you think about Gorgon? Because you didn't give a take last year, of course.
I think she's all right. I do like her as a crit DPS, but she is a bit lacking in areas, I suppose. I do like that her first skill, you can actually use it with double Korean. Like even though she's not going to be able to, like,
Oh yeah,
like as a person would want to, but like you're able to have that on good uptime, so you're able to get a lot out of it. Because like I don't know, man, 100% attack. It's 100% attack.
It's a bit of a shame though that she only has those 2 buster cards in the rotation though. But yeah, it's still a lot of attack anyway. You're right, yeah.
On the other side of things, it does help her use her NP a bit more often, and like even if the NP isn't really that incredible damage, you do get the team charge out of it. So there's a little bit of positives out of it, I'd say. Yeah, I think she's pretty good. It's worth noting that she is very close to being able to bust her loop. Like I think if she had a 10% on her first skill, she would be able to double Korean loop, because
the passive as well, right?
I don't know. Yeah,
actually, I think this might be 0.1% too short on the passive.
Yeah,
because I think you need that. It would have to be 3.9 to round it up. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know, something like that.
That is unfortunate, but I mean, it's not possible because she's lacking that 10%. But yeah, even if she had that, it would be a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. kind of prefer her over. I keep trying. I almost said summer cats at Santa cats.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she's dressed up like a.
Well, she has
Santa
more raw damage, that's for sure. She doesn't have the defense, some other utility,
yeah.
but she has more raw damage for sure.
Yeah, she's really good. Okay, I sort of just like defaulted to what I usually say. She's pretty solid, not really good.
Yeah.
I mean, like C plus or B, I guess. That's fine for me.
I could see B for sure.
Yeah, sorry, chat. We're not gonna get Summer Cats. We're gonna get Summer Cuckoo this year because we're gonna get Lost Belt 7 Summer. Hey, get ready for Gachi Tez.
Dude, I want to see that actually. That would be hilarious.
Ugh.
Anyway, there's Gorgon for that.
Leather in the sun.
Alright, it's time for potentially my favorite Avenger. I mean, I like Dantes a lot too, but I'm gonna grill this guy very soon on my JP account as well. Like, about time. Yeah, let's talk about the Lobo. The Wolf Man, or the Headless Man, Dullahan, riding Wolf King. It's a weird combo, but yeah, I mean, they did it. Like, I don't even know who came up with the idea, but it's kind of cool though, you gotta admit. It's weird, but cool. So yeah, single
fans.
A single target quick DPS, again 10.6k attack. It's probably a little less than Gorgon, but yeah, I mean, I found my stat sheet, so even among Avengers, it's still high, definitely well above average, and among 4 stars, it's amazing. So there's that. The deck, again, I'm not super happy with. I don't think double arts is the way to go with Lobo. Either triple quick or double quick, double buster would have been way nicer, at least in this day and age. So the deck, I don't think, has aged super well. Now, granted, it's a bit cool to get more MPs, because post-buff, the MP does hit fairly hard, but I kind of would have still preferred to see a bit more, you know, crit-oriented cards. But it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with how the NP buff worked, yeah.
And yet the arts card is not particularly strong anyway. I mean, it's okay, but it's not like crazy good. So, yeah.
It's sort of standard.
Yeah. Anyway, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, 1200 absorb for 1 turn for self, and then 40% defense up for self. It's okay. Again, the downtime is big, though. That's the thing. You might think it's like a little bit awkward with the defense and the absorb. And yeah, you're right to an extent, but it's not that big of a deal. It's still fine. The main problem is the downtime, of course, because, you know, again, Avengers have a harder time critting unless they have that absorb coming in. With 1200, easy absorb, of course. That's well more than enough than what they need. But, you know, the saving grace is that he is quick-based, though. He's not going to generate like assassin stars or anything like that, but he's still going to be able to generate a good amount of stars on average. Now, it's still going to be RNG though, because, you know, outside of this, it's, you know, it's like, even if you have a lot of stars, it's going to be like 50% crit chances on your cards and whatnot. I mean, supports can of course help, but I'm just, you know, talking base here. So the skill is like, it's like whatever. Alright, second skill. On a 5-turn cooldown, 30% attack for 3 turns for self, and then 30% anti-man attribute power mod for 3 turns as well. Actually, I just realized they made a mistake here. They don't list the turn amount here for some reason. I think this buff has existed for a long time now, but they don't list how many turns it is. But it's 3 turns for sure, right? Okay, that's kind of weird. If anyone's from the wiki is watching, you should probably fix that. Anyway, it's good. It's actually very good. Like, it's a good amount of attack on a good uptime, and then man attribute is the most common attribute, and an Avenger is a class that you can bring into neutral, like, quite easily, because, you know, most of their damage against neutral anyway. Let me just flash the attribute real fast here. So yeah, if you get the servants, basically everyone that's not like a moon cancer is, you know, fair game for Lobo, I would say, especially if they're a ruler, which there are some rulers like that too. And, you know, quite a bit of normal enemies too. They're not that relevant for most bosses though, and he's not a farmer, so this can mostly be like, you know, ignored. But it's a lot of servants though, of course, that's for sure. So this skill post buff, very good. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. One enemy minus 50% instant kill rest for 1 turn. Yeah, no one cares about that on a boss killer. But then, minus 30% attack for 1 turn. It's a cool bonus, but most importantly, full buff strip on the target. Hey, now that's some good utility right there. Yeah, that makes me like this skill still. If it was just the attack and the insta-kill down, it'd be like, okay, it's like, cool. It doesn't really do much. But that full buff strip on command... yeah, there's been many occasions where that has actually made a big difference in a fight where I brought him into. So, very, very cool. Overall, his skill set is actually decent. It's nothing crazy, but it's decent. We got some cool utility and some good deeps and a bit of defense. Okay. Again, passives-wise, we only have the Avenger stuff, so 20% increase MP gain on damage taken. Cool. 10% minus debuff rest for his allies. Not the biggest deal, but, you know, demerit, I guess. 8% crit damage, pretty cool. He's still not the most reliant Avenger of all the ones that, you know, crit, though. I want to put that out there, even though I've been kind of, you know, talking about it. There's way better crit Avengers out there, of course, but, you know, it's still not... It's by far, you know, not as bad as some of the bad ones that, you know, don't benefit from this passive too much. And then 3.5% gauge per turn is also very nice. He's also anti-alter ego on the append, which again is an interesting but possible choice, I guess. And then the MP buff has happened, so sure hit for 1 turn before damage, great utility. He gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns as well, cool. And then the overcharge is an instant kill chance, 60% base, scaling up to 100%. Irrelevant for bosses though, in like 99.5% of the cases. So yeah, OC sadly sucks. But it's still good. It does decent damage because of the upgrade, and he has, you know, especially if you hit man attribute, very good. And the sure hit is cool, you know, utility, and the crit damage can help as well. It's 8 hits, and it's quick. Despite being single target, you're still gonna get some stars out of it too. I think Lobo is underrated. I never see anyone really use him. Well, it's probably because everyone always uses like Jalter or something, because, you know, she's the waifu, but... Lobo is good.
Jalter fans are getting a lot of
yeah, I don't know. I maybe I just slept badly. I'm on a war today apparently, but yeah, I mean it's true. Everyone, if they see like a ruler fight, they're just like, oh, I'm just gonna bring my 120 Jalter. I mean, yeah, it's good of course, but like Lobo is good. He's good. He's good. Come on, dude.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah, and he is someone who has a decent amount of like win conditions, like being able to ignore evade and then also being able to remove buffs. Like he's got nice utility. I like, even though his third skill is only 1 turn, I do like that it has the ability to support the team a bit.
And you can stack it with the 1-turn defense to actually tank a lot.
Yeah, although I find that I usually don't do them at the same time, just
Fair.
because I want the stars on a different turn. Because like I'll usually use the first skill for the star absorb rather
Yeah,
than
fair.
the defense buff. Because like I'm not putting much stock in his ability to defend himself anyways. So, but I've used this character a lot over the years. He was like one of my first servants because I first started getting active in the game when Shinjuku came out. So that's also why Moriarty was basically my first 5-star. But
Wow.
but yeah, he's definitely someone who is very easily forgotten about, but he's actually pretty solid. The deck could have used some help, but I think Mighty Chains have helped him a little. Just
Yeah, a little.
flexibility, I guess.
I think he's just underrated for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would place him in A tier, personally. I think he's really good.
Oh, I'm alright with that.
Nice. Then I'll happily do it. I think people don't give him enough chances. Like, try him. He's great. I'm not saying like, oh, like bring him against like, you know, a random rider boss or something, you know, just because you can. You probably, you know, have way better options there. But, you know, you can bring him against the occasional berserker too. That's totally fine. You'd be surprised about his damage. He can shred. Now, yeah, he's a bit squishy sometimes, but, you know, go big or go home, in my opinion. Yeah, a lot of people probably have bad taste in their mouth because, if they roll for like Avengers on rate up, he's permanent, so he can spook. And if you ever get spooked by Lobo when you're rolling for a gold Avenger, I mean, obviously it's gonna hurt. I mean, I've been there. It's happened to me many times. It's on video many times. Jalter, Tyra, probably forgetting about someone else. I've had it happen, okay? So I know, but I still like a good boy, okay? So I would say try to get over it and actually try him out.
If he is a DPS, Summer Kuro is like A+. Holy shit, dude. Oh, man.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
We're not, dude. Like, we will cover Summer Kuro fully, but we're not even gonna focus on the DPSing side. I'm just gonna say that flat out. But anyway, soon, two more servants before that, though. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we mentioned her a bit earlier now, and here we go. Another welfare in Mysterio's Ranmaru X, or just Ranmaru for short, I guess. So she's like a welfare Salieri kinda, but I guess she's maybe a bit more DPS oriented because her refund isn't as good, but let's see. So AoE, arts, DPS, and farmer, I guess, depending on how much you like her. 9.8k attack puts her under average among 4-star Avengers. Kind of crazy to say that 9.8k is under average, but yeah, that's Avengers for you. Again, still among 4 stars is good though, but yeah, in the class itself is like, could be higher. She is double arts, double buster on the normal deck. Cool. I think it works fine for her, yeah. I don't really see a big problem. Her arts card is terrible though. That is unfortunate. It is so bad. It's under 1%, right? Oof. Now, first skill on a 4-turn cooldown, one ally gets 5k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and a full cleanse of debuffs. I mean, you're never gonna pick her for supporting, right? So it's going on her. It's just a cool bonus that it's, targeted, but it's going on her. The only thing you would maybe target is the debuff cleanse, because you're probably going to bring double support with her anyway. So, yeah. The crit damage and absorb really need to go on her. With 5k, though, she can get all the stars. Because, with Avenger Absorb being not as bad as Berserker, that's like guaranteed stars for her. Okay. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown. All enemies 40% chance to get charmed for 1 turn. And then also minus 20% defense for all enemies for 3 turns. That's not RNG. And then 10 star bomb on use. So it's basically Shuten's charm, which I think is a -1 cooldown as well, but reduced chance to charm and then also a star bomb on top. I feel like it's kind of a fair trade-off, but at the same time, I don't know. It's a low chance to charm, and that's not even accounting for any resistances that could push it even further down. I do like, at least the defense down is guaranteed. That's nice. And it's AoE because she's AoE. I like the combo there. And then the stars can maybe combo with the first skill too a little bit, so it's not the worst. It's okay. But, you can't really rely on that charm at all, so it's going to be a cool bonus if anything.
Especially with magic resist out there, that means it goes down to like 20% chance. And when you're down to 20% chance, it's like, it's so rare for it to be anything.
Yeah, and in her case, it's actually worse because remember, she's Avenger. So she's someone you can bring against like, a spread of classes. And like a lot of Knight class servants happen to have magic resist usually. Like for instance, let's compare this charm to like Scheherazade. She's going to be brought against assassins. 99% of assassins don't have any resistance, right? So she has an easier time to land that based on the class alone, if that makes sense.
I tell you, man, we need a support that decreases debuff resistance. Like, we don't have one of those. The only thing we have like that is we've got Fuma, who's 1 turn, 100% down, and then we've got Kazgil, that's only 30%. I'm telling you, man, my idea of support Aurora that's able to
that, wow, that's a name
on an ally, and like she's got so much potential, dude. Like, okay. Hate her so much.
No, I mean, can you really blame people?
Yeah, I gotta say, this idea is totally restrictive to only her. Like, it can't be on anyone else.
Okay. Well, you get some ideas. Anyway, Chad also pointed out that some rulers would be immune to this. Like, I think Ket's ruler is immune to this because she had like 40+% debuff res. That is unfortunate. It's one of her best case scenarios. Unfortunate. And then you can whiff the defense too, of course. Then you just get 10 stars and it looks really sad for 6 turns. Anyway, that's just the worst case scenario though. Alright, 6 turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, 20% battery, and then another 10 stars. I kind of like that she has like 2 star bombs on 2 different skills, so you can kind of split it out. Like, let's say, you know, you pop the first one, you don't like how your cards look, then you're like, hey, I need more stars. But chances are you're going to probably pop this skill on first turn anyway, because you want the arts anyway, right? But yeah, there could be some, you know, spread in there. Like, the skill set is alright. You know, you get your main card type, some crit damage potential, some utility with the charm. Not reliable, though, of course. Some more damage from the defense down. It's an okay kit. Like, I still feel like it's among welfares, it's better than average for sure, but it's not like an amazing kit. Like, for instance, compared to Da Vinci Ruler, I prefer her kit much over this. I might even prefer Santa kit. No, maybe not Santa kits. That's a tough one. They're kind of okay both. Okay. She has
surprisingly easy to get her to crit, as I've found.
Oh.
Okay, I haven't used her too often, but I've definitely used her more than most people.
Alright, fair.
But that's like using her twice puts you above like most people with experience.
Yeah, true. Sadly.
But yeah, handedly better than Salieri for the most part, I'd say. But yeah, we're not done here yet.
Yeah, because we have a list of passives. Like, you'd think she would be a 5-star with these, but no. First of all, we got 2 of the 3 Avenger passives, because one of them is changed. So 16% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then minus 6% debuff for some party besides her. Again, it's just okay. She doesn't have like that many more defensive tools, so it's not like better on her than on some other Avengers. It's like the standard case again. 2% crit damage. I mean, it's something. It's not great, but it's something. And then the third passive is modified. It now has 3% arts up as well, but also 3% gauge per turn. Pretty good. I like that. And then, hey, she has the Foreigner passive. Yes, indeed. 2 stars per turn, and then 4% debuff rest. So yeah, this means that, yeah, you can pair her with Van Gogh for bonus value, I guess, if you really like her. So hey, rejoice. And then 15% debuff rest. Probably one of the only Avengers that actually has a magic resistance passive. But there it is. And then finally, Burn Immune. Like, wow, that is some passives right there. Pretty good stuff for the most part. Wow. Yeah, even she herself has a lot of resistance against her own charm. That's funny. Alright, another anti-caster on the append. I don't think she's going to be all that great against casters, sadly. Alright, the MP. It's pretty basic, but hey, it ignores defense on the damage. Always good utility. And then before damage, 100% star gen for 1 turn, scaling up to 300%. It is only 4 hits, and it's arts, but you know, you can get some stars with this because of that. And then it helps with the follow-up Brave Chain as well, hopefully, with the MP. I think she's maybe a bit apart. I'm not a huge fan of her. I'll be the first to admit. I mean, I'll also admit I haven't really used her all that much. I mostly just used her in her own event, right? Also, apparently her Bonsi is worth checking out. What is this again? Oh, it's a 30-star bomb. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. I don't think it's worth it as for if you're going to DPS with her. It's cool, though. I think it's pretty bad, though. I can't think of any scenarios where you would bring her for this, though. But, you know, it's cool. Like a unique effect. Sure. I don't think it's going to give her any points, though. At least I can't think of any reasons.
Yeah, like, you use that skill, you use that, and then...
Oh, and then you get 50 stars, right? Oh,
yeah,
true.
And then, like,
it's still not worth, but it's cool.
The use for the crits is pointless because, like, all right, yeah, I'd rather just give her a 50% C.
Yeah,
like if I had golden carp, not sumo, golden carp, then that's gonna be just the same thing basically.
I like that she's pretty high on the crit sheet just because she has Van Gogh's energy for potential. Yep. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I don't think she would be like the greatest option with her though, but you know, it is doable, I guess, you know. A refund is fine. Yeah, you can do it. is pretty much on par with a lot of the other, you know, AoE arts, rulers, and Avengers. Pretty similar stuffs. Her damage wasn't that high, though, was it? In fact, she's not even... Oh, wait, this is rulers. I'm stupid. Okay, here we go. I mean, we only have a pretty basic setup here. It's probably fine, you know? So if you don't have a lot of... I mean, the chance... Again, the problem is she's also competing with EO, because, you know, both of the classes are mostly going to be farming neutral anyway, right? So I feel like EO would just do a better job on average. So that is also unfortunate for her. Not just among rulers, but, you know, EO being a competition from a separate class. Yeah. I mean, she's not bad, but I kind of think she's, like, somewhat forgettable anyway, even if that sounds a bit sad. If anything, I kind of think she would do a better job as a DPS than a farmer. Even though she's probably not bad on farming either.
I'm
trying to think of placement.
Okay. I don't have much to say.
Last year,
she's pretty boring character.
Apparently, I had her in A tier last year. Okay, I'm not sure if I would place her in A right now. I don't know though.
Like B.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah.
One of the B's, I think. Because I think EO is the better for sure. I mean, it's a bit brutal to compare classes, but it's kind of fair at the same time because they're both welfares and they're both mostly doing neutral looping and DPSing anyway, right? So I think it's kind of fair anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe B plus because of free MP5 that ignores defense. That's worth something, right? Yeah.
Yeah. She does have ignore defense. I forgot about that.
Yeah. That's worth something. Okay. We'll go with B plus for that. Okay, 3 more 4 stars to go, and quite different ones. So, an upcoming 4 star for this year in NA as well, much like some of the other ones we saw. Summer Eris, next up on the chopping block. Single target arts DPS, and a pretty remarkable one at that as well, I want to say. First of all, 10.2k attack, I believe puts her basically on the average among 4-star Avengers, but hey, still a good amount regardless. Good numbers. Her HP is a bit low, but hey, thank God she's arts, am I right? So it's not the worst deal ever. I mean, it's just reality that some card types get some boost. How about that? When you release some amazing supports on one card type and not so many on the others, you know, that's what happens. Now, deck-wise, double arts, double quick is totally fine because she's not really crit reliant or anything. She just really just wants to spam that MP, so hey, have a gains deck. The cards are not amazing for gains, but you know, there's 4 gains cards, so it helps a little bit to even it out, I suppose. Alright, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, and then evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. I think this is the same skill that her welfare one has, right? Maybe even numbers, but yeah, it's decent. It works. I like that it's, you know, hit-based evasion for 3 turns instead of like 1 a turn, because you know now it's way easier to use. And I mean, obviously she's also arts, so again, you might not even need the evasion. It's just a nice bonus sometimes. But yeah, it works. It's a fine skill. It's okay. Now, second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get 1k curse on them for 3 turns. Then she gets a 1-turn taunt on herself. Then she gets this on defense buff for 3 turns, so whenever she's attacked, the enemy gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. And this can, by the way, happen as many times as she is attacked in this 3 turns. The taunt is 1 turn, but this is 3 turns, and it can trigger many times. And then she also gets a 30% battery when you use this skill. That's a lot of stuff, and it gets even better when the curse actually has application later. So yeah, it's a great skill. And you know, sometimes you might say like, oh, you're taunting an Avenger, you're crazy. But yeah, again, she's arts. I sound like a broken record. You literally press cast story as 3rd skill, and that's already 99% of that problem solved. So yeah, it's fine, it's good. Now, 3rd skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 120% instant kill success rate for 3 turns. That's the one thing about her that is completely pointless. But then everything else 35% crit damage for 3 turns, and then most importantly, 35% anti-servant damage for 3 turns. Yes, servants is not even trait, it's literally an archetype. It's a whole deal. Because that's balanced, right? Yeah, dude. The crit damage is like whatever, though. I kind of wish it was something else, because she really doesn't really generate many stars, and you know, she's arts based. So I kind of wish the crit was something else, but you know, it's still a lot of other really good stuff on her kit, though. It's a good skill set for sure. It's the widest trait in the game. Yeah, it literally goes beyond traits. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. All right, passives. We got some here too. So all the Avenger ones. So 16% MP gain on damage taken, and then minus 6% debuff rest all the allies. That's not her. Actually, better value for her because of the taunt specifically. This helps more on her than some of the other Avengers we've seen so far. Cool synergy. 6% crit damage. Again, she's not really crit focused, so not that big of a deal. 4.2% gauge per turn. There it is, the EX rank, the highest of the ranks of this Avenger passive, the maximum. I mean, she doesn't. Ironically, she's one of the ones that needs it the least because her MP is more spammable than most of the other Avengers. But you know, hey, why not? Even more spammable. 7% quick up, not a bad bonus. She has double quick, so it helps a bit. Another 8% or crit up or crit damage. Why not? And then Divinity E does nothing. So it's a bit of a mixed bag of passives, I want to say, but you know, mostly good stuff for sure. Anti-Lancer on the append. I guess it's fine for her too, because again, anti-servant, XD, am I right? So it's fine. It's good even. Now, MP. So 80% chance to instant kill target. No one cares. But then 10% arts for 1 turn before damage on base OC scaling up to 30. Cool. It's not ramp up, but you know, helps with the damage, helps with the refund. We like it. And then, because the anti-servant power mod is enough, 150 super effective damage mod against cursed enemies. So there's finally the curse coming into play from the second skill. And the, dude, this damage. The curse is only up 3 turns out of 6, but then you remember, you know, you also got command codes. So you can, chances are you can have 100% uptime of curse, unless the enemy has a ton of debuff resistance or something. Yeah, she's really good. She kind of lives and dies by the MP because the crits are not going to be consistent, but the MP still hurts. Like, you have you have anti-servant power mod, and then curse super effective, which she can provide herself. Or hell, you can even give supports command codes if you want to go even crazier with it. Like, bro, she is kind of stupid. Oh my. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to put command codes on her because she doesn't reapply the curse, so it'll only be up half of the time otherwise.
Yeah, you always want it to be up when you MP. It's such a big difference.
Fortunately, it's really easy to apply curse because, like, even if you don't want to put out codes, like you can use like Waver, for example, because he puts it on them for 5 turns. That's what I do on my what I did on my alt when because like it was super scuffed, but it did have Summer Reese and it had Waver, and I'd have those burst turns where I'd use both of their NPs at once. But yeah, I don't like that she doesn't crit, but she is very, very good. Like having the
honestly, hot take. I'm glad she doesn't have crit focus too, because the MP is already gonna do crazy good damage quite consistently. So I'm glad she also doesn't go crazy with crits as well. So she's like a little bit held back from full on broken status.
That's fair. Yeah, but she's definitely one of those that just like wants to do the NP, and then it's not hard to do the NP because of the defensive gain.
Yeah, and the taunt with that, yeah.
She just has so many things. I wish she still had the sure hit because her Lancer version has sure hit and defensive buff removal. But for what she is, like on her own, she's good.
I would say EX for sure.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
She's an exceptional 4-star as well.
Oh boy.
Boom. Oh yeah, I guess. Oh my god. Well, 2 more 4-stars to go, and the next one is the final of the Avenger ones. And I believe, is this the first new entry of the whole list? And it's the one.
Yeah, God knows we haven't gotten any low star ones in a
So this
while.
might take a while. We'll see. But anyway, yeah, I mean, we're gonna cover everyone in order. So let's talk about Summer Kuro then. Yes, indeed, or Chloe, if you really want to say it like that. I don't. I just say Kuro. Anyway, there she is. She's interesting. She is like a DPS as well, but we're probably just gonna evaluate her based on being a support. But you know, we'll do a full rundown here first, I guess, and then we'll talk a little bit. So 9.8k attack, again, it's probably the lowest of all the Avengers. Actually, maybe not lowest, but one of the lowest ones of 4-star Avengers, for what it's worth. It's still an okay amount of attack, though. Oh yeah, she herself is like... she a single target? I always forget, because no one ever uses her for DPSing, right? It's single target quick, okay. So yeah, quick single target... well, I don't even want to say DPS. She's not a DPS, really. You could do it, of course, but most people that use her would just use her for, like, you know... looping is supporting, I guess. Anyway, full triple quick deck though, so that's kind of cool. She's literally as green as it gets. And her quicks are actually pretty good. So hey, there's that too. And the 1 arts card is decent too. Gains, we got it. Now, let's talk the kit then. So on a 6-turn cooldown first skill, everyone gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and then all allies get this on attack buff for 5 attacks, 5 turns. So whenever they hit an enemy, they get this manuscript buff, okay, for 5 turns. And it's going to be important later, I guess. And for her, Kuro herself, this also increases her MP damage. But yeah, other allies will all benefit from it in a different way as well. Now, she herself gets another on attack buff for 3 turns, which is whenever she attacks with quick cards, including the MP, by the way, she gets 10% crit damage for 3 turns before damage. Now, obviously, the before damage on the MP doesn't matter, but it still does give you the 10% crit damage for 3 turns, worth noting. And she has 3 quick normal cards as well, so she can stack it a little bit. And it has no limit; it's just 3 turns. So there you go. You can get a good chunk of crit damage as a bonus on top of this from the party white thing already. It's a pretty loaded first skill though. Like even as outside of the manuscript, uses, like that's a lot of stuff. Now, 7-turn cooldown, second skill, targeted guts 1 time 3 turns, 3k revive. So the guts uptime is horrible, but then it kind of doesn't matter because she herself gets this delayed buff for 1 time, 1 turn, and then after the turn is over, hey, she literally swaps her out. This is a very big deal because this is kind of what makes it all possible. So yeah, she's gone after the turn. It's like Crane, basically. I think it works the exact same way, right? Where she pushes herself at the back and then the whole party gets moved to the left one when you go from the right? I think it's exactly how Crane works. So there's that. I mean, I guess in this one, does Crane? I think Crane has the same restriction, right? You have to have 2 alive members in the field for this to be used. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, okay. Now, then the third skill. So the 5-turn cooldown, full party, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then all allies get 10% battery for each manuscript stack that they have. So there's that, and then everyone gets their scripts removed as well. You can't resist this because it's 500%. Yeah, so yeah, you can get quite a, depending on what you did with your cards before this, you can get quite a bit of more stuff. And again, worth mentioning, I didn't mention it before as well, I believe even MPs, of course, give you stacks of manuscript when used with the first skill. So it's not just cards, like normal cards. Your MPs will also be generating stacks. Wow, so yeah, I mean, if it wasn't obvious, she's going to be used as a loop support to give you more battery. She's the reason why basically every servant in the game can kind of do like Black Grail looping. It's a bit finicky and it's a lot of servants, and in some cases you need a lot of different Cs as well and whatnot. It's finicky, but yeah. Also, yeah, true. I forgot to mention, it's per enemy hit. So if you have an AoE MP, you get 3 stacks, right? So you immediately cash out on 3 of the 5 stacks of the buff itself. Refund, we got it. Now, passives, we got the Avenger passive, so 16% increased MP gain on damage taken, and 6% minus debuff for allies. In her case, it's not that big of a deal because she's probably not going to stick around for much anyway, but if you are using her as a DPS, cool bonus, I guess. Now, 8% crit damage as well. Again, if you're DPSing with her, it's actually not bad because she's so quick focused. So even without any absorb on her kit, she's going to generate a lot of stars, I feel like, compared to like most servants in this list. So it's okay. 3.5% gauge per turn also doesn't hurt if you're DPSing. And then 7.8% more crit damage on the final passive. Cool. So passives are not the most relevant thing for her, but you know, can be okay. Anti-caster on the append. Why not? Alright, the MP then. So it is single target quick damage. So she gets 10% or base 100% increased damage from manuscripts and then 10% per stack, right? Maximum of 10. So we've seen a lot of these MPs before, like Super Bunyan. Who else had this recently? I forgot. I'm so bad with my memory, but we already seen like 2 of them before this. But yeah, it's fairly common nowadays. And then -1 tick on the enemy. Great. Love that. That's actually a cool effect. And then before damage, she gets 10% quick up for 3 turns on OC base, getting up to 30%. Honestly, the MP is pretty good. Like, I forgot it's this good. There's a lot of good stuff, like free damage mod that she can generate, guaranteed tick down, and then a bit of ramp up. And it's 9 hits, so you get some stars out of it too, and a bit of refund. It's actually a good MP. I hate her second skill though if you're going to DPS with her, because it's basically a dead skill. Unless you're kind of doing some kind of weird setup where you want her to be swapped anyway. Maybe like burst, then sacrifice your supports. She comes back with more supports or something like that. I guess it could be good for that. But yeah, it's kind of weird for DPSing. But yeah, I guess now we can talk a bit. Yeah,
so
you can start.
My problem with her as a DPS, because I have tried using her as a DPS.
Yeah.
I don't like that her third skill, which increases her damage and gives her battery so she can get her MP.
Oh, since he loses damage because it removes the stacks as well.
Yeah, it removes her super effect too.
It should only remove stacks from allies besides her. Why isn't it like that actually? I don't get it.
It should count the crit buffs she gets from her first skill instead of that. Like, I think that's dumb.
It is dumb,
But yeah, most of the chat is dumb.
Whoa.
So shouldn't be too hot a take. I think there's a pretty fine line that's been drawn between the people who are on NA that have seen the fun videos, like oh my god, Cuckoo can Black Grail loop now, like holy shit, that's crazy. And then the people who are on JP who have actually seen how non-existent her impact has been. So the thing that people hype about her, because her challenge quest, like no one gives a shit about her challenge quest, honestly. And in a challenge quest, she's just like worse. She's just like flat out completely worse than Santa Gale, because they have a shit ton of overlap. But anyways, in a challenge, not in a challenge quest thing, in a farming setting, so what does she do? So sure, she enables you to Black Grail loop, but what is the benefit of Black Grail looping? Okay, so I get really big turn 3 damage. So I do like a gazillion damage on wave 3, and like, okay, like, first off, do you need that much damage? Second off, is it worth gutting your first 2 turns of damage? Because she has to sit on the field for 2 turns. And that means that you are going to miss out on an extra buffer.
Yeah.
So on top of that, we've got an issue with cost, because now instead of having like 4 slots taken, and you got 2 other servants you can have in the backline for bond, you only have 1.
Yeah.
And you are like super high on cost. So if you're really dedicated to the Black Grail and not like what you would normally think, which is like doing more than however many CEs, like you're still going to be locked at 5 CE best. So that's assuming you're not using Black Grail. So
yeah, the cost is a big thing for sure.
What she's a gimmick. Like sure, there's the Arash comp, which is kind of funny, but I don't think that it's that crazy. Like, you got other options for archer looping. Like, if you're willing to work in an Arash, yeah, whatever. Anyways. So again, I just think she's super duper overrated because, like, even if you can make everything Black Grail loop, like, I think you're just fixating too much on the damage. And like, if you're needing to use Black Grail all the time, maybe this is whale mentality, but if you have to use Black Grail all the time, like, do you actually have to use Black Grail all the time? Because like, I think people are thinking like maybe 90 plus plus, but I'd say in a lot of 90 plus plus, she's worse because the thing that people worry too much about Wave 3, and then you got shit like the CBC, the next CBC event where we have Wave 1, 600,000 damage you got to deal. And yeah, good fucking luck single coring that, by the way, guys. It's she's just like, no. Wave 2 and Wave 1 are too big a problem. So yeah. Yeah, you opt for
Yeah.
instant kill, in which case she's not useful anyways, because then you're not going to be single coring. Yeah, because like the entire way she works, uh, especially in that quest in particular, like like, okay, now you're using a servant that's getting a single hit on turn 1. Okay, next turn, now you have an AoE. Oh wait, wave 2 is also one enemy. So okay, cool. You gave them 20% battery on her, and you can't plug her out unless you're giving her the 10% on wave 2. So so that's another situation where she's not useful. But like, I mean, there are some
Yeah.
situations where if you don't have other options, she can fit in as a decent charger. But I don't like that she has to do stuff on turn 2, basically. Like, she has to be out there on turn 1 and she has to leave on turn 2, unless you just want to just
Can't you
ignore
like
or
practically like
relegate.
have her not start on the lineup, buff, and then swap someone to her?
I mean, you could, but at that point of time, like she has her own plug. Like, why not like make use of her own plug?
It's just
Yeah,
to get
she
more
can
buffs
work as
for
a sub.
turn 1 and 2, basically. But yeah, fair.
Yeah, it's just like she's a free plug that is awkward to plug, and yeah, it there's just a lot of problems with her usage. And like, if you guys want to see whether or not she actually has impact, just go like look at the setups that people use. It's super rare for people to actually use her. I've never seen anyone else use her outside of the video showcases where they're like showing 5 gazillion cuckoo damage.
Mm.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Uh,
I could personally still see her be EX just because of the possibilities that she
uh,
offers, but it would be a technicality at that point. Like I think she's one of these rare cases that is like she's super hard to place, really.
yeah, I just, but like, if you don't do that one gimmick thing, which she doesn't even like do amazingly, it's just she's the only one that can do it, then she's just a worse charger. Like, she's 30% at best most of the time, and then her damage buffs aren't that good. You're better off with Waver most of the time. The Bonsi, dude, you're going to
Oh yeah,
dude, the
we show
Bonsi.
that
Okay, cool. You get another 10% charge. By the way, there some people like mistranslated it early on. You're only getting 1 stack 3 times. You're not getting 3 stacks on
instantly.
entry.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to work around her second skill that plugs out, because then next time she comes in, she'll give you another stack. It's just one.
Mm.
What if you don't have waiver? What? What kind of question is this? Wait. Dude, there's a ticket. There's a ticket for waiver. There isn't a ticket for Summer Chloe. She's a lot more accessible than okay. Anyways, ah, fuck. That comment kind of threw me for a loop.
She's so tricky.
I just can't see her being EX. Like, there's like no way. There's so many more supports that have higher impact than her. Like every 5-star support is better than her, in my opinion. Although there,
I kind of wish I could see all the like numbers comparison between all the comps, but I don't have a sheet like that, sadly. I'd love to see that though, because I would like to see some actual numbers as well.
It's.
I mean, obviously, I don't like. I personally, numbers aside, I just don't like the setups having to use 5 servants for farming. I don't like that, and then the party cost can be an issue too. I just don't like that. That's my main issue. But I think the numbers can be very legit though.
What if you're free to play and just use a rash? So if you're doing the rash comp, what you need is you need your own Chloe. Of course, you need a rash, but everyone's got a rash. Then you also need Vitch, and then you need Oberon. So you're looking at 3 limited servants, 2 of which are 5 stars. So if you're trying to argue from a free-to-play perspective, this is not it either. Arashi is super good for farming, but he's still better off as just like you're better off using him as the plug.
Yeah, that is tough. So where would you place her?
I'd put her in like B+ or A. Like I can't. I just like the exact situations where people hype her the most. She is not used for, because she's janky and she is just not as high impact as people think. It's all just content brain, I would say. For a lot of people, they just look at the big YouTube videos that are cool damage showcases, but they're not useful. It's just like
I like the guy, but I think X Naya showcases this a lot. I think he uses a lot of Summer Kuro, and he has one of the biggest channels ever. So I think a lot of people see that. I don't
fault him for it. It's just like videos. It's just a lot of people look at videos and they think that they mean a lot more than they do. Like you'll see a video where someone is pulling off a really tough solo. Doesn't mean it's practical. Doesn't mean that servant is suddenly good at soloing now.
Yeah. I would almost still maybe go with like A+ though, just because I think she's kind of like the things she can do. I'm not saying like they're always like the best thing ever, and again, I don't like I probably won't be using her too much myself because I hate the party thingy, but
it's just she's the only servant that can do that right now.
Yeah,
that's really only because
she's like a crane that works differently, and there's no one else like that. Really,
I especially hate that some people say she's better Miss Crane. Like the only
they're so different.
Yeah, dude. Like one is a challenge quest support, the other one is a farming support, and neither of them are better than like their alternatives. If you can even say they have alternatives, but they have other servants that will have higher impact.
No,
Crane needs 20 stars to NP. Okay, well, she doesn't need more than 1 turn of existence to do something.
And usually you can just load her with a star bomb anyway. But yeah, the thing, like, there is that nice thing though that she can make some servants that never could really loop farm before looped. I think there's some value to that, even though it's not always going to be like super legit. Of course, I think that is certainly worth something. So I'm still thinking maybe I should do A+ anyway. It may be a bit high in some cases. Some could say obviously it's low one too, depending on how much they value her. But I don't know. Honestly, I think all the servants in this list, there's even some really big ones later too. I think she's the hardest to rate. I think she is. She's the hardest one to place, accounting for everyone in this entire list. The ones we placed already and the ones that are still up ahead, 5 stars included. She's so weird.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with A+, just to move on for that. We'll get plushies take 2.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. She's weird. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, one more 4-star to go, and we probably don't have to talk about the next one too much, but hey, it's the only 4-star Moon Cancer to this day. There's only 5 of them total anyway. So yeah, weird class. Let's talk about the OGBB then. Another welfare, of course. Single target arts DPS with some interesting utility. Now, 8.1k attack, I guess there really is no good comparison because she's the only 4-star Moon Cancer, but among 4-stars is okay. But again, Moon Cancer is not really a great class anyway. I'll be the first to admit because, you know, my favorite servant is a Moon Cancer. But yeah, I think it's one of the worst classes in the game. It's just because it's going to be mostly neutral, but it doesn't have like the benefits of like Avenger having that high attack or Ruler with the defensive advantage. So it's just there. It's a class that's just there. No cool like big unique passives or anything like that either. Like it's like a whatever class, sadly. But yeah, let's see here. She's got double arts, double quick. So the gains deck, honestly, it's fine. I mean, she has some crit potential too, but free MP5 and her MP is buffed, so it does decent damage. I don't really mind a spammy deck either. The gains cards are okay too. They're nothing remarkable, but they kind of do the job, you know. Now, first skill on a 4-turn cooldown is a full cleanse on an ally, 3k heal, and then also gives them 1 time of or debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns. Is cool utility actually, and this is the reason why Summer, well, not Summer, OG Fran can farm as well. Fun fact. Not gonna really give much points for that though. It's just fun to mention, I guess. But yeah, it's interesting. It's a good skill though. I kind of like it because it's low cooldown. It's all defensive utility stuff. You know, like super debuff, like immune stuffs. Like you're just so safe from debuffs with this. That's kind of cool. Now, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 100% chance to stun one enemy for 1 turn, and then also removes their evasion or invul buffs. Cool. This is actually one of the best single target stuns on a skill in the game, like flat out. It's a good utility on the strip, and then, you know, 100% base chance to stun on a 6-turn cooldown. Pretty much as good as it gets, kinda. So, not bad. I mean, it's still not amazing, but for a skill like this, it's pretty good. Third skill has been buffed. I think, I'm not sure if this was up last time, actually, like last year, but yeah, it's an interesting buff. There's someone just like added me a big message on chat. I can't really respond or read like long messages right now. I hope you understand. If it's something urgent, you can always like DM me later or something and we can, you know, talk. But yeah, apologies. I just can't read like super long messages right now. This list is going to be hella long anyway. Anyway, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 800% absorb for 3 turns, 30% arts for 3 turns, now with the buff, and then she gets this on attack buff for 3 turns, so whenever she does an extra attack, full party gets 10% gauge. Hey, that's kind of cool. I really like that, actually. Honestly, after buff, this is a top tier skill anyway. Like, it's so good and loaded. Like, good uptime on everything, like all the 4 effects, and they're all good effects too. Like, wow, this skill could be absolutely game-breaking on someone else, but it's still good on herself too, actually. Really good skill. Overall, the kit has actually aged fine, I think. I don't think it's bad, especially with this buff. I think it's good. So, there you go. Now, passives, there's, again, nothing unique from Moon Cancer, so they're mostly just run-of-the-mill stuff here and there. So, 17.5% debuff res, that's good at least. 10% debuff success rate. Helps with the stun and the MP, I guess, but, you know, not that big of a deal, all things considered. And then 10% arts, very nice. Hey, we like that. Now, anti-append is against alter egos, which, you know, I guess is okay. It's just a neutral case again. Big surprises there. Yeah, I know this, yeah, if enemy happens to have, like, debuff resistance, like magic resist and whatnot, it helps, of course, but yeah, it's fine. It's not the biggest deal because it's only 10%, but, you know, it still helps, of course. Now, the MP, actually, no, I'm stupid, it hasn't been buffed, and ignore that. For some reason, I thought it was, but yeah, full party, 20% battery on use. Great, love that. And then the OC is minus 10% debuffers down on the target for 3 turns on base, getting up to 50%, which again can help with the stun landing on against resistance. This also means the passive isn't that big of a deal because this kind of does the same thing in a debuff format. The damage of the MP isn't super high, but man, it's like she's so safe. Like you just bring a Castoria with her, you're just never gonna die. So much gauge and whatnot, you know, especially with this buff with the extra attacks, just a lot of gauge going on. So if anything, she's a good DPS that, you know, is safe, but damage won't be like super high. And honestly, I probably wouldn't bring her much outside of against Avengers anyway. And also, she's still to this day the only single target Moon Cancer. She's the only 4-star one and the only single target one. So that's a fun little thing that she has privilege to, I guess. What do you think about BB? I think she's alright, but I don't think she's like necessarily like even crazy needed.
Yeah, she fits the arts playstyle fairly well, I'd say.
Yeah.
I like her skill buff. Like I like looking at it from a perspective of it's compensating for you picking extra like brave chains instead.
Yeah.
Because if you do like NP quick art or NP art or whatever, the entire team so like normally with a servant like her, you would want to do NP someone else's arts card, then her own arts card. But this is compensating for that because it's giving the team 20% from the NP, then 10% from the extra. So you're giving the entire team 30% charge every time.
Yeah, and then she gets her own refund from the cards too.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're able to charge the entire team's NP really easily, even if she's spamming her own chains, which is better for damage. Although her damage isn't particularly amazing, I do like self-mod as a skill.
Yeah, it gives her another form of damage because it's a good uptime on those crit buffs. So it's not just, she doesn't live and die by the MP damage. She can also do some crit stuff too. Although her star gen won't be good, so you're still going to probably need to, you know, generate some stars elsewhere as well from a support probably or a CE. But, you know, it's an option though.
I'll tell you what though, this skill buff, it could go to Nursery Rhyme. She would she would definitely love it.
Oh, dude, please buff Nursery again. She needs it.
I was pretty hopeful because I saw that they buffed both, like 2 of the self-mod skills back to back.
And she's from extra too. I mean, she's not CCC necessarily, like they're kind of different, but still, she's an extra servant. Come on.
Yeah. It seems to me they're not going to buff all of them though, because they just gave Jalter a buff and it was a different skill. But,
yeah.
But she's a completely different case. I think BB's like all right.
Yeah. Do we go for B plus for double B?
Yeah, I was about to say it'll be poetic to go with B or B plus.
I think B plus for. I think this. I think last year she was B plus, and that might have been before the skill buff as well.
B stands for B plus.
Yep.
Which is what she's doing.
I could maybe even see an A, but I'm gonna go with B plus for now. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad if someone placed her in A though. Okay, and with that, we have finished the initial placements of all the 4-star Part 1 extra classes. One of them wasn't even a part of it, but yeah. There you go. And now we just have a bunch of frickin' 5 stars, dude. Most of this list is 5 stars, to reiterate. Fun time. But yeah, again, Plushy is still not here. But if and when he ever shows up, we'll just finish the current servant where we're doing. Then we're going to pause and show him the whole list and let him comment on whatever he wants to comment. He probably won't be saying something for every single servant, but and I'm probably going to ask from a few placements as well. But yeah, we'll see when that happens, if that happens. But for now, we are still going to keep this trade rolling, of course, because, you know, this is still a live stream. If this was a video, I would obviously edit that out. But, you know, we have to keep going for the sake of the stream. So 5 stars it is. And again, class order, Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, Beast. So even if there's some newer stuff here that are not going to be like exactly at the end, we're just going to follow the class order. It's not that big of a deal. Right, so back to day 1, and this is a fun one because, again, I'm very happy that this list is happening when it's happening because we had a big buff to John very recently. So yeah, let's talk about the OG. The OG stall servant, if you will. There she is, 5-star ruler. Yeah, she's... How would I describe her now? I still kind of want to call her a stall support, I'm not gonna lie. But she offers a bit more now. But I still think archetype-wise, I would probably classify her as like a stall support, for better or worse. Now, attack-wise, 9.5k attack. Well, probably puts her at the bottom of all the rulers, if I had to guess. Actually, no, it's Yeah, actually, no, it probably is. No, actually, First Emperor has worse, doesn't
I
it?
think Bunny Toria is slightly. I don't know.
I think
Actually.
First Emperor is probably going to have the worst, but anyway, we'll see later. Anyway, it's still not high, obviously, but she's a support, so it doesn't matter. But hey, instead you get 16.5k HP, which does matter. So hey, good trade-off, I would say. You're not going to pick her for damage anyway. From herself, that is. Now, full deck is...
good.
Yeah, HP is great. Full arch deck on the normal deck, good, especially now with the new buff as well. Her arch card is still actually not that great though. That's the sad part. I mean, that's the case with most triple arch decks anyway, of course. But you know,
sort of average, I'd say.
I think it's better than a lot of the other triple arches for non-casters at least. So yeah, it's okay. At least a lot of arch chains are possible, which is good. Now, skill-wise, here we go. The big first buff, the latest one. So now on a 6-turn cooldown, the first skill, full party, 20% arts for 3 turns, 20% battery, and then 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. Beautiful skill. Ooh, it's so nice. Like, oh, I hated this skill before this. Such a big difference. So good. Like, this is so good. Can we please have more? Let's fix the stun next. But yeah, oh my god, this is so good. I love this buff. Amazing. So versatile. I mean, she's not really going to be like a loop support or anything like that. Like even Shufu is still better, for instance. But it gives her so much more team presence. She's not just there to, you know, AFK and then MP on a turn. She can now do more for your team. And that's really good. Yes, this is great. Very good skill. Now, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, single enemy minus 30% MP damage for 1 turn, minus 20% defense for 1 turn, and minus 30% defense for 3 turns. So for the first turn you activate this on, it's minus 50% defense. Cool. So it's like a reverse morph. I just realized that. That's kind of funny. The MP damage down is not really going to be enough, even with like a high rank MP from the defense, assuming they have like invul pierce or something. You're still not really going to tank an MP easily. She herself maybe because of their class, but your allies would still probably get nuked. But you know, the defense down is it's nice. It's maybe a bit misplaced on her, I want to say, because you know she's not really supposed to be a damage support, I feel like. But you know, it's better than what it was. That's for sure. It's an okay skill. It's not. Definitely doesn't compare to the first skill though. Now, third skill. So yeah, 6-turn cooldown, 120% chance to stun an enemy servant for 1 turn. 1 servant. Also, this is a bound stun, so I guess it could work with Kashin Koji as well. Not that you would probably combine these 2 servants, but you know, worth mentioning. It's not a stun, it's a bound. Basically the same thing though in most cases. So yeah, it has a bit of extra chance to, you know, fight some debuff resistance, I guess, but it's only like limited to servants, and then, you know, that's all it does. So it could do something more, I feel like, still. Oh well. But now the skill set definitely looks way better, mostly because of the first skill now looking great. So hey, good shit. Passive, she only has 25% debuff rest, but hey, that's already a good passive, even if it's not, you know, or even if that's all there is, it's not bad at all. Anti-ruler on the passive. I guess you could bring a ruler against the ruler if you really want to, but she's not going to do any DPS, so kind of forget about it. What's the difference to stun again? Oh, I mean bound? Basically nothing. It's the same as like Petrify. They're like in 99.9% of the cases, they're the same thing, okay? But the only cases where it's different is like, for instance, there's a debuff or a buff called Stun Resistance, which only gives you resistance on stun specifically, not bound, not Petrify. And then someone like Kashin Koji, whose MP damage or super effective is against bound stunned enemies, not stunned or petrified. Okay, so in most cases, they're the exact same thing. There's only some really weird cases. All right, the MP then. It's buffed. Great, because the pre-buff version is terrible. But yeah, now, full party, 1 turn of invul. Great. Everyone gets 5% defense on MP1 for 3 turns. That should be 10% because of how MP scaling also works. They totally fucked it up. Because it can't go from 5 to 15, but it does. It should go from 10 to 15. Oh well. But hey, full party debuff cleanse as well. And then also, full party gets 1k healing for 2 turns per turn. Scaling up to 3k. Kind of weird that it's 2 turns. They could easily make it 3 turns, but oh well. They should probably fix that to be 3 turns and then the defense 10% on base. it would be just a fix that would kind of make it a little bit better. But yeah, it's mostly used there to tank an MP. You're probably not really going to use it for the defense too much or the healing. They're just bonuses. You're just going to use it to tank an MP. Maybe sometimes even use it for like cleanse, depending on how nasty debuffs there are. But yeah, it's an alright defensive MP for sure. So yeah, Jean. I think she now looks better on a team though, for sure, because of the first skill. I mean, still mostly with Arch Servants, of course, but hey, she kind of, there's a little bit of comparison to be made with Johanna, I think, because of the stars as well. Obviously, they're still different, but they're a bit more similar now as well. What do you feel about John after the new buff? Has your opinion changed?
For a while, so her only problem for a while, and really I think the only reason people thought she wasn't that good, was the fact that Castoria, she was basically a competitor for Castoria, but she was only
same with Tamamo
in one regard. And then Castoria had like a bunch of other things too. But now that she has a little bit more that can go alongside what else Castoria does, she actually has she has a bit of a place now. So like regardless, okay, so people are very much spoiled by Castoria because a support being able to give the entire team survival, like hard survival, even if it's just for one turn on an NP, that is a very valuable effect. It's very rare. And Castoria having it was just such a massive mistake, honestly, game balance wise, because it devalued servants like Jean, because she was the best servant for that type of thing for a long time. Because but now she makes a bit more sense. She's a bit more modern. She genuinely has some really solid damage support between 20% arts and 50% defense down. So she's nice for sure. She is a bit slower, but regardless of whether or not people like this, the most consistent way of winning throughout the entire game's history has always been stall. You go into a team back then, if you went into a battle with Waver, Jean, and Tamamo, or maybe Mash, that is how you won. It took you a long time to win, but you won. And that's more than you could say about maybe a double Scotty team, or sometimes even a double Castoria team is less consistent than that. And that's just really where she's shined. It's just people don't like that playstyle anymore for very understandable reasons.
Yeah. I think she looks better now. Like, she looks more usable, even if Castoria exists. I think now she offers way more to the team, which is great. Because again, my biggest problem was not the existence of Castoria, because I use a lot of servants besides her. Like, I try to avoid her as well. But like, my biggest problem was that she doesn't do enough for the team. Like, she was just to AFK until she MPs to me, and that was boring to me. But now, hey, that first kill looking mighty fine. I like it.
And then buff removal, boom. Bro, people always say this, and people always bring up buff removal and how it fucks up, all sorts of other supports, and then act like Castoria doesn't also get completely fucked over by buff removal. Everyone struggles with buff removal, right? So,
you know what the fun part is, though? I'm not going to really place too much emphasis into this, but it's funny to mention. John is a ruler, and she has MP damage down, so she could definitely tank an MP sometimes still, even if her bad invul is stolen. But yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a deal, though. It's just funny to mention.
Yeah, and that can be helpful, for off turns, when you don't have your NP, because there's obviously gonna be turns like that. But yeah, the art stack, even though her gains aren't really that impressive, it's not too hard to get her NP. I was actually just using Abby last night. The one when everyone talks about her gains being terrible. Honestly, it's not really that hard to get her NP, because like they have. I bring her up because they have very similar gains. They're both at like 1.5%. Well, Jean is 1.52%, but they both like it's just arts chains. Arts chains will carry you to an NP regardless.
Yeah, fair.
It's just you're not going to loop back to back to back.
Anyway, John's placement. Last year, I think it was pretty brutal. Let's see. Yeah, I had it on a C tier. That's way too low now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe like B plus or A.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. What she does, she's really good at. It's just she's not as good as Castoria, but now there's room for her on a team with Castoria, I guess.
Yeah, true. You can combo them. They're actually not bad together.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying A. Which one would you prefer, or do you have another tier in mind?
I'm fine with A.
Yeah. Sure. I don't feel bad about placing her in A after that first skill buff. Nice glow up. Right. Moving on. We got Mr. Black Keys. Amakusa Shiro. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I kind of like this guy a lot, and I may have rated him slightly high in the previous years, but I still think he's very solid and underrated for what it's worth. I will keep saying that, because no one ever talks about him. Because this man is full of nice things. He might not be like exploding your brain with damage or anything like that, but he has nice things, and he does nice things. Now, what is he? He's AoE, Buster, DPS. Don't farm with him. It's possible. Don't do it. He's a DPS. Now, 10.9k attack places him above average among 5-star rulers. It's nothing remarkable, but still, it's there. He's got double Buster, double Arch deck, which suits him perfectly, in my opinion. Nice mix of DPS and gains. His gains cards are not that great, though, but, you know, his kit definitely compensates. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, one ally gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then also 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Cool. I mean, chances are you're going to use it on himself. But honestly, the fun part is, because the stars would be distributed among, you know, star weight anyway, and there's no DPS buff here, you could slap this on a support. Absolutely. So it's not even always going to go to him, but chances are it's going to go to him. So no DPS loss there if you give it to someone else. Now, second skill on an 8-turn cooldown, one enemy tick down, and this is now on every enemy. No restrictions. Any enemy tick down. Then all enemies minus 20% Buster resistance down for 5 turns. He gets a 20% battery, and then also 20% gauge per turn for 5 turns. Now, yes, there's a big downtime, and considering 2 of the effects are instant, and only 2 of them are per turn, yeah, you can kind of feel it sometimes, but hey, that skill does a lot. You gotta admit, that does a lot of stuff. My only complaint is that you kind of want to use this immediately on turn 1, but then again, the tick down doesn't really work on turn 1, so it's a bit awkward in that sense. That's the only kind of like thing I don't really like about it, but otherwise, yeah, very, very good effects there. Alright, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Again, 100% chance to bound as an enemy servant for 1 turn. So it's John, but, you know, 100% base instead of 120. But then he also gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns. Very nice main card type. Decent uptime as well on the Buster up. I like the skill set. It's not like the best thing ever, but, you know, is good. I like it. Now, passive again, just magic resistance, 20%. Debuff res, cool. Bonus. Another I guess he and John kind of have like their opposites, right? And that's why this exists. Fun enough. Although in his case, it's actually not that bad because, you know, he is a DPS and ruler can be brought against ruler. Now, the MP has also been buffed, so before damage, all enemies, poof, buffs gone. Great, love it. And then also all enemies minus 30% crit chance down for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 70%. So the fun part is, even after just 1 MP, most enemies already give up on critting. And then you can obviously sometimes even do back-to-back MPs, chances are. It's only a 1-hitter, so no stars basically or anything like that. But, you know, there it is. Cool effects. Again, he might not do like crazy damage or anything like that because, you know, he doesn't really have the crit focus, or the MP itself doesn't do the most damage because, you know, chances are he's going to be fighting neutral anyway. I still really like him. And I feel like events that have damage seeds can easily compensate for the, you know, lack of damage as well. And then you have all the nice things that he offers otherwise. So I think people definitely underrate him. I'm not sure how you feel about him, Otto, but I never really see people talk about him. I use him sometimes. I used him during Tesla Fest as well for some of the
Buff
EQs.
removal is always great. I love buff removal.
Mm.
Sure, it can't remove box buffs, but it can remove everything else, and those things are going to show up all of the time. So like, yeah, and he spams his NP good because he's got charge per turn. His damage is really his only problem.
Yeah.
I've found that with rulers, hard survival is rarely something you need, because if they're taking half damage everywhere, like 5-star HP plus that, it's like you're sitting there with 30,000 health basically. So you're gonna be fine. But yeah, it's just a damage issue. That's the only problem he has. He's very durable because he puts the crit rate down on them. He also has that. Wait, does the sun still have the restriction? I know it used to be like anti-demon.
It's anti-servant.
Anti-servant.
It's not that bad of a restriction, but yeah, it's the same as John.
Oh yeah. It's just a damage issue, and I feel like these days that's not too big of a problem. Like you can just like overbuff the shit out of them with like whatever type of buster support, because you can actually hard focus on damage with him, and you're gonna be fine because he doesn't die instantly.
Yeah, it would be really surprising if he did.
I'm fine with like A or A plus, honestly.
I might still go A plus, honestly. I'm not sure if Chad is gonna be mad about it though. I think he's very legit.
I feel like buff removal is just like one of the best, like one of the most versatile win conditions out there. So
he's probably one of the best servants to do it. Maybe even the best of all servants. Because I think all the ones that have it on the MP as AoE, I think his is probably the most spammable. There's not even that many.
Yeah, AoE before damage is...
Well, I guess in some cases there's better, but they're like defensive, or like Okitalter Summer spams better, of course, but hers is defensive only.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
He removes everything that can be removed.
Yeah, and then you use him against Semiramis, and you can't remove everything because she has buff removal resistance on.
So do you think that's why they did that to her MP? I think they might have, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know why else they would do it, honestly.
Also, obligatory buff Semiramis again comment. She needs it a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, also, fun fact. If I recall correctly, I think he has like the best extra attack in the game. Like without anything else included.
Oh, he's just 7 hitter, yeah.
But with his, like, he has an NP game buff, and that on top of that.
Yeah, his first append is really valuable then, actually.
Yeah,
I remember someone DM'd about it to me. He's like, yeah, they were like, hey, his extra is really good. You should mention that in the tier list or whatever. Yeah, it is really good on him.
And you're welcome, person who mentioned that. Also, shout out to Year, this guy who's like a massive fan of him.
Oh, the streamer, Year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Year.
Yeah, I know how it's Y-I-E-R, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 R's. Yeah.
2 R's, yeah.
There. Free clout.
He rated me some time ago, I think. Shout out.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, he's good. He's not always going to be like an amazing pick, but if there's ever like a CQ that has multiple enemies and there's like at least a good chunk of buff, if not a lot of buffs, yeah, he's not gonna disappoint you. Right, next up, more limited. Another one I really like and who I also used a lot during Tesla Fest, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, and he's also very cool because I remember this goes years back, by the way. I remember like maybe year 3 or something. Like he was released like a year ago or something, and I was like, "You're not gonna use him as a DPS. He's a support." And I was like, "Oh, what do you mean? He's a DPS. He has absorb and everything." I'm like, "Okay, that aged badly, right?" Because let's be real, no one uses him as a DPS. You can, but why would you? Why would you? I'm just gonna call him a support. He's like He's a utility support, basically, but he offers some other cool stuff as well, not just the utility.
I kind of miss Kaga. I think he retired.
Oh yeah,
from
he was the
FGO.
Sherlock guy, right?
Yeah, that Scotty, Merlin, Sherlock team that just like trivialized so much stuff. That shit was kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, that's kind of cool though, yeah. Anyway, I guess that why still he actually has a lot of attack for a 5-star ruler, 11.5k basically. So you could DPS, but I just don't think it's really worth it. Anyway, double us. Double arts, double quick deck. There you go. Holy shit, I can't talk. Yeah, his gains are actually pretty good. They're very nice. So his MP is not even that hard to spam, which is cool. Usually kind of need only 1 MP per CQ anyway, chances are. But, if you want more, it's not the hardest thing to do ever. Now, skills. First skill, after buff, 5-turn cooldown. MP seal 1 target for 1 turn, and then all enemies minus 20% arts rest for 3 turns, and a 20-star bomb. I really like this skill. It feels so good to use every time. You get that nice AoE spread of the arts, and then the MP seal on 1 target, and the stars just get you going. It's so nice. I like it. It's not even bad of a cooldown, honestly, for an MP seal skill. It's good. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. I'm not sure if we had this last year, actually. This could be new. Maybe not. But yeah, he gets a 50% battery. I was even using him a lot on Tesla Fest on NA, and we don't even have this buff. So yeah, cool. But yeah, makes it easier to spam that MP, of course. And then he gets 600% absorb for 1 turn and debuff immune for 3 turns. So he's really safe against debuffs. 3 out of 5 turns, he's just not going to get debuffed unless it's like scripted to go through everything. Yeah, it's a great skill. Like most 50% batteries on a 6-turn cooldown, so very good as well. Oh, we did have this last year. Okay, fair. Oh yeah, it makes sense to beat Troll, yeah. Anyway, third skill, 5-turn cooldown as well. He gets 50% arts up for 1 turn, so it's basically a mana burst. But then wait, 1 turn evasion on top, have a bonus. So yeah, all his cooldowns are 5-turn. He's actually really legit. Well, I mean, the third skill is a bit awkward to use sometimes, but, it's like really good with his arts cards. Yeah, I like his kit a lot, actually. He defends himself easily, he's also a ruler, and then he helps the team with the MP or just the first skill. Great stuff. Passive 12% permanent arts, also very good on him. Great. No magic rest though. He's anti-berserker on the append. Sure. I guess the damage is going to be good, but you lose that nice defensive advantage that you usually get from ruler. But it's fine. And then the MP. It's basic, but hey, 500% chance to do minus 30% defense down all enemies for 3 turns on MP1. Already a good chunk. Very nice. And then full party gets 3 turns of invul, pierce, and ignore defense. Great utility. And then the overcharge on base is full party wide 50% crit damage scale for 3 turns, scaling up to 100%. I really like the MP. It's beautiful and basic, right? Like, what more can you ask for? Like, if you ever need invul, pierce, or ignore defense, and your DPS doesn't have it, or your CE, Sherlock is just going to be a great support option, really. Again, he even does more than the MP with the crit damage, the defense down, the arts rest down. Like, obviously, you kind of want to pair him with an arts servant if possible. But even then, you can still bring him for other card types as well. I think Sherlock is... I really like him, actually. How do you feel about him?
He's pretty good. Like, he has a nice niche. I do dislike that his second skill. I don't like that for you to use his battery and thereby his NP.
Oh yeah, he has to get stars, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's 20 stars from his first skill. They might not go to the servant you actually want to have do damage.
Dude, imagine if the Absorb and the Debuff Immune were targeted and the batteries for himself. How good would this be? How good?
Damn.
With the first skill as well, with the Star Bomb. Oh my. It would be so freaking good.
Yeah. I guess like the alternative is putting the 50% battery on the third skill, and I think people would hate that a lot more because then it'd be hard to get him killed.
Yeah.
But like I kind of like him not so much just as like a drive-by support or like esports like a lot of people like him as, but more so just like someone you have on the field for a bit. Almost like the comparison that was being made a while back, like I was having this discussion with someone, was him versus Himiko, because they do have kind of similarity. Like they have similarities, although one has reasons to use them outside of the card type. Because they both have the team crit buffs on NP, and then they can make stars and get their NP easy. I feel like he has more use cases though than she does.
I use my Himiko more, but I can see why you would say that. I'm kind of biased anyway.
Yeah.
I love Himiko.
Yeah. Although the ironic thing is, even though he is he leans a bit more so towards art support than Himiko does, she synergizes better with Castoria.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
By far, though. He's good.
I'm between one of the A's, but I think maybe flat A is a bit better. Because again, if you don't need the Invul Pierce or the Ignore Defense, better yet both, then you probably have better options. But even then, he can still be used, absolutely.
Yeah. He's one of those servants that can at least temporarily make up for like a big problem that a big problem solver that servants don't have. I will say though, like as far as competition goes, I'd say there's really only one competitor for his role that we'll see next week. I'm not gonna say more.
I can't immediately think of someone because I'm bad with my brain like that. But okay.
It might not be who you expect, so we're just gonna sit on that.
I thought you were gonna name like Calamity Jane because of the Invul Pierce on her third skill, but you were thinking of something else.
I feel like she's a bit too gimmicky for it, though.
Yeah, he's definitely better for it, but yeah, fair. All right, there you go, Sherlock. Flat A for that. So the big royal we. Let's talk about the first emperor next. Shi Huangdi, Qin Shi Huang. I always just say first emperor because I can't pronounce Chinese, so it's way easier, and everyone knows who I'm talking about anyway. There he is. Them, he, she, something. Royal we.
Unfortunately, our resident Chinese speaker is not here right now.
Yeah, true. We'll have to ask his input later on that too. Very important.
I think he's Kin.
He's got probably the lowest attack of all rulers, if I had to guess. We'll see. But yeah, a 9.9k attack. Also, what is he? He's a DPS. He's a stall DPS. He's a solo DPS. He's a buffer DPS. He's a thing, okay? But yeah, the attack is really low. He has a lot of big buffs though, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, 9.9k on base is not very flattering considering he's going to be hitting neutral for the most part anyway. Now, deck-wise, double buster, double arts is fine. It's a good mix of, getting his MP up more and also doing some buster crits as well. Because, his crit damage is literally crits. If you don't crit, he does sponge damage. But yeah, when you crit, he can actually do some big numbers. Gains are decent as well on the gains cards. Not too shabby. Skill set, what do we got? First skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies, -1 tick. And then minus 20% defense down on them for 3 turns. Great. It's basic, but I really like it. You don't see AoE tick down a lot, especially guaranteed. So, yeah, it's actually pretty good. Although it's a bit weird that it's AoE because he's kind of single target oriented. But hey, I'm not going to complain. If they're going to make good effects AoE, might as well. Now, speaking of AoE, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 70% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. So again, sadly not guaranteed on base. or even 100% chance. And all those calculations will be individual as well. So, 2 enemies out of 3 could get easily stunned. But then he also gets 30% attack for 3 turns. So that at least is guaranteed. It's alright. It's alright. The potential is really good. If you land like a full stun on enemies, then you're just loving life, kinda. But, you're not always going to do that. In fact, most of the time you're probably not going to do that. So, especially if they're servants that have some kind of debuff resistance. But, the potential is good. Alright, third skill, 6 turn cooldown, 50% battery for himself, full debuff cleanse for himself, and a 3k heal for himself. Okay. I mean, it's defensive. There's no offense, but again, you don't really need offense because his MP is all the offense you're gonna want anyway with your support. So it's kind of okay that it is more like defensive oriented on the skills. Overall, the skill set is fine. Thank God the MP is as loaded as it is, because otherwise I'd be kind of wanting more. But this skill set is totally fine. There's nothing really wrong with it. I kind of like all the FX minus the RNG on the stun, of course. Now, 18% debuff resistance on the passive, cool bonus, but that's it for them. Anti-assassin on the append. I mean, mostly for the big fans, I feel like. I wouldn't really... If there's like a single assassin boss, I'm like, oh, let me whip out my first emperor. I'm like, no, I would never think of him, but yeah. If you're a big fan, then go for it.
Yeah,
now, the MP...
Go for second emperor.
Okay, sure. Alright, so MP, he gets an invul for 1 turn, he gets a taunt for 1 turn, great combo, needless to say. He gets, on MP1, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 100% with MP5. Then he gets 300% absorb for 3 turns. So again, cool combo with that. And then overcharge, base, 50% attack for himself for 3 turns, scaling up to 100% as well. So yeah, big buffs. And the combination of the taunt and the invul is obviously really good. But it's also, like, if the enemy happens to have an AoE MP, then it gets a bit more awkward, of course. But against anything that's single target, I mean, it's good. It's really good. Granted, they don't have invul pierce. But yeah, it's a good buff MP. It's one of the, I think, after Super Orion and Van Gogh, is like the best buff MP there is for DPSs. For sure. Maybe, in some cases, it's actually even better than Super Orion, now that I think about it. Because the taunt can actually nullify a lot of stuff. It's just a bit less like damage, like utility stuffs. So this is there's always a hot topic when it comes to tier lists, because there's always going to be some people in there like, oh, he needs to be EX because he can solo like so many bosses and whatnot. But like, the thing is, in my opinion, like, yeah, his solo can be very good, of course, but at the same time, I don't really like him as a DPS too much, because again, I said it during the intro, if he doesn't crit, he doesn't do any damage. You can have that big like attack buff on the MP. You can have that defense down. You can have supports helping you. But if you're hitting neutral with that and you're not critting and taking use of that crit damage buff as well, he's just not really going to do any damage. Because remember, he doesn't have a damaging MP. He's just, you need him to crit. And he himself, also, you might notice, there's no star generation at all in the kit, which is the biggest downside of him, minus this low attack. So on a solo, a lot of people like to run like a 20-30 on him as well. Even though the CE is HP only, there's no damaging stats, just because of how much he needs stars. Like, stars is really what all he needs, really. Oh my.
So I like him. I like his gameplay, because so I think one of the biggest things that affected him in recent years, and someone in chat already mentioned it, I think that Jufu is like his best support right now, because the
stars, yeah.
Yeah, so she's something a long time ago I made up a term called a freestanding support, which is basically a servant that doesn't really need their cards for much of anything. So you're able to focus cards on someone else, and they're generally good for crit servants. So like, she uses her NP, and then she can just sit around and not do anything for 5 turns, and she's doing something, because he's going to be getting all the stars he wants. That's the NP gain support that he needs.
I have to skip this song. I can't even focus on what you're saying. Oh my god. Apologies. It was like a SpongeBob Linkin Park cover. I couldn't.
Oh, dude, AI covers. They were cool at first, but then they got tired. They got tiresome for sure. Anyways,
yeah.
I think she helped a lot in that regard. I think something that people kind of mess up with when they're building a team around him is they try to build him like some sort of arts servant. I don't think he's an arts servant. He's a self buffer. Self buffers generally aren't one specific card type because they use as many of their cards as possible. So even someone like Van Gogh, for example, like she has 3 quick cards, but she's going to be trying to use her Buster and Arts card too. So like you give him crit supports. You give them servants that can make up for that, because one of the big appeals of an art support is they have the durability that they can offer. Like you're kind of going to be overflowing on that with him, though. You're better off giving him stuff to crit, giving him stuff to help him spam his NP more. But then that also ends up being an art support anyways. So yeah.
On that note, also, Mighty Chance helped him out a bit because he gets that free crit chance because he really wants to crit for both the gains and the crit damage. Like he wants to MP as often as possible, of course, and he wants to crit for the damage. So Mighty Chance definitely helped him out a bit.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, well, NP Quick Buster probably isn't that great, but there's off turns. Yeah, of course. You're right. Yeah, I just think I think he's neat. I don't think he's game breaking. I think a lot of people write him off as a bit of a soloist, just because that's all the videos you'll see of him on YouTube.
Pretty much,
which is kind of funny because logically the same thing should happen with Super Orion, because 99% of the videos on YouTube with Super Orion are Super Orion solos, or at least the ones.
Well, he's not as good on solo though, because he doesn't have the great defensive MP and the class advantage. But yeah, he can go maybe a bit faster though for damage.
Yeah. It's just you see bigger numbers with him, and honestly, I think part of the reason why people think the reason why people see Super Orion's damage is so high is just because he has a one-hit buster. Because like you can see some pretty high numbers too with Jinji Huang. I don't say Chen for no reason, but since he has high hit counts on everything, they look like smaller numbers.
The illusion of no damage.
But yeah, like the difference between them is one is more like offensive skills, the other is more team skills and stuff.
Yeah,
I like his skill set.
Yeah,
cool.
It's not bad. I like that he's like mostly like, you know, defensive, and the MP is like the offense and the taunt.
Yeah.
I think he one of the A tiers for sure. Still, like he's good, but he's not like, I don't think he's EX.
Yeah, it's something kind of interesting I've seen with like a lot of servants like him, that people give him a bit of flack for not having his own way of making stars, but if he had his own way of making stars, he would be ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to give everyone their own ways of doing everything they can do. Like, that's why we have supports. So, like, it makes sense to have a servant that can do everything except one thing. And then,
although I feel like in his case, yeah, I agree, I still agree with you, but I hate the feel of the inconsistency.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's a fair comment though. Like he would be nuts, and you know, servants don't have to be like, they shouldn't be perfect. But yeah, it's just in his case, I don't like the way the inconsistency feels.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so which A are we going?
Yeah, something like A or A plus. Yeah, whichever one.
I feel like there's gonna be angry YouTube comments if I put him into flat A. Damn. Maybe I can put him into A plus.
I won't fight it.
A lot of people are saying flat A. Okay, you know what? Commenters on YouTube, look at the chat right now. You can blame them. Okay, shift the blame from me, please. All right, I'm going flat A. Forget. All right.
Just do the same thing we did with Vlad.
Not an actual poll this time, but yeah.
Yeah, viewer, okay. It's up to you for. It's your fault for not being here to vote otherwise.
Yeah. True. Anyway, next on the ruler chopping block we have a servant that is not that hyped about gameplay-wise, but, we have some waifu factor at least. So we're going to talk about Bunny Toria, aka Saber Arturia ruler, Lion King ruler, the big booba Arturia with the bunny outfit, quite literally. So she's in maybe not the best case of a gameplay example, but yeah, what is she? AoE Buster DPS. I mean, you can farm with her, but honestly, I think she looks better as a DPS. But, I'm sure some people will disagree depending on how their copy looks like. But yeah, let's see here. So actually, her attack is even lower. You were right. Oh no, 9.5k. What? It was that low? Oh, every year I get a reminder of this. So yeah, that's probably one of the biggest problems that she has. Yeah, it has to be. That is not good. On a servant that mostly does neutral damage anyway. Ouch. Anyway, as deck, we got double Buster, double Arts. I don't honestly like the deck too much either on her, considering she has an AoE Buster MP as well. Maybe double Buster, double Arts would have been cool. Or maybe full Buster. Go full Monkey. Why not? Yeah, she has lower attack than John and First Emperor. And John is a full support, and First Emperor has like a loaded kit for DPSing, so that's why his attack sucks. I don't know what the justification for Bunny Toria is, but it's just unfortunate. And that she has the lowest of the three as well kind of makes no sense. Anyway, her gains cards are actually pretty okay. The quick is like whatever, but the arts is decent. Alright, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 40% battery, so there's one awkward thing right there as well. 1 turn of evasion. Then she gets this delayed buff for 1 time, so after 1 turn she gets 30% attack for 1 turn. So it's basically like Ishtar's third skill, but it's not just the delay, she also gets the instant battery and the evasion. Obviously the cooldown is also higher and the attack is lower, but yeah. I don't really like delayed buffs. I just don't like them. For both DPS and farming, I don't understand why there's delayed buffs for DPSs. It's weird and wonky and it's hard to plan around them and whatnot, so just don't like that. But the instant battery, evasion, although it's a bit awkward to use sometimes because, she's not arts, so chances are you will need that evasion to actually tank something if you're doing a boss. Unless you're mid-turning, then maybe not. But, on a normal clear, you might need that evasion to tank an MP as well. Now, second skill has been buffed. So on a 5-turn cooldown, you choose one ally. Their cards are eliminated for 1 time, 1 turn. Which happens immediately, because then you will shuffle your deck and get 5 new cards. Again, you cannot get cards from the one ally you selected for this one shuffle. And after that, the full party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 30% MP generation for 1 turn. It will be inconsistent is the problem. I like that they made it less RNG though, because I'm pretty sure before the buff it was just a full shuffle. Yeah, you didn't have any control over the cards at all. You have a little bit of control still, but it's still it's like a pool of 10 cards that you pull 5 from. 5 of hers and 5 of another ally. So you can still get absolutely butt fucked, on a lack of, a better term. Family-friendly stream, of course.
I'm sure there's a better term for that, sir.
Okay, maybe a bit vulgar, but yeah, okay. I blame the migraine again. Okay, you can get shafted, okay? You can get scammed, because it's like a casino. It's cards, right? So yeah, you can get scammed. The house always wins, right? Also, yeah, the MP generation is only 1 turn. That is unfortunate, especially if you only get... I mean, it is party MP gain, so, whoever gets the cards will still benefit from it, but yeah. I just wish it wasn't as inconsistent, Because if you probably want her cards, right? If you're going to bring her, you want her cards. So if you don't get enough of her cards, you're going to be sad. Oh well. So inconsistent. Now, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 40% attack for 3 turns. Really good. And then she gets 600% absorb for 1 turn. Big downtime though, but it's okay. It goes okay with the crit buff on the second skill as well. I guess this is one of the ways to try and counteract the fact that her attack is so low. They're like, hey, we'll just give her 10% more attack than usually with these 3-turn, 6-turn cooldown thingies. It's not making up for it though. It's not enough. It needs to be like 50% or more. But you know, it's a start. Overall, I don't really like the skill set. I have problems with every skill. Skill number 1, evasion, awkward, delayed buffs, me no like. Second skill problem, shuffle, inconsistent. 1 turn of MP generation, could be more. Third skill, big downtime on the absorb. So there's problems I have on every skill. Still an okay skill set overall. Now, a 20% debuff is cool, and 8% arts up. You know, would be cool if she had more than 1 arts card, but you know, it's a bonus, I guess. At least her 1 arts card is pretty good. Anti-saber on the append, I would not really. I would just bring her like against multiple different enemy classes for bosses. The MP is pretty good though, FX wise. She has ignore defense, great. She gets a 20% refund on every MP for free, great. And then before damage, 20% rainbow on overcharge for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. Like, at least effects wise, the MP is good. But the problem is, you guessed it, the damage is not great. Unfortunately. So yeah, do we have the comps here for the farming? We do, okay. It's not the prettiest farming ever. You can do it. The refund helps with the awkward battery as well. And especially, I think this also assumes you have the append at least unlocked. You know, because of 40%, of course. But it's still it's not super pretty damage-wise still. Like turn 1 and 2 damage are absolute dog though. There's a problem. But honestly, I would place her as a DPS anyway, so I'm not going to focus on the farming too much anyway. But as a DPS, I still feel like she needs more damage, right? And again, those inconsistencies don't help. What do you think about her?
I think she's a bit overhated.
Yeah, maybe.
Like the low attack set, it doesn't help, but I feel like she has enough modifiers for her cards for her to be a decent crit DPS. I don't entirely hate the really high HP for the low attack, because like she does have the positive modifier. It's not positive. It's not.
Well, I guess for her class, is not the worst thing ever.
Or plus 10%. Yeah, I don't feel like it's too bad. It's just if you focus on the NP damage and you just try to relegate her only as a farmer, you're going to be disappointed. That's just the case. It's I feel like she's kind of carried by the class, you know, just because it's really hard to kill her. She just lives for a really long time because she basically has more than 30k HP. It's really just like the attack stats kind of low, and because of it, and because of her recharge thing, she looks like she's supposed to be a farmer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't call her a farmer.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, like between 20% rainbow card, then 50% crit, then 60%, well, up to 60% attack. Like she has
70,
a lot of modifiers
but
for
yeah.
70, right, because it's 40.
40 and 30, yeah.
40. Yes, it's weird. But I think
Yeah.
she's got decent potential.
I just don't like the inconsistency to shuffle and the delayed attack buff. Those are my main 2 gripes for her as a DPS.
Yeah, but it's very likely you're going to get at least 2 of her cards, and that's enough for a break chain if you have her NP. And
Yeah,
her
but
NP
sometimes
is
you don't, and then you're
decent.
gonna cry in the corner.
Eh,
It can
yeah,
actually fail a run, I feel like. I'm not even joking. The shuffle could actually fail a run.
yeah, and then on the other side of things, there are situations where you can use her as sort of a multi-core. Wait, her crit is team-wide, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
50%.
So you can use her like as not multi-core, but like sub DPS or main
Also,
DPS. And
sorry to cut you off. I think Plushy will be joining us. Apparently, he needs a break from his thesis, so he can probably join us. No. I like that. He asked on Discord 7 minutes ago if he could hop on. I just now noticed it, but yeah, he could just join in. He doesn't even need to ask, but okay. I told him it's okay. Anyway, I guess we should place Bunny first, and then we can ask him about the stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long ass break from his thesis.
Well, he doesn't have to stick until the end if he doesn't want to. He can go back. Obviously,
Right.
priorities and everything. Oh, there he is. Look, the avatar popped
Oh,
up. We're just talking
all
about
right.
you. Again, I was just saying, like, you don't have to wait for me to give you. You could literally just join the call. Like, it's fine,
Oh, I
dude. But
see. I
yeah,
see.
it's very polite of you, though, to wait for an answer. Anyway, we
I
were
mean,
about to
yeah.
place Bunny Toria now. After that, we'll do like a thing where we pause for a bit. I'll show you the full list, and then you can comment on whenever. And then I might even ask you about some servants and placements. Does it sound good?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, Otto. Well, I guess Plushie as well. What do you think? Where should we place Bunny? Because we're kind of thinking
Bunny
she's a bit
Toria.
overhated. Her farming is kind of like whatever. DPSing is not bad, but there's certainly like inconsistency issues and maybe, some like low damage still here and there. But she's
I
not
mean,
like terrible.
I mean, I don't know. I guess a good comparison's with Summer BB, where in my opinion she's a better support, quote unquote, than Summer BB, but she's a worse DPS than Summer BB. So like, I don't know.
I guess the two are pretty comparable because they both have
Yeah.
shit and P damage, and they have a card gimmick.
Cause like,
Although Summer BB does hers better, I'd say.
cause like, okay, here's the thing, right? The only situation where you need to use Rule Artoria or Summer BB is if you want to have like, and a quote unquote impossible hand, right? So like for example, you want triple buster on one, you want triple buster on two again, right? And you also cannot afford to have anyone die on your team because otherwise you can just RNG it and have someone die and reshuffle your deck. So you have like four options that I can think of on top of my head for that job. You have Summer Kuro, you have Crane, which are basically like people that plug themselves out. Or you can have Summer BB, which locks the card and actually gives you two turns of your ideal hand.
Hmm.
And also, Rule Artoria, which is like a middle ground where she gives you two turns of ideal hand, but she has better RNG than Crane and Kuro because she can exclude one person's
Yeah.
cards. And she actually has a team-wide crit buff, so it's better damage support than Summer BB, right? So like it's mainly a gimmick. I mean, as a support, she's definitely a gimmick. And like it depends on what you need, because like the thing with Summer BB is like I don't know why I'm bringing her up so much. I apologize, but like
Yeah, it's
wait,
fine.
is she on today's?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
she's on today.
it's because we're doing like within the rarity we have like a third
Yeah,
like thingy, so it's Ruler, Avenger, Moon, Cancer,
yeah.
Beast. So she's later. We have to cover Ruler and Avenger first.
I
Yes,
guess
the
I can
one
cover that in
classic
more
doesn't do
detail.
bonus damage to the others.
I guess I can make that comparison later then when we get into her.
Sure,
But
but
basically,
anyway,
like,
where
yeah.
should we play? I think last year we had a flat B. Is that fine still? It's not that bad of a rank, honestly.
I mean, her damage is not. She's fine though. Like, I don't know. I because like how do I put this? She has like decent crit damage
Yeah, I feel like that's what she
and
needs. Crits.
like like she has the kit for it, and she like excluding cards is actually a really powerful gimmick. Reshuffling deck and excluding cards and a crit buff tied to the same skill. Like I think that was a very huge buff because like it used to be like, oh, what if I want a crit buff but my hand is perfect and I have
Nah.
to like
It's still
watch for it. But like
it's still gonna be inconsistent sometimes because you're competing with another servant anyway. But yeah.
So to be
Also, I
fair
don't like the
with
delayed buff on the first skill.
so so her basically all of her okay, so her second and
let me
third
scroll up a bit.
skill
I can't see the
buffs.
full list. Sorry.
Oh, I'll
Her
show it in a
second
second once we place her, I think.
the crit boosting buffs, they're both 3 turns, and a lot of the time if you're playing a crit comp, you're gonna be dealing with that RNG anyways, so I
Yeah,
don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like a
Nah.
huge negative.
and it's team
Shall we
wide.
say?
So like technically everyone can crit. Like a big thing with crit comps is like honestly the most comfortable kind of crit comps is having multiple of your teammates crit instead of just having one character crit because you only have 5 cards, right? So like you have a limited amount of damage to do crits, but like if you have two people that can crit, oh now it's you have 10 cards. and it's kind of hard to have all three people crit on a crit team, and she sort of, kind of in a weird way, eliminates one person. It would have
Hmm.
been really cool if she can eliminate that one person for 3 turns, but obviously they didn't do
No.
that. So, um, eh,
Maybe B plus then?
who's in B plus?
Uh,
Hold on.
Ranmaru and B, OG, BB. Those are those 5 stars even. We're still early on with 5 stars.
I mean, she can definitely fit in B plus at least. I feel because OGBB is not a good damage dealer. Like let's be real here. Right?
No, she's a
Like,
safe DPS that could do more damage.
They're not the same rarity though.
Yeah, we're not comparing them yet.
I understand that. I'm just saying like, okay, first thing first, glad that Summer BB's not in like EX or something, because I remember that this is a super old sentiment anyways, but like all the way back people were like, oh, the old
Well, she hasn't been placed yet,
Like-
but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't place her in
not
EX
Summer
anyway.
BB. I'm sorry.
Oh,
not
you mean
Summer
OG? Okay,
OG.
wow,
Sorry,
that's
I'm
crazy.
Yeah, I mean OG. I think it's fine. I think B plus is fine. I don't
Okay.
think she's. I don't know. This is a hard
Anyway,
one.
For now, let me show you the full list here, and we'll do like a short little interlude. I'll probably timestamp this on the video too. So now we got Plushie on the line here. I said this during the intro that whenever he can, if and when he can, we'll pause after the servant we're covering at the time, and then I'll let him comment on whoever we have placed so far. He doesn't have to comment on every single thing, of course, but whatever he wants to. And then if I still have any questions on any particular servant or a thing on a servant, I'll ask about that too. But yeah, we'll take a short little thing here. So hey, if you want to say anything about these current placements, go ahead.
I mean, I got two things, but I mean, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not in the clearest state of mind anyway, but like, personally, I don't think Summer Kuro is better than Da Vinci Ruler, as support.
Whoa. Okay.
Like, yeah, she switches herself out, so.
I mean,
Y'all don't
honestly,
like rank either.
she was the hard. I said she is going to be the hardest servant for me to place in this entire list, and that's including 5 stars as well. I don't really know how I want to place her. A plus was just like definitely not like a solid placement in my head.
Yeah, because I mean, I understand she definitely gets points from everyone being MP1, because being a support in this kind of context is stronger than being a DPS. However, I think I'm not sure if you should move Da Vinci Ruler up or Summer Curl down, but I think Da Vinci Ruler definitely provides a very decent amount of buffs while also still having the capacity to do decent amount of DPS. Like if you want to, beat up a Moon Cancer, Da Vinci Ruler can definitely do, respectable damage because of the free MP5. And like yeah, she has great general support. I think they should at least be in the same tier. I'm not sure if it's like, once again, I don't know if like it's one goes down or the other goes up, but I think they should be in the same tier. And second of all,
Okay.
I never. To be fair, I didn't use him that much, but I never really got the appeal for Amakusa
Okay.
that much. Like I think compared to like servants like Jean, Kinji Huang, and uh, uh, Holmes, he's actually a little bit less desirable to me than those 3 units, because like Jean, yes, she is a quote unquote budget Castoria at this point, but like she is very strong. Post buff, she is very strong. She definitely feels like a Castoria that is more fair, but also like pairs better with a second Castoria. Like in some comps, you can probably use her as like the secondary unit. Castoria, John, Arts DPS. Like she's sort of, because like basically Arts teams these days is just Castoria, Arts DPS, and who's the third guy, right? Like, and you're like picking the third guy depending on the situation. I think Jean can definitely fit in that kind of role post buff.
Okay.
And Holmes obviously provides the unique ignore defense. Nobody else does that. The upgrade allows him to get his MP really easily. He also provides like crit buffs, on top of just giving you the invo pierce and defense ignore utility. I like him for that. Like, yeah, him as a crit DPS, I would say is really lackluster. But he still has the exclusivity, I guess. Like if today they come up with another unit that is a better support that also does the same thing, then yeah, his value drops a lot. And Kinji Huang's a weird one. Qin Huang, I think. I don't know about Qin Huang's placement, to be honest. I think he would have been infinite. Like, this is a weird thing that I kept bringing up, but like, I think if his MP was Buster, he'd be infinitely better as a servant. Because
Probably, yeah.
for solos, his MP being Buster will allow you to trigger Mighty Chains and get his MP back easier.
Gains mighty, yeah.
And as a DPS, because he can be a crit DPS, his MP being Buster allows him to do Buster Brave, right? So like he has two Busters. So I think if his MP was Buster, it would actually be better for both of his current roles. But I mean that's just a weird take from me. I'm not that.
I don't think it's that weird.
Kinji Hong, but yeah,
so maybe what I would do here, at least based on that stuff, is maybe move up Da Vinci and maybe move down Amakusa, because I still have mixed feelings about Kuro myself. Like, I probably won't be using her because I don't like the 5 team member thingy for farming, at least, and whatever, but I do think she offers something that no one else really does in the way she does it. Like, she's a different kind of Crane in a you know, for the better or worse, you know. But
yeah, because
that's why I would maybe do it that way.
Use her MP. I know what you mean, because she doesn't have to use her MP. The biggest problem with Crane is like that the MP charges on the MP. So that was my gripe with Crane, for the longest time.
Oh yeah, most important question. This was mostly a joke, but how do you pronounce first emperor's name in Chinese?
Qin Shi Huang.
There you go.
That is in Chinese. There you go. But yeah.
All right, I might do this shuffle already even before the end, like these two. Yeah, I think I might do it. Okay.
What's Chan talking about?
Anyway, I was gonna ask you as well. What do you think about Luvia? Before I even say anything myself, what do you think about Luvia in 2024? Astrea.
Top tier. Insane character.
There you go. I knew it. Okay.
So here's the thing with Luvia, right? Like, oh, we haven't gotten to him yet. So she technically has a enabler, and I don't believe it's a meme. Like, as opposed to like Siegfried, George. I think it's legit. And on top of that, Luvia is just like, evil is so common. Luvia has upgraded MP, Invul Pierce. Just some of the highest damage in the entire game achievable is by this character. Like, she makes another character we'll talk about later feel lackluster, that people like they do different things, but like people generally will be like, I know that's not a fair comparison. I'll bring up why I also don't think that's that fair of a comparison, but like Luvia is just such a good character. Like, anything that is evil trait, you can use him as a counterclass. You can use her as a counterclass, essentially.
Yeah, her own class is good as well for, like, you know, like, even if the enemies are evil rider, ruler is still good and she gets that bonus damage, so yeah.
Yeah. So like, for example, a great example there. If you're fighting against an evil rider, Luvia might be a better option than like a single target assassin, for example.
Right? Oh yeah, especially in that case, because assassins are, you know, some of the lowest damage classes.
Yeah, and ruler has 1.1. So like, Luvia is really dumb. The upgrade MP makes her like just one of the top DPSs in the game in terms of damage, period. And I think I no longer think there can really be a thing that moves her as well, because you look at the other top tier unit on the list, which is Eris.
Summer Eris,
right? Eris is obviously really good, but her anti-curse doesn't scale with overcharge, and like, it's actually more relevant. Like, I brought this up before. Obviously, this is like, depends on how you like to play the game, but like, I do think Arch Servants has a slightly easier time triggering their overcharge, because Castora's MP is easier to get. So if you want that extra damage boost with Luvia, it's very easy to just flip that damage even higher by using Castora's MP before her MP. Well, you can't really do that with Eris. I mean, you still increase damage, but her overcharge is Arza. But like in terms of like maximum damage stuff, like if you're stacking a bunch of stuff, and you're looking at damage differences, Luvia's ceiling is definitely higher. Also, she has upgraded MP, so that's also unfair there. I think Luvia is one of the best 4 stars in the game. like period. Like
There
one
you
of the
go.
best DPS in the game.
Okay, so I wasn't completely biased when I say I think she's still
No.
like one of the best 4 stars in the game in 2024.
Not biased at all. This
Okay.
character only gets more ridiculous as more stuff comes out, in my opinion. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Anything else, or
Did you mention Summer Chloe? I wasn't paying attention.
yeah, he talked about him briefly.
You mean neutral? Also, do you mean servant? Because like Eris also has anti-servant. I guess the servant is small though. It's 20%. I'm not sure.
I think it's 35, but yeah.
Well, it depends on your setup. Because like once again, special effect damage on MP, like anti traits that are not power mods, they scale exponentially when you have a huge amount of other buffs up. So like the more buffs you have on Luvia, the bigger the more advantage you'll get in terms of the damage scaling like difference will be. But
personally, I think Eris has more use cases because anti-servant is still more, universal than anti-evil. But I think Luvia has, better scaling. She has invul pierce and she has better defense. Those are still a thing. I mean, they're both top tier, so.
In terms of the most like absolute optimized high-end damage stuff, Luvia will almost always win. In terms of damage, like obviously this is like hyper damage stacking. It's not necessarily what most people do, but like in that kind of context, Luvia will almost always win because of how SE works. Like boosting overcharge. If you can boost her overcharge even further, then the difference just becomes even larger. I'm not saying Ares is bad. I'm just saying like I'm just trying to emphasize how ridiculous Luvia is. Right, Len. And the other guy, if you happen to have him, it's also technically universal. Yeah.
All right, there you go. So do we move on for now and maybe do talk more again at the end with the big shuffle? Or do you want to comment on anything else on the list so far placed?
No, not really. I mean, yeah, that's about as much I can see right now. That's all.
Okay, sure. All right, we're still pretty early on with the 5 stars and even on the rulers, so let's keep the train rolling for now.
Kind of funny we're going to this one because I know I know Plushy and I are a bit.
I'm gonna be like a solo man here. I mean, I'm kind of biased too, but I still think like there's a lot of legit stuff here. But yeah, we're gonna talk about Himiko next.
Would be on your side, I'd say. This opinion.
Okay, well we'll see. Anyway, Himiko, she is, both a, Buster crit supports and also a DPS herself, and she also can be used in the Immortal team. So she's kind of flexible and versatile in many ways. Her attack at 10.6k is not the most flattering thing ever, I'll be the first to admit. It's about average among 5-star rulers. I do like the satisfying 15k HP though. Obviously it doesn't mean anything, but it just looks satisfying. Although I have a Grailed one, so it already messes it up. So, But yeah, her deck is double Buster, double Arts, which I think is very good. Now, some people might say she should be like triple Buster or something, but I think this deck is totally fine. I never really have issues with it. And her gains, they're not the best, of course, but she also has a big battery, which helps a lot. Now, first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then every party member gets 8 stars per turn for 3 turns. So quick math, if you have 3 frontliners, you get 24 stars per turn for 3 turns. Pretty bonkers. That's a lot of consistent crits right there, without even factoring in gains from cards. Great skill. Basic, but great. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns, also 50% anti-demonic power mod for 3 turns, and then a 1-turn interval. A bit awkward sometimes, because, I use her quite a bit, and I love to use her in CQs, but I find myself a lot of times bringing her as a support, in which case I will always save this for the invul, basically. But if you're using her as a DPS, then it's even more awkward, because, Buster always doesn't have the best options for defense, and this is her hard defense. But at the same time, it also has her main card type up. Although the MP also, the Buster up is not that significant because the MP, but the anti-demonic, if it applies to the boss, then it's a bit awkward for sure. So it depends on how you're using her, what the fight is. You know, sometimes it's not awkward at all. Sometimes it is pretty awkward. So depends. Not a bad skill though. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 50% battery. There it is. Then she also gets 500% Buster Absorb for 1 turn and 100% Buster Crit damage for 1 turn. So it's like her burst, but also when you're supporting with her, you can, you know, get the MP much easier. And a small little thing to note here, I like that her main way of generating stars is the first skill, which is per turn. So a lot of the cases where I use her as a support in CQs, I always pop the battery turn 1, because not only is it maximizing cooldowns, because she could sometimes live for a second MP as well, because she's tanky, but then that also means she won't be really yoinking any stars, because usually I don't really have star bombs in my lineup anyway, so you know the stars would only happen after the first turn where I already used the battery and the absorb, and then the stars start coming in, and you know she has an easier time getting her MP, so it works out pretty well like that. Now passives, 20% debuff rest, very cool. 10% art stop, also very cool. And then hey, she's immune to poison and curse, also very nice as a bonus. So passives basic but good. Anti-foreigner on the append is fine, because again she's pretty universal for both DPSing and supporting, so why not? It's not the most common case of course, but you know, can't really go too wrong with her appends unless it's gonna be like Avenger. Now the MP then, very basic, but hey, it's good. So base overcharge, full party, gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 100%. MP1, everyone gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns, scaling up to 50% on MP5. And then overcharge the full party by 2 steps for 1 time 3 turns. There you go. So again, that's the reason why she can be used in Immortal teams as well, of course, because gives a lot more special invul via Castoria for sure. 2 more hits, in fact. I think Himiko is legit. I think she's good as a DPS. She's not like bonkers good, but she's good. She's even better as a support. That's where I use her mostly, as a crit support. And then I don't really ever do Immortal teams, but yeah, you could use her there too. So there you go. I think she's personally, like, I would say A+ for sure. But let's see what you guys say.
I mean, it's probably just because of how I play the game. I'm more so like min-maxing stuff, and I think Himiko, unless at high MP levels, is like not really min-maxing anything. She's like just, I mean, your description is apt, I would say. Like she's like a mixed bag of everything. You know, she can do some damage, she can support, she can buff your team's crit and whatnot. Usually I find it hard to find teammates for her. Like, yes, she works with everyone, especially good with Buster people, but I think her own crit DPS is like not to Van Gogh's level, for example. Like, I guess Van Gogh is a bit of a high ask.
Okay, this is also pretty biased because, you know, all 3 of them are Grail for me, but one of my favorite teams for CQs is Himiko, Rhinus, and Hijikata. I have all of them Grailed, and it's so freaking good and fun. Like, it's so fun.
Oh, true. Yeah, overcharge boosting Hijikata.
It's not just for the overcharge. I do it mostly for the other buff, like the defense I get from Rhinus, and then all the attack buffs and the stars and whatnot. But yeah, the overcharge is a cool boost as well.
Yeah, I mean, she is a consistent overcharge giver. It really comes down to how you play the game, I'd say, because like I think her value definitely increases as the fight drags on. I'm not even talking about Immortality. I'm just talking about like in general. Like the
her uptime is pretty good as a support, better than most.
Like, yeah. So I mean, I personally like, she's kind of a mixed. I don't know if there's an equivalent term in English, but like in Chinese, there's basically a saying of like, it's something that is like, it's not bad, but it's like also it's not extraordinary either. So it just feels very redundant sometimes. And
would you maybe say like slow and steady wins the race, something like that?
No, the saying is like about, I think one of the chicken bones, like chicken. chicken ribs. Is I forgot, but like it's basically saying it's it's tasteless. So when you eat it, you don't really taste anything, but it's a waste to throw away, right? So like it's basically saying
I
something that
see.
is, you know, like obviously the thing is not bad, but also the thing is like not extraordinary. So she's sort of in an awkward spot. I think it's similar to like Constantine, you know, like people
Ooh.
just but my bigger question is like why people hate Constantine so much, but like her so much. I think they're
Let's not open
closer than
that can of worms again.
I think they're closer than people think, but I mean I don't think she's horrible. I just personally find it hard to find the use for her until I get her to higher MP levels, and as opposed to someone like Van Gogh, who like as a general crit support, I do believe Van Gogh's better because her MP is
Oh
more
yeah, for
spammable.
sure. I mean, I'll be the
She has
first to admit I only use Himiko because she's one of my favorites, but I still think she is very good at though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Himiko's bad. I personally probably put her in A because, like, I think you know, like seeing who's in A.
Hold on. I haven't gotten to say anything yet.
Oh no, I'm just saying.
I'll just let him
Like,
do
I'm
his
just saying.
suggestion for the placement, and
Yeah,
then you
I'm
can
just
go
saying
before
because
we
like
do the placement. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, because like I said that because looking at people in A, I guess it's kind of fair. Like I don't know. Like I personally don't like her playstyle, so I would put her in B plus, but.
Oh.
I guess A is justified.
Okay, I want to
I
hear
don't
what
know.
Otto has to say, so I want to know if
Yeah,
he's a friend or not.
yeah.
So, so I like her support. I like the way she plays. I think her first skill, even though one might look at it and it's like, okay, well, we got all sorts of servants with star bombs, but having someone that can do stars per turn as a buster support, we don't have
And
a
to
lot of
this
those. I guess,
capacity, 24 on a good
yeah,
uptime.
yeah, yeah, and then she gets her NP very easily, and the NP is another like 30% buster and then 50% crit. So she has a lot that increases your crit damage. And then also, like, even though there's not everyone has a good enough overcharge to take advantage of that, like,
Hmm.
everyone has an overcharge, and generally they do something with the overcharge. And 2 levels of it, like, even if it's only 10% more buster resist down, for example, just using summer, not
If
summer,
you bring her with like
using
Hans, that's
paper.
great value for overcharge as well, and they both get like free MPs, kinda.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Um, but like, so recently I used her with Ash, and Ashwataman, the
Oh,
archer guy.
Tonelico, yeah.
Yeah, I used them against the Super Sigurd quest, and it wasn't particularly easy, but I did manage to get through it with those two, and then like the rest of the team was like low rarity. So I do think like there are some types of servants that she just like synergizes really well with.
Hmm.
I think he's a good example of that because like really his only problem is he just needs a reliable source of stars,
Yeah.
and she's a really reliable source of stars. So I like that she can fit in a certain group that most of the stronger buster supports don't quite fill. Because another thing about him is like he wants to crit on more than one type of card. He uses his quick cards, he uses his buster cards. You just want to use all of his cards, and if you're using Vich, you're dumping all your value into one card type,
Hmm.
and you're wasting your time with any other kind.
That's
So
basically what
what
I
would you?
mean by
Oh yeah,
like.
go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. That's basically what I mean by like the longer the fight drags on. I shouldn't say drag. It's just like the longer the fight is, the more value she gets. So
Well, yeah,
like
and that's another good thing about her. She's also a
yeah,
ruler, so it's really
Hmm.
easy to get her to live a long time.
yeah. I like once again I admit it's probably because of how I like to play the game because like I'm either going super fast or super slow. With like the super slow as in like the funny, you know, like go infinite with like Cernunno spin, Summer Bavanchi MP. Like I can literally live forever, but like I usually take things to the extreme, and she's like not in favor of taking things to the extreme. So that's maybe why I can't find a use
Yeah.
case for her. Also, maybe I just don't have higher MP level of her. I've seen her at like, you know, high MP level and high MP level 1 as like
It's not the biggest deal ever, but yeah, fair.
No, it's not the biggest. I'm just saying like that's why I personally maybe not value her as much. Like I'm not saying that she doesn't like people are
No.
mad at me putting her B plus. That's just like me personally. I
Okay.
understand that the fair rating would probably be A or A plus, but like I would lean towards A still. But yeah.
What would you do, Otto, with the rating?
I like A or A plus.
And in which case which one would you prefer?
Yeah, because we're in the split decision here. He's like A plus, I'm A.
Wait, shit. It's A.
Tiebreaker.
Fuck.
I mean, I want to do A plus personally. I mean, there's a bit of bias in there as well, but I use her so much anyway.
Damn it! I can't be a fence sitter here. Damn it. I'll go with A because I don't think she's like super duper amazing, but I think A
Damn.
is all right.
I guess we could do A then. That's a good little like balance point. All right, I'm not too mad. A part of me is mad, but I'm professional, okay? So I'll just cry myself to sleep later. It's okay. But let it be known, chat. I simp for my wife.
I guess another thing I like is like she doesn't have all of her value dumped into her skills.
Yeah.
Because like you can actually get her to use her NP multiple times, and which means you're gonna have more than 3 turns of Buster every like 6 turns.
Yeah, you could. Anyway, let's move on for now. That was a long segment, as much as I love talking about my waifu.
Damn.
Okay, next up. More rulers, of course, because ordering. Karen time. Or Amor, I guess. Whatever I want to say. That's Amori. Pizza pies. Alright. Karen, AoE, quick DPS, and farmer. Pretty decent at both, actually. So, hey, that's kind of cool. 11.3k attack puts her above average in her category of 5-star rulers. Pretty cool as well. Her deck consists of double arts, double quick on the normal side. A part of me kind of would like to see double Buster with the double quick, but oh well. I guess she could spam her MP a bit better, but her gains cards are just fine. They're nothing like crazy. Just okay. Although her skill, the kit compensates a bit too. Now, first skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets invul for 3 hits, 3 turns. Cool. She gets a regen buff for 3 turns, so she takes 10% from her allies every turn, gauge that is, and then she converts it to her own gauge. Yay. Then her party members get invul for 1 attack, 3 turns, and then her allies get 20% MP gain for 3 turns. Kind of weird that she doesn't get that, but yeah. Oh well. So it's an interesting skill. It's a bunch of like trade-offs going on. It's very defensive though. Very easy to keep her alive with just this skill alone, needless to say. And then she gets some gauge from her teammates. So it's not pure gain, of course, because you still have to pay for it. So in a on farming, it doesn't really matter that much. It's a bit finicky with Scotties. Like you might need like a pens and shit, but at least it's not that bad because they're not going to MP on farming anyway. But on DPSing, sometimes it might be a bit annoying because you might want to MP with your supports, especially in a world where we have an MP buffed Scotty caster as well. So it depends. Sometimes it can be a bit annoying. Now, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn, she gets 30% gauge, all enemies get a tick down by 1, and then all enemies get a minus 20% attack and defense for 3 turns. Very packed skill, but you definitely feel that downtime as well. Kind of makes sense, because it does quite a bit. For farming, again, doesn't do that much, a bit more damage for 1 wave, and then, enables more looping, but for bosses, way more significant. That taunt is nice for both, gain, because she's a ruler and she has that invul. Very easy to keep her alive, even if she's not arts. And then, it keeps your allies alive as well. And then the attack and defense down. Good too on bosses. They're 3 turns each after all. Still not the best skill because it's such a high cooldown, but, effects are still great. Now, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, another 20% battery, and then 1 enemy tick down by 1. So more tick downs. Wow. So she can definitely delay an enemy's MP. That is for sure. Now, passives, we got a lot of stuff. 10% debuff success rate, might as well. Helps with some boss resistances. 10% crit damage, pretty cool. She generates an okay amount of stars, I'm pretty sure. She is quick-paced after all. Then she has this passive, which is she gets a she gets a minus 20% debuff resistance, which is treated as a buff, and then she gets 20% attack while she has debuffs. It's such a blue balls moment, right?
And Black Girl works, so.
Oh yeah,
is
it
really
does.
dumb.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. So like it's like, wow, how do I trigger this this passive? Oh, just equip the best DPS CE in the game.
Yeah, it's
What
like
a
they were like,
requirement.
haha, it was almost it works almost from itself, but no, we're just gonna laugh at you because it's a buff instead of a debuff. But then you're like, oh, Black Rail, and then you just reap the nice upside of 20% permanent attack. Hey,
Yep.
pretty chill, okay? Yeah, I guess Avenger passive works too, but you're probably not gonna do that with her anyway. But yeah, worth noting. Black Rail is the actual meaningful use for sure.
I forgot about the Buster Resist. It's so random.
Oh yeah, we'll get to there in a second, but yeah. She has the better version of Divinity in that she also gets 22.5% debuff res, very cool. And then there are another unique passive, Terror Immune, Charm Immune, wow. And then yeah, 10% Buster Resistance. I mean, it's weird, but it's really great, especially for bosses that have those mechanics. Like, whoa,
Yep.
actually great passives, like top tier passives. Actually, yeah, flat out. Really good stuff. Now, anti-archer on the append. It's like whatever, but she's still a ruler, so you can do that. Buffed MP. So before damage, 10% MP damage on base OC for 1 turn, scaling up to 30%. So not ramp up, but bonus damage. She has 150% super effective against chaotic alignment enemies. Cool. And then all enemies get minus 20% quick res down for 3 turns after damage, sadly. But again, that's why I like her more against bosses anyway, because, there the ramp up works. And then all enemies get a buff block for 1 time, 3 turns. Also better on bosses for obvious reasons. 5 hits, so some stars will be generated too. I kind of really like her. Farming, I mean, she still pulls decent numbers, I'm pretty sure, but I just kind of really like her on bosses instead. I mean, yeah, the farming numbers are actually very legit. Very, very legit.
But
Yeah,
she has like some weird comp with Summer Scotty with a pen 2 maxed, where
Yeah,
she
you
can
kind of have to
drain it
do
from them.
that. Yeah.
And then she can have she can loop like really weird numbered nodes and whatnot. So yeah, she can technically 1/1/1. She has upgraded MP. Anti-chaotic is very common. It is anti-chaotic, right? I'm not going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just such a and like if you have Black Girl, I guess this depends on if you have Black Girl. Like, yeah, you can backline an Avenger. That's probably the original intent where you backline Engram on you, and then like, oh, you trigger the funny. Like if you have Black Girl, I think she's also just like instantly better because of that one passive, because it's kind of dumb. 20% permanent attack up.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. So I think she's like a top tier quick DPS. Like as a
Yeah,
quick
I think her and Sen Norikyu are like some of the best ones out there.
Yeah. She's heavily reliant on supports being maxed on a pen. I mean, that's just for farming, though.
Yeah, and I think honestly, I like her more on bosses anyway, and that says a lot considering, again, her farming numbers are legit too.
Yeah, I think Karen is like one of the best AoE quick DPSs in the game.
Yeah,
Like a ruler is as good
she
as
does so
of a class
much.
as Avengers as well. Like also, yeah, like you said, a lot of boss utility, high inherent debuff resistance, and immune to charm and terror just
Terror.
allows her to walk over some bosses that where their main gimmick is charm or terror. Like just as anyone who has this kind of stuff,
Yeah.
does naturally. Ruler is a good class. She can protect her teammates. Kinda. I don't know. I think she's top tier. She's like one of
I'm honestly not gonna argue, but does Otto have anything to add?
I kind of actually like the deck, because
Yeah.
like an extra arts card is nicer for like a team, because that means you can try to get their NPs a bit better.
I mean, hey, you try to get that
She's-
Scotty MP. Scotty MP is worth a lot if you get it all.
Yeah.
I mean, after using her a lot in Tesla Fest, I'm kind of now in love with Scotty's buffed MP. I used to not like it too much, but I've been using it a lot more now because I tried to skip out on using Castoria in all the battles. I mean, yeah, I'll be the first to admit I like Caster Scotty in bosses now. I think she's very good.
Yep, the MP is really good, but
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
All
got taunt and then the invulns and stuff, and then like the buff blocks.
All the
She's good in
debuffs that she does too, and the
I am
double
actually-
tick down.
I'm actually tempted for a EX because I think she's one of the best DPS rulers.
I'm
So,
fine.
like,
I mean, I think she should be EX.
at least A plus, but
I feel very okay with the EX.
yeah, I think the upgrade MP is really what pushed it.
Yeah,
over.
yeah,
Like,
same, yeah.
Yeah, it's an upgrade MP plus a common anti trait, and that's just kind of like the best kind of damage boost you can get.
And a universal class.
Yeah, universal class 1.1. It's just good, you know. A unit where like if you invest in her, like one of the grail targets, I guess. Like I mean, obviously you should grail whoever you like, but like if you have like a lot of people you like equally, and she's one of them, and she's gonna be a great one.
I recently got mine to MP5 on NA, and she's one of my candidates as well.
Oh, I saw that video. That was insane with the last couple of copies.
Yeah, it really was.
That was insane.
Yeah. Sometimes you just win.
Yeah.
Oh, this one. This one's actually really interesting. I think.
Yeah, also released on NA sooner than later. But yeah, next up, oh yeah, Karen was EX, by the way, if someone's just listening in. We're going to talk about Ruler Moriarty, the young Moriarty, if you will. Mathematician guy. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of interesting takes on this guy, I feel like. But he's AoE arts, DPS, and I guess farmer, but not really. His farming numbers are kind of like whatever. But yeah, I would definitely just look more at him more of a boss killer man, if anything. But yeah, 10.4k attack, I believe, puts him just below average among 5-star rulers. But you know, the class mod still helps a bit. He's got the old Moriarty deck as well of triple arts. Although I believe his might be a bit better. Maybe they're very similar, honestly. Neither look super, appealing, but, I guess there's still arts chains, of course, to help out and whatnot. But yeah, the gains for the cards themselves won't be, like, crazy good. That's just what it is. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets dodge for 2 attacks, 3 turns. He also gets 3 turns of sure hit. All enemies minus 20% arts res down for 3 turns, and then all enemies that are evil get another minus 20% arts res down. Very cool, actually. Like, I honestly kind of like this design philosophy that, if the enemy is not evil, the skill is still fine. Like, it's not a bad skill by any means. But if they are evil, it gets way better. So, like, it's not like a skill that lives and dies by a niche, like some other servants have. This one is totally fine, even without the bonus 20%. It's still good. So, hey, cool stuff there. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% rainbow for 3 turns for himself, and also 30% crit damage for 3 turns. I mean, it's like, as vanilla of a DPS skill as it gets, but is that a bad thing? Not really, no. Still, decent uptime on 4 damaging buffs. Why not?
Some ironic Huey synergy, though.
Oh, yeah. I guess it's always worth mentioning, yeah.
I did try using the 2 of them together the other day, and it did work pretty nicely.
Didn't Karen also have UE synergy?
I guess, yeah, true. We didn't mention that, but yeah, I guess in that sense too, yeah.
Who cares about Karen? But
yeah, we gotta give Moriarty some more props because he has a bigger struggle ahead. But yeah, we'll see. Now, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 50% battery, and then he gets either 500% arts absorb for 1 turn or 500% buster absorb for 1 turn. It's a coin flip. You can't choose. There's no way you can influence that outcome. I guess he's a mathematician, so makes sense. And then 20 stars on skill activation. So, I mean, sometimes you might have both of it. Like, yeah, it's kind of weird that he gets the Buster Absorb because he only has 1 Buster card in his deck anyway. So, I mean, it's not honestly. This coin flip is not even that big of a deal. Looking at his deck, it's mostly for the stars and the battery anyway.
Dude,
If you look at Saber Astolfo, he's basically losing the coin flip every time. If you think about it,
True.
So I was actually just thinking of this a couple of days ago, like how I'd talk about this. But so this skill, it's kind of funny that some people actually take issues with it because they're like sort of focusing too much on the chance of the Buster Absorb, because you're probably not going to want to Buster Crit with them. But here's the thing. This is how you look at it. Okay, so either you guarantee that your arts cards crit, or you probably don't have the Buster card in your hand anyway, so it does nothing, and you get 20 stars.
Yeah.
Or you have it in your hand and you get 10 stars. Because
Yeah.
that Buster card can only get 10 stars, but you're getting 20. So you're still very likely to crit on your arts cards.
Certainly.
Yeah, unlike a lot of other RNG effects, this is one of the least, meaningful if it fucks up, Like, it's not that bad.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's a slight inconvenience at worst.
It's not an end of the world like people really like to.
I mean, I still wish it was another effect entirely for something actually better, but it's not like it's a big deal anyway. Like, you still get the main meat of the battery and the stars, so yeah. And the skill set is actually not bad at all, especially for bosses. There's a lot of stuff to like here, so yeah, not too bad. Now, passives, 10% crit damage, cool. Although, again, he's not super crit focused outside of the Star Bomb, but, it's nice to have. 5% arts and MP damage. Pretty cool, version of territory creation. And then, hello, Charm immune, Confusion immune, Terror immune, Skill Seal immune. What?
C+, and it's one of the best passives in the game.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Again, for bosses, it's so nice to have this.
It's basically mental debuff immunity, but better, because that covers all of the main mental debuffs that you'll have to contend with. Like, the only exception, I think, is infatuation, and if you're getting infatuated, that means you're up against Kiara, who is a cancer.
Which one is infatuation again?
It's like a special charm, right?
Yeah.
The debuff resist down that gives her more damage?
No, it's crit rate down.
Oh, crit rate down. I mean, it's the pointless debuff that gives her more MP damage.
Yeah.
It's just there to make her do more MP damage, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then unlike other like mental debuff immunes, it has skill seal immune. So my only problem with this, though, is it's replacing his magic resist. So he has nothing to deal with, like, attack debuffs or whatever.
I still take the trade deal, honestly, for bosses.
Yeah, honestly. And he's arts, so it's really easy to compensate for debuff issues. But stuff like skill seal and stun and charm, that's going to be a lot harder to deal with, because it'll actually block you from using skills or NPs or whatever.
Anyway, great passives. They're not as cracked as Karen, but most servants aren't. So I mean, still very good. He's anti-ruler as well, because of course, is okay though as an option. Now MP, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage on base overcharge, and then 40% on the max. Pretty cool. No ramp up, but still cool, useful OC. He has 150% super effective against good alignment enemies. Again, all enemies, not just servants or something like that. All enemies. Now granted, alignments are mostly on servants, but there's that. All enemies are skill sealed for 1 turn, so that's kind of ironic. And then also all enemies get evil trait on them for 3 turns, which can generate some interesting synergies, I guess. It's not he even has a bit of synergy with that himself too, with the first skill, although chances are you kind of want to use it before an MP anyway, because it already has the base 20% arts res down for AoE. You could greed it out, of course.
Yeah,
it's fine, but yeah, it's fine as is. So, yeah. Or if the fight goes long enough, sometimes, on a cycle, you might already have this, like this is coming back from a cooldown or something, and then you MP first. So it could be like that too. Because not every fight is all, 3 turns.
So a pretty interesting thing that, like, I don't know if it was intentional of them or not, but if you look at the servants that have anti-evil, sorry, I'm leaning far away from my mic. I probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
If you look at all of the anti-evil servants, it's basically okay. I think you can actually just look at them like on evil alignment
Most
if you open up evil
arts.
alignment. Yeah, most of
Is that
them
what
are
you mean?
AoE arts.
Yeah.
Because like you got Rasputin, you've got Bakken, you've got uh you've got
Oh,
oh
Pope
yeah,
Joan, I
New
forgot.
Nemo, yeah, Pope Joan. You're not gonna count Nitocris Altar because then that's deceptive.
Well, there's
That's like
Rasputin though, but yeah.
Yeah, no,
yeah, yeah. There's a lot of servants there that are arts that get bonuses from that. Oh yeah, and Benny, although that's power mod. Yeah, it's just yeah. There's a lot of servants that get something out of it. So even and like sure he doesn't have much supportive effects, but like 40% arts resist down and 50+% super effective is pretty substantial boost.
And on that note, he's supposedly the only one that has a super effective good mod. Everyone else just has power mods on good. Someone in chat said that. I'm just gonna trust them
yeah,
on
that's
that.
interesting. That's interesting.
Actually, didn't know that. That's neat.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
he's not bad, and like on his own, I get people think he's a bit underwhelming on his own as a AoE.
I mean, his
burst user,
damage is
but,
not like crazy high, but you
Yeah.
know, I don't think it's bad
yeah. I
necessarily.
mean, where he truly shines is certainly framing the opponent for being evil, and then allowing Australia to finish off the job, right? Because like
Yeah.
that is kind of that is a very legit team in my opinion, because like you know they
I mean, I'm
Arts
definitely gonna do it because I
rulers.
like the guy and I love Luvia as well, so even better.
Yeah, arts rulers, you know, they stick on the field for long naturally, and you know the anti-evil being 3 turns is actually kind of huge because I remember when Nitocris Altar first came out, and like, oh, what Nitocris Altar might be better because like it's on a skill, but then hers is only 1 turn. And Moriarty's is 3 turns and it's spammable, so you can technically make it forever as well. So you know, and trait is not like you can't block it. It's not a debuff. It's very consistent extra damage for anti-evil people, and it's pretty nice. So I
So
think he definitely increased in like value. Not really increasing value, but like people started to see his value rather as time went on. That's it. That's all I want to say.
something else that like there's two really basic things that I think make him really solid as a DPS. One of them is well, first off, he's just a ruler in general, but that having having a damaging NP and having an art stack, I think is just like really good because that's it. It makes it really easy for him to spam his NP because like okay, you get an arts crit with like Castoria or Jufu or whatever, and then bam, you're basically to another NP. Even if he doesn't have the NP refund, like it's so easy to spam with him.
Yeah.
Because like some like I think there was a conception for a while that his NP gain was really bad. It's sort of just like average before buffs, but then like if you get the 40% arts resist down and his own 30%, and then you got the 5% passive, he's got 2.6% hearts cards, which is pretty big.
It's probably just looping. Like honestly, like the biggest problem with like people evaluating this kind of AoE arts people is like they usually look at refund for loop farming, and obviously the debuff, the arts down is gonna be a huge like first of all, you're never gonna get 40, and second of all, it's like I mean sometimes you get 40, that's a lie, but like the other thing is like oh you know when do I pop it? You know, do I pop it for refund? Do I pop it for you know damage and whatnot? But like I think as a CQ unit, he is definitely a lot better as like a semi DPS
Yeah.
support.
So rating wise, what do you guys think? I'm thinking maybe
like
A, but I don't know. Is that too low or is that fine?
I'd like at least A.
Hmm.
I think A is fine for sure.
Yeah, he's a bit. He's not as hated as Bonitoria, but still a little hated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
I think we can probably start with an A here. Yeah. Yeah. Young Guns does it. Alright, we still have like what, 4 more rulers though? Well, this is a big one though. I mean, there's not that much to say that people don't already know, but I mean, we're still gonna do the coverage, of course. But yeah, I also this year on NA, a lot of servants this year on NA actually, and this one is maybe the most significant one, depending on how you play your account. But yeah, so Summer Scotty, there she is. She's AOE quick, right? I always have to. Is it Buster? I always forget.
Yeah. Quick.
It's AOE quick. Yes, I don't know why I think Buster. She's Scotty. She has to be quick. Anyway,
I mean,
I just don't use her MP ever like caster, so there's that. I'll be the first to admit. Anyway, 10.8k attack. It's worth mentioning she is kind of an AOE quick, like, you know, DPS / farmer, but, you know, mostly people will use her as a support anyway. But, you know, it's worth mentioning, it's doable though. And her attack is okay actually for a ruler. It's not bad at all. It's fine. It's above average. Now her deck actually, ironically, or not ironically, funnily enough, works with herself because she's double buster, double quick. So, you know, she can support herself really well too for DPSing. How funny is that? Her gains are decent too on the gains cards. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, one ally gets 50% quick up for 3 turns and then 100% buster crit damage. So yeah, there's the reason why the archetype of a double buster, double quick deck is cool. Basically this skill right here for the most part. It's a cool little combo. They mixed it up and I like that. I mean, obviously, a lot of people say, oh, they just reprinted Scotty. And yeah, a lot of cases, yeah, there's a lot of similarities, of course, but they are still different, okay? At the end of the day, and this is a good way to mix it up, I think. Now, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 15% quick up for 3 turns, 15% buster up for 3 turns, and then 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. Really, really loaded skill. Big downtime though, but it is very loaded. Someone might say, oh, because of this, she's obviously going to be better than caster in CQs. I'd still kind of disagree, though. But, I mean, it's still good for there, too. But, you know, mostly it's going to be just a farming boosting ability, I guess, chances are. Which is a bit of a shame, because, you know, you're probably going to use her for quick looping, which in case the buster up and the stars might not be so useful. But, you know, when you have this up, you're just loving life, though. It's a lot of shit, so great. Now, third skill, 7-turn cooldown. One ally gets 50% battery, 5k absorb for buster for 1 turn, and then a 15-star bomb. So there you go. You can crit with busters easier. But yeah, one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of her in bosses is basically the downtime. 6-7-7 on the cooldowns with no cooldown reduction, and the uptimes being not that great, minus the first skill being okay on the quick at least. Yeah, and her downtime is not the prettiest, of course. Well, you know, it's not the worst. But again, mostly she will be used as a farming support, which is fine. Now, 25% debuff res, very cool. 10% arts up, not the biggest deal ever, but, you know, bonuses. And then another 25% debuff res on the divinity passive, so 50% on base, big. If you actually bring her own bosses, that is. Anti-caster on the append is not the most significant thing. And then the MP. The one thing I like about it, all enemies tick down. AoE. Very cool. And then on the overcharge before damage, she applies water side. So I guess that was one of the options we forgot to mention earlier, but there you go. There's that option as well. And then it is sadly though, it is only 1 turn though. So if you have skills that do that, then it doesn't really work.
No, it's MP damage on water side. It's not.
Oh, I'm stupid. I can't read. I'm again. To reiterate, you know, my brain is a bit fumbled up today. Anyway, when it's a water field, she gets 10% MP damage before damage for 1 turn, scaling up to 30%. Okay, that makes way more sense. And then she also has a lawful super effective, the standard 150 to 200 range. Pretty good for a ruler, you know, because she's that universal. The water side is not that big of a deal, honestly, because it doesn't even ramp up, so it's more about, if you want to do big DPS with her, it's mostly going to be the super effective instead being in use. I mean, what's there to say? I mean, she's Summer Scotty. She's kind of a must-have if you like looping with quick, and also, you know, to an extent, or DPSing with quicks, especially with, you know, double buster, double quick.
I actually have quite a bit to say about her, because
I think
she is one of the most well-designed units. I think like Summer Scotty is this is like people is going to call it a stretch, but I think Summer Scotty is like her design is kind of indicator to like the devs actually know how the games function, because I think Summer Scotty plays very well into Mighty Chains. Like they were basically like added to the game at the same time.
Yeah.
So like Summer Scotty's strength is she takes advantage of the high quick MP damage scaling, because quick MP has slightly higher scaling than other two types of MP,
Yeah.
and the strong Buster card damage, which is the Buster crit. So that's really good. And also she actually is one of the best Buster supports. Like depending on your team comp and what you want to do, she can be better than Korean Light in some situations. Because like there are Buster servants where their skills, you don't really care about recasting their skills. So Summer Scotty, and like maybe you have a lot of Buster ups, inherent Buster ups on your DPS. So like it's basically like 50% Buster crit versus 50% Buster crit plus 50% Buster up versus 100% Buster crit and 15% Buster up, but also attack up and also stars per turn. Like the stars per turn is honestly pretty nice in CQs. Like yes, it has a long cooldown. It's still 15 stars per turn. So like in a way, the 15 stars per turn actually helps Buster units more than than quick units, because you know, like quick units, if you're MPing, you're probably, especially modern ones, you're getting like 50 stars anyways. Like it doesn't matter. But like for Buster units, the star per turn can actually be very useful as well. She has Star Bomb, you know, and as a DPS, she's still decent. I've seen her pull off a reasonable amount of stuff. Like against like Lawful, she's a pretty nice, you know, neutral DPS. Anti-lawful is quite rare. I think it's on her, Oberon, and the new guy Cagliostro. I don't remember a lot of anti-lawfuls. I could be wrong, but like she's a pretty decent DPS herself. As you said, she synergizes herself well as well. So overall, I think and you know, like you said, the guaranteed drain on enemy, I guess there's quite a bit.
And my
also, of
waifu
course,
supports it.
Yeah, Jinako is the best anti-lawful support, which we'll talk about later. But like, yeah.
Well, there's not much competition for that, is the reason. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's still really strong. Like it's a lot of damage. But yeah, I think Summer Scotty is, in my opinion, the most important character to pull that year. Like obviously people are gonna disagree. People are gonna say, oh, what if I only play arts?
I don't think it's that hard of a take. I think most people would agree.
Yeah. I think Summer Scotty, like if you like Quick or Buster, you would not be disappointed by this character, which is like 2 out of the 3 card types. Unless it's blue, I don't get me near this character, then sure, don't pull her. But
Yo, dude, the color matches her this time. That's kind of fun. Do you have anything to add, Otto?
She is incredible. She's like, I think Plushie covered most of the bases, but I'll throw this one out. In my opinion, she's a better support than Korean Light.
Yeah.
I would maybe agree with that, yeah.
Because I feel like Korean support is nowhere near as flexible, because not only is it she locked in a card type, she is exclusive in the card type she's supports.
Also locked into one anti-trait, like second skill, anti-man, instead of having a generalist effect.
Yeah,
Koyan.
She's got like a 50% buster, but like her, like the damage she offers outside of that, it's from double Vich, which is the doubling up of the DPS skills. That's why her wave 1 damage, like buster wave 1 damage, is not good usually.
Yeah. There also isn't the trade-off, because like if it were like, oh, Koyan Light has instant stars and Summer Scotty has consistent stars, then maybe there's a comparison. But Summer Scotty also has instant stars. So I agree.
Absorb.
I agree. As a general support, like that's what I mean by, in some situations she supports Buster DPSs better than Koyan Light. Like sometimes first of all, sometimes you don't get the double up with Koyan Light. Sometimes you don't really care about recasting your skills, because there are some Buster servants where like their skills are not, like, you would rather have someone else's skills rather than their own skills.
Yeah.
So like, oh, you know, suddenly Scotty feels a lot better. So that speaks volumes. You know, like arguably she is like one of the two best quick supports in the game. I really wouldn't say.
I mean, I think that's true. Yeah.
But yeah, she's definitely like one of the like they're both Scotties, but like she's like at least one of the best quick supports in the game. But she also in some situations is the best buster support. So like it speaks volumes to like how powerful she is in my opinion, which is like Otto said, really impressive.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty unanimous EX plus that she really is that impactful for an account. So there you go.
Yeah,
Summer Scotty.
It's less about putting her at EX plus at this point. It's more so like telling people to pull.
Yeah, true. Yeah, do roll for her. Unless you only care about arts, do roll Summer Scotty. Just do it. You only need one copy, and she's really hot. She has 3 hot ascensions. Like every ascension of hers, in my opinion, is hot, and that's rare for a Summer Servant.
And she has a costume. I don't know why, but she has.
Yeah, true.
All right, so like to be fair, like this is FGO. Like 90% of the servants are hot.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but Summer Scotty's pretty peak though. Like, come on. I'm
There
not
you
even
go.
not, like,
I'm not gonna deny it.
Scotty
It's
fan.
like, come on,
Base.
like everyone does.
Kind of insane.
Almost everyone does. Okay, I gotta clarify.
All right. Anyway,
Not
we're done over gushing about her for now, and let's. We got still more rulers to go, and next one, more Chom servants, although not released with Chom. We got Popes Johanna. There she is. She's AoE arts, but again, rather than like kind of look at her as a DPS or like a farmer, I kind of see her more as a support. But we'll give her a rundown here. So first of all, 10.1k attack is not super high. It's lower than average among 5-star rulers, so that doesn't help with her DPS case, I suppose. Her deck is double arts, double quick, which is like a more gainsy deck, of course. Her numbers are still not that great for gains, though, sadly. Which, again, kind of makes me want to use her as a support more.
FGO
Now,
hot takes, I think she should have had triple arts. I never like.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised she doesn't. She's literally a pope. Come on, bro. Kind of weird.
Wait, what does that? What's that?
I don't know.
Sorry.
I thought they're like the real life casters. Have you seen how they dress? And the caster deck is triple arts. Do you not follow the logic?
Even has a staff.
Like, I bet the Pope can actually do magic. They're just not allowed to do it in public. Anyway, conspiracy theories aside.
They call them miracles, all right?
Okay, yeah, true. Let's not be sacrilegious here. Anyway, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. One ally gets 5k arts absorbed for 3 turns. 100% arts crit damage for 3 turns. And then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So yeah, this is the main reason why I kind of like her as a support. Because she's kind of, leaning towards that arts crit support side. Now, yeah, obviously that alone doesn't sound too appealing. Which will probably reflect on the rating as well. Like, arts crits are probably the least impressive of all the 3 card types. But, it's nice to have some options, and this is certainly not a bad one. Now, second skill, 7-turn cooldown, full party, 20% arts up for 3 turns, party-wide debuff immunity for 1 time 3 turns, 1k damage cut for everyone for 3 turns. Wow, that's actually really good. And then she herself gets 30% battery. Now, yes, much like Summer Scotty, that's a lot of downtime, but it's a lot of good effects too. You gotta admit, like, it's 1k damage cut for 3 turns on everyone. No limits on hits or anything. Like, if the enemy is not MPing or critting you, you are not taking like much damage at all with 1k already. That is definitely a significant amount of damage cut, especially in a ruler. Third skill, 8-turn cooldown, full party, 20% gauge for every turn for 3 turns. Wow, and then everyone gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Now this one, insane downtime, of course, but when you're seeing this uptime, you are loving life. When she is active, is crazy. Like, the amount of stuff that she provides on her uptime is pretty crazy. But yeah, the downtime is a bit sad, of course. So it's a bit awkward because, again, she's not really like a farm support where 3 turns of uptime could be all you need. Now, granted, in bosses, 3 turns of uptime could also be what you need depending on how you play the game. But I feel like in her case, it doesn't really favor that kind of playstyle amazingly well. So there, the downtime might be a problem. But yeah, uptime is still going to be amazing. Now, passives, 25% to debuff rest, cool, and then 10% arts up, cool. I mean, they both were basic, but they both work really well on her. Anti-rider on the append, not that great, unless they're evil, of course. Speaking of which, MP. So before damage, she gets 50% evil power mod for 1 turn. So it's not super effective, just that. So her face cards benefit from that too. All enemies get a buff block for 1 time, 3 turns. Cool. Again, I think this is the exact same that Karen has, so interesting. And then she does have super effective as well. Man attribute damage on the overcharge, base 150 to 200 range. Again, it's all enemies, not just servants. And so I guess in some cases, her farming numbers could actually be very high because of this too. Because there are a lot of man attribute normal enemies as well. So it depends. You could actually see some decent farming as well. But I feel like I'm mostly going to rate her as a DPS / support here. I think she shines way more on that side, for sure. I'll be the first to admit I don't have the most use of Johanna. I actually have a maxed copy in JP. Like skills, not MP, of course, because I don't really well in JP. But I find myself not really using her much though.
Fun fact, I really like Johanna.
I mean, I like her too, and I think I'm gonna start using her a lot more when she releases on NA because I have way more fun options here. But I don't know why I haven't used her much.
I have her MP6. It was an accident, but
okay.
I have her MP6. So the sad part about Popa's Joe Mama here is I think initially, from the looks of it, obviously you want to use her as a support because arts crit support, that juicy 100% arts crit. But like you said, in an arts team, crit is a great source of damage. You know what's a better source of damage? MP. So honestly, unless you're doing like absolute min-maxing stuff for like you're pushing damage, trying to push damage beyond your MP, then arts crit is not that relevant. And even then, you can use other units such as like Yui, or like if you have traits, you can use like Van Gogh, like or if you're like a whale, you can use MP5 Van Gogh. There'll be a better crit support than she is. So like she's definitely used, but like it's not good enough. I think her other 2 skills are actually a bit under, because like obviously everybody's gonna like hyper focus on that first skill, but our other 2 skills are great for arts teams in general. The third skill helps your team get your art supports MPs up and whatnot. And the second skill, as you said, damage cut is actually pretty huge. She can actually very often take like 3-digit damage to like no damage, with the damage cut as a ruler, because their damage is first halved and then fit through the damage cut. So that's actually a lot of damage reduced for your entire team as well. But like her MP's pure DPS, other than buff block, honestly, spamble buff block is kind of nice, but it's not as good as like Murasaki, because she can definitely MP loop every single turn, but like because it's 1 time 3 turns, she can't really stack it. It's kind of unfortunate, but I find me only using her mainly for her other 2 skills, or the debuff immunity, the charge per turn for team wide, or using her as a main DPS. Like she's one of those like I guess kind of like when people talk about like Da Vinci Rider, where like it's an arts DPS that also feeds into like your other arts supports in terms of helping their MP get back. So like for example, I like, if I'm building her as a main DPS, I usually want to bring Tamamo because like her cooldowns are bad, but she can help Tamamo get her MP back.
Yeah, I was about to say that synergy looks pretty tempting. Because her uptime is amazing. It's just the downtime is bad, but Tammy can help with that.
Yeah, I like her a lot with Tamamo, Castoria, and unfortunately, I think she's definitely a unit that is just, it's fine to pass on. Like I've heard a lot of people ask me like, oh, do I have to pull her as arts crit support? I don't think you don't have to pull her as arts crit support at all.
Yeah, I would say she's nice to have, but definitely not needed.
Yep. So a very awkward spot. I don't think she's horrible. I think she's just fine, but like her farming damage is also not amazing. If we don't consider traits, her farming damage at MP5 is actually lower than EO.
Yeah.
So yeah, take it as you will. I mean, EO has ramp up. It's kind of unfair, but like, yeah, that's what you get. So, she's weird. I don't think she's crazy. She's just weird.
I like her multi-core, although it's not really that great a damage for herself. It's like team-wide 20% and 20 attack, 20 arts.
And the third skill is like deceptive, because like the third skill in multi-core is only 40 charge, which is like, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, team-wide 40 charge sounds like a lot, but like you can't control
Yeah.
it to activate it.
And
Like,
you
I
probably
think
need
she
her
would've
to hit
been-
mana attribute there too, right?
Yeah, if you want her to like not just clear wave one. I think one, like, if they weren't scared of pushing her power level, her second skill's battery should have been team-wide. Then she'd be like kind of nuts, right? But like,
I mean, it should have been 20% then, but yeah.
Yeah, the MP charge, like the 30. If the 30 MP charge was like team wide, yeah, but like, yeah.
It wouldn't be 30 though, team. Why? That would be crazy. I mean, it castrates, but still, she already does so much on uptime.
Like, yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I'm joking, but like, yeah. I think like, if they're willing to push her power level, maybe, but they weren't willing to push her power level, so there you go. Unfortunate.
Why don't you have it? Oh, it's not a question of who has it. You gotta realize she does so much more than like Koyan Dark does. You gotta look at these fucking effects, bro. You think it would be more balanced if she had 30% battery as well? No, it's not an issue of like, yeah, other servants have it too. Why not she can have it? Like, you gotta think about the full picture, bro. Sorry, I just ranted a bit for the chat there.
I mean, they could make her broken, but yeah, I would say like, if
I mean,
they
Arch
made
doesn't
her a
need
second
more
skill-
broken support.
True. I guess that's fair.
What about Tez?
Tez
I mean,
is
Tez
less
is mostly a
support than she is,
DPS.
for
He's
sure.
not a support first
Yeah.
and foremost, so that's another argument as well.
Tez support is mostly in farming. I mean, the better illusion is pretty stupid on that second skill, but like, other than that, you'll probably want him as DPS and CQs. So like Pope Joan definitely does a lot more. If she had AoE, like, she would be a staple of multi-core arts, I'd say, if she had a AoE AoE 30, but she doesn't. There you go.
I'm thinking like flat A maybe. What do you guys think?
I'm thinking A or B plus. So
I'm alright with that.
Like A?
With A or B plus, yeah.
I'm gonna
I
go
don't
with A.
have a lot to say about her.
Goes into the Charm gang.
I like her synergy with Moriarty, which is kind of funny. But
Yeah.
NA will learn soon enough.
Well, sadly, we have to wait a bit more for Johanna, but yeah. True.
Yeah.
All right, 2 more rulers, and actually, they're both new. We have way more new Avengers, but hey, the last 2 of the rulers are both brand new for this list. So yeah, time to talk about Summer Melusin. Yes, indeed. Or Melusine, I guess is maybe the correct... I just say Melusin every time. It's just a thing that I do. Is weird, I know. So, what is she? She's AoE Arts DPS Farmer. And yeah, they kind of tried to make her cracked again, huh? Because, you know, she kind of has to be, apparently.
It's my joke where like, the minimal amount of battery on a Melusine character is 80.
Yeah.
You can't go lower than 80, baby.
Anyway, let's do the rundown here. So first of all, 11.5k attack. Very good for a ruler from the get-go. Very, very nice. She got double buster, double arts deck. The gains cards are fine. Nothing crazy though. They're just like kind of whatever. But that's not a problem, really. Also, she has a crap ton of traits, I just realized. Bruh. Anyway, first skill. 6-turn cooldown. 30% arts for herself for 3 turns. 30% crit damage for herself for 3 turns. 30% anti-chaotic damage for herself for 3 turns. And then full party gets a 1k damage cut, except for herself for 3 turns. So it's basically Johanna, but minus herself, but she's a ruler anyway, so... Not the biggest deal, I want to say. I mean, it's a pretty good skill on a 6-turn cooldown. So, yeah, not much to say. A lot of useful stuff. For farming, a lot of it maybe not so useful, of course, but, you know, she's very relevant for bosses too, so that's cool. Now, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 500% absorb for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then if there's a water side map or airspace map, gets 20 more stars every turn for 3 turns, 10 stars on use, and then again, if one of those maps happens, 20 more stars on use. I kind of wish the numbers were the opposite, but maybe that would be a bit broken. Like more stars on base, and the bonus would be the smaller. But I kind of get that it's like this. But yeah, if you don't have the map, it's decent actually. On a 5-turn cooldown, you still get an okay amount of stuff. Nothing crazy, but it's still a passable skill. But if you have the map active, oh boy, is that a monster skill though? Like holy crazy. Now. 6-turn cooldown on the 3rd skill, 80% battery. It's not 100, but 80 is still pretty good, especially when you have a pens in place, so yay. She gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then she gets an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty damn cracked 6-turn cooldown, though. Like, come on, bro. How? How is this not like a 7+ turn cooldown? I don't get it, man. It's kind of crazy that it's 6 turns.
Yeah. This is the only 80 plus MP battery that is not 7-turn cooldown.
Yeah, that's why. And then the other stuff on top, like what? Yeah. I mean, needless to say, the skill set is really good. Like, it's great for her MP, it's great for her crits. It's just great.
Yeah. Well, I kind of hated how they removed the transformation, which was like her biggest thing, but...
Oh, yeah.
And then they gave it to Vargas.
At least the gameplay... See, the thing with Barghest, right? Like, lore-wise, she's supposed to be bigger if she transforms into single target form. I don't know why her sprite doesn't get bigger. That would have been funny, but they're
who knows?
There you go. Unbased. Anyway.
Calling out the devs. Anyway, passives. 17.5% debuff for us. Very nice. 11% quick up. That's kind of like whatever, though. But, there it is. And then she gets 12% more crit damage against man attribute enemies. Because, humans suck, I guess. I mean, that's just a cool bonus on top. Anti-saber on the append. I mean, sure, you can bring her against sabers. Why not? MP. So before damage, she gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Cool. 150% earth. Super effective. Just flat on the MP. Again, great is another very common one too. And then before damage, overcharge, 20% attack for herself for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. Wow, pretty damn nice ramp up as well on that MP. And obviously it's loopable, of course, because every Melusa, I guess, has to be a looper on top of being good DPSs. That's just how the game is designed. I mean, yeah, she's pretty stupid, huh? Even as a ruler. Honestly, like, arguably maybe even more stupid as a ruler, depending on, like, the scenario, because, the class is kind of cracked, too.
Like, Melusine's always, like, the most straightforwardly broken character. There are characters where, like, you sit down and you stare at them for a bit and you're like, oh, that's actually pretty nuts. No, Melusine's the kind of character where you look at the skill set, you're like, who made this custom servant? like who made this custom FGO servant? Right? Like, but guess what? It's not a custom servant. Like, it's not innovative. It's just got all the good stuff. Ramp up, crit ramp up, the anti-trait, whatever, the 80 battery, good refund. I don't know. There's really not much to say, honestly. It's just really dumb. I did put her in top 5 characters of the year. Maybe I regret it. Maybe I should have put Tonalico, but like she's like, I don't know. She's EX in my opinion. Like, just come on.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add, Otto?
Yeah, I'm on with him. Like, very straightforwardly broken. She just does so much. I don't know, man. I feel like she's kind of boring, but
I don't blame you for saying that, because she doesn't do anything fancy. She's just great all around. It's like basic stuff, but really cranked up stuff.
I want to say she's boring, but I know people are gonna be like, "Dude, you like Summer Ibuki."
I've noticed some people always like to throw jabs at you for calling stuff boring, because usually a lot of the times it tends to be popular servants. But I assume you're talking about gameplay here, right? Not the character stuff like that. So a bit of a distinction there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care for her as a character either, but
that's fair.
Whatever.
Okay, well there you go. Top tier, shocking. Can't wait for the 3rd edition. All right.
Oh my god.
Bruh. So, final ruler of the list, and again, a new one, because, kind of has to be since the second to last one was new as well. And yeah, we got 5-star Kagetora, aka Uesugi Kenshin. There she is, fully manifested as the avatar of war and whatnot. Oh boy. Also, my phone reminds me I need to take my meds, so I'll do that once we get to the discussion. Anyway, Kagetora ruler, Uesugi. Single target arts DPS, pretty big one at that too. Much like Belusin, 11.5k attack more or less. So again, for a ruler, very solid. He is good. Double Buster, double arts deck. Treats her really well in my opinion. Also, great card gains, just really, really solid. Oh my. Probably the best of all rulers, actually. Yeah, has to be, right? Anyway, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. 500% absorb for 3 turns. And then an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. I mean, it's just a great crit skill that has the, defense on top, which is kind of flexible. So, yeah, why not? It works. Looks basic, but it works. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns. 50% battery, and then 15 stars every turn for 3 turns. Yeah, I mean, that's a skill right there. Wow, just yes, please. It's really good. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Targeted, 1 ally. Overcharge by 2 steps for 1 time 3 turns. Then that ally also gets 20% attack for 3 turns. And 30% MP gain for 3 turns. So it's very comparable to Luvia's first skill, but instead of defense, you get overcharge, and the numbers are a bit different. But yeah, again, it's good. Chances are you're going to be using it on herself anyway, but I guess it has a bit more like multi-core potential as well, which is cool. So there you go. I mean, it's just a really nice and basic skill set. It works. It's really good. Yeah, why not? Alright, passive, 17.5% debuff res, yes. 10% quick, that's like whatever. Divinity A, also whatever. And then bonus, unique passive, 10% buff removal resistance and instant kill resistance. Neither are going to be reliable, so it's just mostly there for flair, honestly. If it works, then hey, congratulations on either of them. But if it doesn't, then, you couldn't rely on it to begin with. So passives are actually pretty tame compared to some of these later 5-star rulers. If anything, that's like her biggest downside, which says a lot, I suppose. Now, Alter Ego on the anti-append. That's fine. Again, ruler is not a bad option on Alter Ego as well, even if it is full neutral. Now, the MP before damage removes all their buffs. Gone. Good. Dusted. Bye. 150% super effective against man attribute enemies. Yeah, it's good. It's common. Makes sense. And then before damage, overcharge, 20% arts up for herself for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. I mean, it only has good effects. There you go. And it's a 4-hitter. I think it refunds these. Actually, no, it probably doesn't refund that much, does it? It refunds okay, actually. Never mind. Yeah, it was better than I thought. But yeah, her cards are just nuts. So the MP refund is kind of like beside, at least on bosses, is besides the point. Is for farming it could be a thing, but for like her cards are just nuts on game. It's absolutely ridiculous. So
I think the question you ask there's a couple questions you ask with Kenshin, right? So the first question you ask is how valuable is full buff purge that's spammable, that is single target.
Yeah.
Right? Like it is very valuable, I admit. But I don't like it. Really depends on the challenge quest whether it's valuable or not. And the other thing is, people compared Kenshin to Luvia for sure, but honestly, I think Kenshin compares to all single target arts universal DPSs, which is probably her biggest issue, because single target arts DPSs universal are notorious for having some of the more disgusting units like Luvia, like Summer Eddies at a lower rarity, and at the same rarity we have Castoria Summer and Durako. So like there's a lot of things that she has to compete with, and if people already have any of these characters I listed at high investment, people's interest in her would drop. I guess you could say something similar about Summer Melusine, where like, oh, if you have an arts AoE already, then she's not gonna be that desirable. But I think like Kenshin's about like middle of the road or even slightly underpowered if we compare it to all like neutral arts DPS. I think if we compare Melusines to all neutral AoE arts, she's like the second best one. Only below Summer Ibuki, so there's still a power level difference in there in terms of relative power level. So in a vacuum, I probably put it in EX, but depends on your situation. She probably should be an A plus. I know
I'll say quickly before Otto comments. I will say I agree because I think she needs to be an EX. She is that loaded in everything, and her gains are like her cards are great too. Like I would kind of kick myself if I don't place her in EX, but I kind of agree that in some situations you will probably you might have better options still for her role.
Yeah, it's like do I really need this? Like Kenshin really is a character where people would instantly go crazy over if she was released like a year or year and a half earlier, right? People would be like, "Oh my god, what the fuck." Sorry,
kind of, yeah.
Like, oh my god, what is this, right? Like, what is this?
For lack of a better word,
right? Like literally, what is this, right? So like, but like it really boils down to like, damn, she really is born too late, you know. So I think that's a legit issue, that the fact that she's born too late. But like whether you want to dock a point because of that,
I'm not gonna
like,
do it personally though, even if like we're in like the golden age of single target arts DPSs.
Yeah, and the only one she compares to is no, I disagree because like you can compare it to like low rarity stuff like Creamhild, like like Berserkers. Like yes, she's way tankier, but
it depends on your playstyle and what you need and what you have. It all depends on that. There is no like, oh, this arts DPS is always gonna be the best in every scenario. There is no scenario like that, so it really depends.
At least the good thing with this though is like, you can just pick whoever you like because they're all really solid anyways. Oh, if I don't like any of the other ones' design and like
you're not lacking on options for this category.
Yeah, because I like Kenshin. I'm gonna 120 Kenshin. Oh, she's gonna kill everything anyway. So like,
yeah, she will for sure. You don't need like a Draco at that point. You can still use her too.
Yeah.
I like I like her utility more than the other two. Because like being able to spam buff removal is just great because it's gonna be, it's not only gonna be like dealing with defensive gimmicks, it's also gonna be like defending the team from offensive buffs. So I like that. She's not again, that's ruler, but like as for comparing her to other classes, I think it does make some sense though, because when you're looking at like a single target arts, like when you're looking at her in particular, where are you using her? You're using her against basically anything. That's the appeal. If you invest in a servant like this, you can use her as a DPS against most anything. And if you look at Summer Castoria, that's the same job. You look at Draco, almost the same job.
It is a little
mostly. Yeah, they're so universal.
I do, but it's stupid. It's like you shouldn't do that. It's stupid, and it's stupid to use her against extra class. Yeah, so
it's why it's kind of funny though. Like looking at it's sort of honestly the trifecta in class for me. The way I look at it, it isn't Moon Cancer, Ruler, and Avenger. It's actually Berserker, Moon Cancer, not Moon, Berserker, Ruler, and Avenger, because those are those three classes are generally
the neutral, big neutral.
Yeah, they're the universal guys.
Yeah, whereas Moon Cancers are like
it wants to be in that, but it doesn't do anything. It's just a flat class.
It's such a bad class. Like,
I'm sad about it because Jinako is my favorite servant. But yeah, I agree. The class sucks. It doesn't do anything.
It popped up during like Kamazats where like, oh, specifically he's weak to Mooncat. Maybe they need to do that more. Like, oh, this boss is just weak against Mooncat. Like, not just Avengers. I mean, we just got an Avenger chapter where like they want you to use other Avengers instead of Moon Cancers, which is really sad. But Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, Uesugi EX, I mean, again, she's just one of those really good options. You know, it all depends on how much you like which option. There's so many good ones, you know. Just go nuts, whichever you want, you know. But yeah, with that, we conclude all the initial ruler placements of the entire list. So now we just have Avengers, mostly, left, and then some Moon Cancers and one of the special class known as Beast. So the list still continues. We're not nearly done yet, by the way, so grab some more drinks and snacks if you want to. I guess I can already... Well, I'm not going to close the ruler tab yet. I was going to do that, but just in case, I'll leave it open. Because we're still going to do the shuffle at the end.
Oh, true, that too.
Copy approves of Uesugi's placement. I mean, yeah, I mean, she's... And if you want to invest in her, you will never be disappointed. So she's going to have to be top tier. Anyway, Avenger time. We're going back in time for super modern to not so modern. Not day one, of course, but year one for sure. We got the OG, ya boy, the Count Edmond Dantes. We will talk about the new one later too, though. But yeah, we have to start from the old first. So yeah, AoE, quick, DPS, and farmer. And honestly, as much as I hate to say it, I think he should be placed as a farmer. I don't like his DPSing. I think he's lacking a lot of tools that would make for a great DPS. But yeah, let's see here. So attack-wise, believe it or not, his attack is under average at 12.6k for the Avenger. I mean, their range will be very small anyway, but it's still funny to say that 12.6k is under average on a category. Like, can we just talk about that? That's just a rhetorical question, but yeah, it's kind of stupid. Anyway, it's still great, obviously, despite being that. So yeah, I don't want it to sound too negative. It's still crazy.
I just realized, like, yeah, it's probably for the best. You don't, we don't.
Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't use stats on this class.
Give it over into talking about Saber Ibuki unironically.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dantes. Okay, so double buster, double quick deck. I actually do like his deck though for DPSing. He's just missing some tools though that I would like to see, but his gains are also not great either. Sadly, on the face cards, that's also one problem. Anyway, skills: 6-turn cooldown. He gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn, 50% attack for 1 turn, and then 32% debuff rest for 3 turns. Like at that point, if you didn't know he's an early servant, now you would, because it's wonky, weird numbers. So it's basically his mana burst that offers utility, but also +1 cooldown. So it depends on how much you value that utility. It's not that great, sadly. A lot of downtime, and the only uptime that's meaningful is on the debuff rest. That won't be, reliable anyway. It's just a bonus. So And this is the best rank of the skill, by the way. I mean, the other one will have a different version of it, so yeah. Now, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 50% MP gain for 3 turns. Wow. 30% battery, cool. And then on attack buff for 3 turns, so whenever he's critting an enemy, he removes 1 latest buff from them. Again, one of the main issues I have with him, it's so hard to crit with this guy unless you really stack on those supports. He has no absorb. And yeah, he generates an okay amount of stars, but man, it's sometimes just really annoying to try and crit with this guy. But yeah, I mean, because of this, you MP very easily. This is why he can loop.
I think it's so dumb that it needs to crit, because like there are servants that just have the same effect where they don't need a crit.
And then there's like Summer Ushi, right? Like you crit 1, or it's like 30% chance to remove all buffs. So with the Brave Chain, it's basically guaranteed. You need to land it once.
Like, yeah, this is needless, like, restriction. Like, they're like, oh, but but like with Summer Scotty, he makes like over 50 stars. Yeah, I get that, but like, you don't. Why though? Like, why though? That is genuine. Like, my genuine question is just why. Like, anyways.
It's still an okay skill though, because it does a lot with his gains, of course. So it enables him to actually go fast because he's Dantes. So it still serves that purpose, but the utility is a bit weird. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, tick down for 1 enemy. He cleanses himself of all debuffs that can be removed and then gets a 20 star bomb, which again, use this turn 1. You need way more than that. You're not critting with this, that's for sure. You need more star bombs from supports, or it needs to be like after an MP turn or something to brute force crits with max stars. It's just so sad. Like, this kit is still lackluster to me. Like
I
for
think at
farming
least
is
Summer
okay,
Scotty-
is passable, but it could still use more 3-turn damage buffs. And then also for DPSing, it's just his crits are so inconsistent.
Yeah. At least Summer Scotty patches him up. That's it.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Yeah.
All right, back to Avenger passives. He only has them. So 20% MP gain, increased MP gain on damage taken, and minus 10% debuff resistance on allies, minus him. It's okay, but again, he's not one of those Avengers that kind of likes to be targeted, so, you know, it's just a bonus, not really something you should strive for. 8% crit damage, yeah, nice when it does work. He crits hard after all, when he does. 3% gauge per turn, pretty cool, but could be higher. He's anti-Avenger on the pen, because, you know, he's the Avenger, I guess. Wouldn't bring him against Avengers, though. Just bring a Moon Cancer, the one thing they're good for. MP has been buffed. It's not the best FX-wise, though. So all enemies get a 100% Curse Amp for 5 turns on base. Just a flat one. And then base Overcharge, all enemies get a 500 Curse on them for 5 turns, scaling up to 1.5k. And then minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 40% after damage. I guess for farming it would have been maybe too much to ask for the defense down to be before damage, but yeah, I just don't really like the curse too much. I mean, granted, it can kind of stack it though, so you know it's not the worst because you know it's like 5 turns
really
each.
Too much?
Yeah, I don't know,
Like,
maybe
I mean,
not, but
Andromeda has it, to be honest. Like, I'm not.
I mean he hits harder though, but yeah, still.
Yeah, he definitely hits harder, but like.
I feel like Dante's hasn't aged. He hasn't aged terribly, but not really well either. He's like slowly coming down over the years, I think, in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, he at least has like decent looping numbers, and he's chaotic
Yeah.
evil. I guess if you want to use him with Dolman.
But even
for
then, his crits would be inconsistent.
But
with the
he's
Dolman.
just like you really need like strong supports to patch on, which like once
Yeah.
again, you know, like it's
He's
not
glued
like
to supports.
it's not like stars are that hard to come by nowadays. You know, like Summer Scotty, if you use double Summer Scotty, that's 30 stars per turn, right? So like it's not like insanely difficult per se, but yeah, he's just fine. Like the upgrade MP is like makes it okay.
Yeah. What do you think, Otto, of
Yeah.
OG Dante's boy?
Well, if we're
This is
just
a-
gonna talk about his farming numbers, he is like up on the he's on the upper end of quick loopers because
Oh, for sure, yeah.
he's got better refund than a lot of them. As it says there, he might be able to do 2-2-2, which is pretty cool. And
Yeah.
then like he's also got some of the best like wave 1 damage of all of the servants.
I mean, yeah, you gotta pop it on one.
I like the debuff cleanse and the pierce invul, but like it's uptime issues. His skills just don't have very good uptime, and even then, they just don't have very good effects.
It more so annoys me in Prison Tower when you can use it every turn instead of actually being on him. So like, I don't know. I don't think he's horrible, honestly. He's just fine. But like for example, as an AOE quick neutral damage dealer, right? Like, bro, look at Karen. Like, what the fuck? Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I'm pretty sure Karen. Okay, I'm not as firm on that, but like I'm not firm on that.
I think he's like B plus or A personally, probably, because his farming is still legit. I just don't like him as a DPS.
Yeah, I think he's just whatever. Like once again, at least he's chaotic evil, but other than that, he's just whatever. I think A plus or B is fair. Like A or B, not A plus. A or B plus. Sorry, A or B plus is fair. I don't think she is B plus. He is B plus though.
Yeah, I think that might be a bit low because his numbers are still legit for farming at least.
Yeah, I think he's still A because like you know like yeah he does one thing, but like you know he does one thing. Like what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah,
Boring, but
he's still a full tier down from Karen, so I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Dantes. All right, last row remains, and definitely won't be fast. Oh, dude. Oh, yeah, the next one, though. Oof. I guess it is time. All right. I mean, honestly, I guess we have a little bit different to talk difference in compared to last year because we have a new buff. But yeah, next up, obviously, Jolter. They were released very close to each other, and yeah, for
Before
better or
anything,
worse.
though, MP the animation update is S tier. Right? Like
True.
her
I mean,
animation
as
update is so
as a non-Jolter fan, I like it a lot. I'm
She
not
got
a
a
non-fan,
theme
but I'm
already.
not a huge fan. Okay, so
This
there you
is
go.
crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Her animation update. Holy shit. Anyways, sorry.
True. Anyway, Jolter, John Alter, there she is. Single target buster DPS, and first of all, I mean, the one thing you can't take her away from her is her attack. It's still the highest by far. 13.2k on base. No one else has even 13k, so it's all well above that. So, wow, look at that. So that's the one thing she will probably always be number one on until the end of service, if I had to guess, because I have a feeling they they definitely like, you know, overdid it with her design, and they've clearly regretted it later. But yeah, I mean, there you go. Highest attack. Congrats, Jolter,
Okay.
since you will always have that.
Actually, there's so Comma Avenger also is over 13k.
Oh, yeah, true, actually.
Avenger's a little bit lower only.
Oh, yeah, I
mean,
forgot about Karma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's literally like
I-
21.
I mean, I guess
think they
technically
want
she's still
to-
number one, but yeah.
I
Okay.
do think they
Oh, yeah.
want to maintain the meme where she is the highest. Like I'm pretty sure they want to like, oh, you know, like the highest we ever go is Jolter's number. Like I'll be surprised. Like unless it's like a very special.
I mean,
set,
on the flip side, I kind of hope Gina will always have the highest HP, no bias, of course.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
what I was
does
about
she
to
not?
say. I was thinking like, hey,
Wait, does she
they
not?
She
John
does,
doesn't
but I'm hoping it stays like that because I'm biased, of course.
Oh, I mean, she's already tanky. So.
Yeah, I mean,
It's quite
technically,
funny.
like Bunny Toria maybe has more effective HP because she's a ruler or something, but
Yeah,
I
that
don't
don't
care, dude.
count.
Fuck
Who
that, dude.
cares?
We want to see the big number instead.
Yeah, fuck that shit, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I use rulers against extra class. What do you mean?
Anyway, back to Jolter. So, a double buster, double arch deck. I like the deck a lot. It's good for both the buster crits and, you know, gains from the MP. And the MP is actually not bad after buff, so it's fine. The gains themselves won't be like crazy good. In fact, they're like kind of eh. But, you know, they're not horrible either. Now, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and then 800% absorb for 3 turns. I mean, it's basic, but it works. With this, she can actually crit on a fairly decent uptime. Without this, she would be much worse, despite it being basic. You really need this. Second skill could definitely be buffed though. So on a 5-turn cooldown, full party, 20% attack for 3 turns, and then dragon allies get another 20% attack for 3 turns. She herself does not get that, sadly, because she's not dragon trait. Does anyone even give that? I'm not sure, probably not. So yeah, unfortunate. She only gets 20% attack from this. That's it. Like for a main DPS to have that on a skill, looks very ugly. Now, third skill, this was the new buff. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% buster for 1 turn, 1 turn of invul. Now with the big 50% battery, and then she does 1k damage to herself, which cannot be fatal. I mean, yeah, it's like I said, the MP is quite nice post buff. So with this, you can spam it a bit more. Not like a crazy difference, but you know, it definitely helps. At least I like it mostly for the start of the battles, if anything. Although granted, you still have to blow your invul there anyway if you want to do it like that. But it's an option to go fast from the get-go. Although if you bring double Koyan, you can probably afford to blow the invul anyway. Depends on how you do the fight, I guess. But yeah, there you go. You can spam your MP now, even if it's a kind of an awkward skill sometimes still. Overall, I'm not a huge fan of the skill set. It just barely works. But it's not like super pretty. It's okay.
Yeah, I'll comment later, but
Yeah, okay. Alright, Avenger passives, 18% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then minus 8% debuff risk for her allies. Again, she doesn't really want to take too many hits, but I guess she does have that invul, so during that turn it's okay to get some bonus gains. Although you're probably not going to taunt her anyway, because why would you bring a taunt with her? Kind of weird. 10% crit damage. That one actually is great on her, because she does have that crit focus, which has a decent uptime. 4% gauge per turn is okay too, because again, the MP, the more the merrier. Anti-Avenger on the passive, because every Avenger hates each other. That's just how it goes. MP buffed. There it is. So one enemy buff blocked for one time. No time limit. Pretty cool. So again, you can just put it up there and then maybe cash out that value later when they're like, hey, I'm going to use an invul now. And they're like, oh shit, I can't. I got blocked. Boom. Then with the buff, you also get a 30 star bomb. Very nice to go with the crit skill. And then the OOC is the really bad part. So the target gets 500 curse on them for 5 turns, scaling up to 2.5k. So I like the MP minus the OC. Hits decently hard on neutral as well. Mostly because of her cracked numbers. That's pretty much it. I think Jolter is fine. I think she's good. But I don't think she's like amazing.
So here's the thing, right? I don't think her skill set is horrible.
I don't think it's horrible, but it's like a lackluster for a 2024 kit.
That skill 1 is the one skill that removes the biggest Avenger negative.
Yeah, it works. I just hate the second skill. That's my main issue, and then the awkwardness of the third skill.
Yeah, but like all of her things work very well with her high attack stat. Like her entire kit. Okay, yeah, second skill is kind of dog, but like her first skill is very much. Especially combined with her MP having a 30 star bomb now, it's really consistent even without the help of other star absorb buffs. And like she generates a lot of stars on her own already with her chain, 7-hit extra attack. 10-hit Buster MP actually does generate stars on top of the 30. And the third skill, I understand it's annoying because it's a battery tied to a mana burst, tied to an invul. But
only
like,
survival
honestly,
skill as well, yeah.
But like I mean the thing with like Otto said before where like you're breaking a bar usually when you're using this kind of stuff, so it's like a good defense. Like it's
sometimes
not as bad.
good.
It's not as bad. Like you can always just use it for two purposes. Like I think the battery and the mana burst are like a good tie together. So honestly I think, and she still has like the highest neutral, like no okay, I not considering Berserk, I don't know. Like I'm not like completely that familiar with numbers, but like she does like crazy stuff just because of her upgraded MP plus her high like damage. Like she could like 2 turn Sweet Universe without a CE, right? Like yeah, that is like haha funny, optimal, whatever. Like you can say it's impractical, but like that is sort of testament to like how much damage she just does. And like her mighty chain gets her quite a bit of MP as well because of that strong extra attack. So honestly, I think like her kit is simplistic, but because of her high attack stat, because of her upgraded MP, because of her consistent crits, that's kind of all you want in a hyper offense Buster DPS. And I think she just has.
I mean, it works, yeah.
Yeah, she has all of the things that she wants in terms of her playstyle. So I personally would still put in like at the very least A+, but I mean, I'm just saying that's for me.
Okay. What about you, Otto?
So about the third skill, I think I'm gonna like retread some of the stuff he already said, but so part of the reason why the battery buff was actually better than usual is because like one thing that like okay, so on one hand, like you use it to break a bar and then you have the invuln ahead of time for when you break the bar. On the other side of things, you use it reactively for the enemy's NP, and now you're more likely to have your NP on that turn. So it's okay to do it that way as well, because like if you got at least 50% charge, now you have your NP. And then like also her neutral damage, like even without her Buster buff, it's still pretty high, I would say. Just the fact that she's able to crit so consistently, like all of the time, it's
gains
great.
are decent as well because of that.
Yeah, I'd actually say her gains are pretty strong because like one thing that like one of the best things that you can have for your gains, you can have a really low NP gain stat, but if you're consistently critting, it doesn't feel as bad because that's doubling your card gain every time you use a card. So So yeah, like I'm fine with A+. I was thinking at least A+.
At least A plus. Whoa, damn, it's fighting words.
Well,
I mean,
I
there are a
don't
lot
know
of EX servants. I will give it to you. There's a lot of.
I don't think she belongs in anywhere near EX, but you would have to do a little bit of I mean, you kind of already tried to put her in A plus though. I'm not that hot on A plus personally. I know I'm farming like hate here, but yeah, I'm not that hot on the idea.
I mean,
I can maybe see it though.
Here's the thing, right? Like what do you? How do I put this? Because like she doesn't have a lot of stuff, but like the thing with a lot of servants is they have a lot of random shit that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like she has like almost all of the stuff that she has, as little as she does, are relevant. Other than the curse on the MP, everything else and seconds like everything a Buster DPS wants to do as much and consistent damage as possible, she does have, I think. And like other than that, survival, she has a baseline survival. You know, she can tank an MP. That's usually good enough, honestly. Like having like a 2-time 3-turn invul is not, in a lot of cases, honestly, not that much better than having a 1-turn invul.
Damn.
But
that's a tough one, dude. This is a tough placement for me.
Personally, I think she's A plus just from my personal use cases. But I mean, for example,
maybe it's because we already covered a lot of other neutral DPSs and they do so much more. Maybe I'm just jaded because of that. I don't know. To me, she doesn't do enough. But yeah, like you said, maybe it's fine because you kind of sometimes you can just press red enemy dead, right? So you maybe don't need like a ton of shit. So
to be fair, we also put those servants in EX, so it's not like we're putting her on the same level.
For example, right?
About it.
Like if you're fighting a boss, like yes, Kenshin does a lot for you. But like if I don't need the utility, I can bring Jolter and burn it down like in a turn.
Oh yeah, here's the thing we didn't talk about because I haven't I don't have experience of it. I don't even have a copy in JP. Does she have any use in multi-core now with the battery, or is that a meme? Is it legit?
Depends on your copy, of course. Like she is just like Kintoki in a way. You know what I mean? Like she's just big damage 1 turn. She has a little bit more utility because she has a second skill, and if you pair her with a dragon, it's actually pretty strong. But like I would just use her as like Kintoki in a multi-core. I wouldn't say she's like less damage because of worse class, but like she has depend on your copy. She's like worse damage, but she has like slightly better team support, and in a CQ she's infinitely better than Kintoki. So I don't see a problem putting her in A plus when Kintoki's like that high. I forgot where Kintoki was, but Kintoki's pretty high, right?
I think he was A plus. Yeah.
I don't see them in different tiers, honestly. Like there you go. Like she is just infinitely better in CQs.
Yeah, because like if she's almost on par with him, I know we're going across different lists here.
For neutral class. I mean, compared to what though? Like I know she's not a berserker, so like yeah, but like in a CQ she's infinitely better. Compared to what?
Yeah, I would agree that in CQ she would trash Kintoki. In farming, Kintoki is probably better, but in CQ I would definitely pick her over him.
Like in what? Compared to what damage? Compared to whose damage? Like I don't know. I mean I already admitted I'm not like the most like crazily.
I don't think you can say is she better than Amma, because that's not a good comparison. One is AoE and one is picked for all the utility and all the stuff he does, not really for the damage. Jolter is just picked for the damage. You don't really expect anything else from her. You just pick her for the damage.
I don't look, because like okay, we keep saying like we just pick her for the damage. It's not like she doesn't have, like, once again, she has consistent crits, she has good MP gain, she can spam her MP, her MP has buff block, her MP generates 30 stars, right? Like she has a big battery, she can instantly use her MP. Like I think yes, those are basic effects. No, those are not like we can just, those are not Kintoki skills, you know what I mean? Like I know Kintoki is
called the buff block basic. Buff block is pretty strong at times. Like there's sometimes where buff block will just completely save you there.
All right. I'll go
Yeah,
with A plus for that. We might revisit this on the and when we
okay.
have more like comparison later, and then we do the shuffle
I
as
have
well.
a bigger
But
question
yeah,
because like I could be
okay.
completely wrong about like the damage thing, but like what are you comparing her to in terms of neutral damage, Trevor? In terms of like her damage is mid. Like what are you comparing her to? You can't consider.
I assume he's talking
I'd
about
say.
Berserkers being the comparison because they're both like universal classes. But yeah,
well that's fair. I understand
Yeah.
that because classes are better, but Dante's is not consistent. You need to use her. You need to use his cards. You need to give him burn code. I mean that's not big an issue. I'm
Anyway,
also not putting her above Dante's. Anyways.
yeah,
Neutral,
let's we're probably gonna revisit some of that later as well. But yeah, there you go.
Just
A
reply in
plus
chat.
for now.
We'll have the
Okay.
discussion in chat, I guess.
Okay. Anyway, let's talk about the next Avenger. I don't even know how long that took, but honestly, it was a good discussion anyway. So next up is Mao Nobu, or Demon King Nobunaga, I guess. But everyone just calls her Mao, because, you know, it's nice and short. So AoE, Buster, DPS, Farmer, you know, all that jazz. Anti-Divine shenanigans. Again, very high attack at 12.6k. I mean, at this point, every 5-star Avenger is going to have a high attack no matter what. So it's such a small little range there, like who's higher than the other. They're all going to have high attacks, so there you go. Now, she is full triple buster, so Monkey mode is real. Now, her gain scars are still not that crazy, though, is the funny part. Even though she only has 2 of them. They could still be better, but, you know. Red goes burr. Ascension 3, please. Okay, there you go. You're not going to even see it for long, okay? Alright, skills. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets an attack buff for 3 turns that increases every turn. So on max rank, it starts with 20%, I believe. No, it starts 30% and it increases 20%. Okay, so it's 30%, then it's 50, then it's 70 on turn 3. That's how that works. Then she gets Burning Field for 3 turns. And then she gets a 1k unstackable burn on herself for 3 turns. That can, if you're bringing her for a boss fight, that can actually hurt a little bit. But there are ways to deal with that, of course, because it's still a demerit that can be removed in normal. It's not like I treat it as a buff or anything like that. So it's not that big of a deal, but sometimes it can be a bit annoying. And obviously, the attack buff is kind of interesting, at least in farming, because, you know, it makes your wave 3 damage peak quite hard. Because, you know, you're going to have your big buffs on wave 3 as well. So that on top is interesting, I guess. Leaves her early round wave damages, not super high, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn. She gets 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, so that invul is safe. And then she increases her damage, 50% damage on sky attribute enemies. But only on Burning Field. But thank God she applies Burning Field herself. So that kind of is really kind of irrelevant. Because, you know, they both last for 3 turns anyway. And, you know, this is a 5-turn cooldown. So sometimes there might be a bit of a mismatch between the uptime. But it's pretty easy to do. You just need, I mean, the only thing that you need is the Sky Attribute enemy. So that one, you know, it's up to the node itself, I guess. Sadly, the least common attribute, I believe, so that is... Well, actually, no, Star is the least common, right? But it's like the second least common. Oh, well. Oh, she has negative matchup attribute, or attribute matchup with Sky. Well, that is unfortunate, but, you know, that's what they chose, probably because of lore reasons. Anyway, third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. She gets a 30% battery, and then on Burning Field, she gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. Yeah, there you go. Again, she can guarantee that. This one actually even shares a cooldown with the first skill. So yay. This skill actually pretty good since you can guarantee everything. On a 5-turn cooldown, that is. It's a pretty basic kit, again. Not much to say about it. You know, it works for farming, it works for DPSing. I kind of wish she had some kind of like, you know, absorb going for her. Because her crits have really good potential too. But unlike Jalter, for instance, she just doesn't have that crit skill. They were probably like, oh, you need to bring Nobukatsu instead to make up for that. But, you know, it just doesn't feel good to do that. Anyway, Avenger passive, 17.5% MP gain on damage taken. She has that, unremovable invul, so it can help a little bit with gains occasionally. She can take a bit more hits maybe. 7.5% debuff rest down on all party members. Not a big deal at all. Or minus her, rather. 2% crit damage, not much, but there it is. And then 3.3% gauge per turn on the final passive. Helps as well. Anti-alter ego. It's funny because all these extra classes are like fighting each other on the appends, it seems. She's an okay option, I guess, for alter ego. Not a great one though, like crazy. Alright, MP, no buff, but before damage, removes all buffs from defensive buffs from all divine enemies before damage. Great. Does a 1k burn on them for 5 turns. No one really cares about that. Although, with Honey Lake, it can be a bit relevant, but also it's after damage, so you would still need command codes anyway. And then the overcharge is a super effective against divine enemies, the base 150 to 200 range, but against all enemies, not just servants, so, even on farming nodes sometimes can actually work out. So Mao is pretty basic, huh? But she's fine. I still think she could be definitely way better, but she's like fine, right? What do you guys think about Mao? I don't think people really talk about her much anymore, sadly.
Triple Buster.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the Triple Buster. I think she's very frail. Like the cleanse code does help her a lot, but like she's actually one of those characters where the self burn. I feel the self burn actually from this character.
Yeah, I feel it every time I use her too.
But she has really good
crit potential.
The crit potential. She had like if you do use the Buster Loop thing, which like I do think if you use like double Koyan Light on her, she becomes like hyper frail. But she does get a lot of damage out of it. Like if you're using her for Buster farming, I'm pretty sure her number is pretty good.
She has her invuln still.
Yeah, she has her invuln
still. You're gonna be able to double cast that, so you're not gonna be too frail, I would say.
She's one of those DPS that's kind of glued to Koyan though, right? Because she has no absorb of her own, and it doesn't make many stars either.
I mean Nobukatsu though.
Yeah, Nobukatsu can help in that regard.
Yeah, I do think no, because like I was stupid because I remember reading when I was rating Nobukatsu, I didn't read like one huge part about his skill, because I don't use him enough.
Was it the big absorb?
What is that again?
5k absorb or something from Nobu allies? Is that what you mean?
No, 80% crit damage.
Yeah, that too.
I didn't read that.
Damn.
Yeah, it's quite a bit, huh? And she gets the much needed absorb. Otherwise, if she has no absorb, yeah, very inconsistent and that doesn't feel good. Definitely needs absorb.
Okay, look. Here's the thing, right? Okay, sorry, I don't mean to bring this up again, but like, yes, you can say anti-trait, but like, saying Ushi Gozen does more damage than Jolter is very misleading. Like, yeah, I understand the trait, but like, she needs to hit all 3 traits, I mean, technically it's 2 traits, because she has anti-earth, and I'm assuming her with triple trait hits harder than Jolter with no trait, maybe? I still find it a little bit hard to believe, but maybe.
Well, this has derailed.
Yeah, sorry. I was just replying to him.
Yeah, fair, okay. Interesting.
I did lose to Ushi Gozen with my Durga, so who knows? So anyways, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, she's too powerful, bro.
She's too powerful.
Jolter
she's the
like
baby right
now.
Whoa, okay, wow, now it's getting heated. Heated like Mao Nobu activating her first skill, get it? Because it's a burning battlefield. Okay.
True. Okay, back to Mao Nobu. I think Katsu helped him a lot, honestly. Like Katsu is a great support. I
it helps her and Summer Nobu actually.
Yeah,
most notably.
Take back the shit take I had when I forgot she had 80% crit up on Nobu. Like what?
No.
How did I forget about that? That's insane. Anyways, I mean Mao Nobu probably the debatable. Like I know Summer Nobu's a berserker, but like Summer Nobu, honestly, I think her bigger draw is the NT Divine MP. Like Mao Nobu's crits are damn scary. But yeah.
I have a hard time placing her because I mean I haven't tried too much like DPSing with her. I've mostly just tried her with farming, which is fine. We've had some nodes where she like 90 plus pluses where she's worked, but
She's
I haven't really done
probably
too
a
much
unit-
DPSing.
I don't know. I mean, it's either A plus or A. Honestly, I don't know.
A
She's
plus or
definitely
what?
one of those ones you bring for anti-divine, because she really just goes crazy against divine.
In my opinion, she's either A plus or A, but I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were
don't know
gonna say A
either.
plus or EX because you started with A plus. Okay.
No. Oh, sorry. A or A plus. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I know I know she has really good damage with Koyan Light.
Do you agree
Because
with
she
A plus, Otto?
His scaling thing that double scales again.
Yeah, I'm not too committed, so yeah, I'm fine.
I mean, I can probably do it. I can totally see the scenario in my head where she can be really good with the crits and whatnot. Yeah, sure. Next to Jolter. Wow, they look kind of cool next to each other. Look at that. The backgrounds and everything, the colors. Wow. Alright, fair enough. Alright, time for another big fan favorite. Let's talk about Space Ishtar. Space Ishtar. The sci-fi Ishtar. Servant verse. We got it.
Summer.
Sir. So, honestly, I don't know why it is, but I never see anyone talk about Space Star anymore. Maybe I'm just not observant, but I never see anyone talk about her. Anyway, let's cover her anyway here. So AoE arts, well, I guess can be like a rainbow DPS, some kind of a rainbow DPS. But mostly just arts though, let's be real. You're gonna arts her. You're not gonna use Buster or Quake. And I don't want to hear arguments like, oh, she's EX because she can do all 3 card types. You're gonna use her as arts, bro. Don't lie to yourself. Anyway,
Quick is literally not a grill.
yeah, it's a meme. Anyway, so yeah, she's arts, AoE, DPS, farmer, but let's see how well she does. 12.6k attack, again, very high, shocking. It's like all 5-star Avengers, really good. Now, deck, double Buster, double arts. Her arts card is very sad, and so is her quick, sadly, but, you know, luckily her MP refunds really well, so is not the biggest problem, I suppose. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Her allies besides her get 30% attack for 3 turns. I never realized why, or never understood why it's this way around. Why doesn't she get the bigger attack? But okay. And then her allies again get charm immune for 3 turns. She doesn't. It's such a weird skill on someone that wants to be the main DPS. I just don't understand it really. But, you know, that's how it goes. Just a weird skill. For herself is like actually pretty meh. It's literally who did we cover earlier? Yeah, it's like Jolter. Yeah, it's like Jolter basically. This is literally Jolter's second skill.
Oh,
Yeah.
second skill, yes. Second skill.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Her charisma. She gets 20% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. And then her allies get something, you know? It's the same skill in most cases. Anyway, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets MP damage, 20% for 1 time, 3 turns. Then she gets invul for 1 attack, 3 turns. And then you can choose your MP type for the next 3 turns. But let's be real, you're going to press that arts. You're not going to press the quick. You're not going to press the buster. You're going to press that arts, okay? But it's really annoying that it's actually 1 time for MP damage. Really annoying. Although, I guess the one saving grace is that her MP is arts on base anyway, so you can just save it for the wave you need it the most on, I guess. So thank God for that. That is not like quick on base or something, because chances are you don't need that damage on wave 1 anyway. Depends on the node, I guess. But yeah, it's okay. It also has some defense. It's alright. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 50% battery for herself, and then an 80% chance to get a rainbow of 20% for 3 turns. Individual calculations. Now, I think some cases it actually matters if you hit the arts up or not, which is the annoying part. Not always. Sometimes you're just missing a bit of damage, but sometimes you might need that extra bit of a refund, depending on your comp, the node. You know, there's a lot of factors that goes into this, so it's not very nice. I want to say most cases, again, it doesn't really matter too much, especially because, you know, people that use her to farm probably have a super fat copy anyway. So, you know, missing out on that damage, maybe not that big of a deal because you're going to get so much arts from your supports anyway. But yeah, it's just an alright battery. It's not even that great, honestly. Honestly, her skill set is like whatever. I think she's mostly carried by the MP spam and her high attack. The skill set is like, is there, you know? It's just...
She can definitely get a skill buff. I think her skill set is kind of bruh.
Yeah, there's not much here, honestly. It's kind of bare bones. It's not the worst by any means, but could be way better. Now, passives. Ooh, we got a lot. 15% debuff risk. Nice. 6% crit damage. Well, she's definitely not crit focused, so that's like just there. 27% more debuff risk, so that's now 42. Quick maths. Nice. 22% increased MP gain on damage taken. She only has one hit of Invul. Granted, she is art, so a bit more protection from like Castor, etc. So that's cool. But yeah, it's just a bonus again, mostly for her. 12% minus debuff risk on allies besides her. A bit annoying, but you know, it's not the end of the world again, unless you're fighting like very charm-heavy enemies that have like RNG on them, stuns, etc. 10% more crit damage again. Sadly, not the most relevant thing for her because she doesn't generate like many stars at all. And then arts kind of crits the worst anyway. 3.5% gauge per turn. Also cool as a bonus. Might even help you refund enough sometimes. Depends on the node again. Anti-archer append. I'm sure, you know, all the big fans have this, of course. Because, you know, they will use her to loop neutral, of course. Now the MP, so arts version, I mean, it's the same as everyone. They just changed the damage mod to correspond to the card type. So she gets 100% extra attack damage for one turn on base. It's not like the append that's extra card effectiveness, which increases gains as well. This is just damage. But it does kind of scale, you know, stack pretty cool in a cool way with the append though, for like giga damage, especially if you have MPAA, then that arts or that extra will just you're dead. Anyway, overcharge. Before damage, 20% MP damage for 3 turns. It's getting up to 60%. So hey, ramp up, we got it. There it is. It's only a 3-hitter, but her MP gain is very nice, so refunds pretty damn well anyway. Yeah, I mean, Spishta. I mean, you can use her in both farming and DPSing for sure. Like, there's no problem there, but I don't know.
There's no reason to DPS with her. She doesn't bring anything unique to the table.
It's just damage, yeah, but it's such an easy MP to spam, though. That's the thing. Like, if there's a bunch of mixed classes, I could see it, but yeah.
I pressed her Buster mode. It's pretty fun.
Okay, fair.
I mean, dude, Coin Light, like he has ramp up with over. Like honestly, for like some runs, I think it's fun. But like I know what you mean. I think her her skill set is like actually like I disagree with your take on like Jolter's skill set being like nothing. But I think
I didn't say, okay. I wasn't. I think you thought I was way more brutal on her skill set than I think it's fine. I said it was like fine. I don't think it's terrible. You probably misheard me or something.
I guess I am this brutal on her then. I think her skill set is literally just the battery. Like yes, she can change card type, and I do think Buster. You can play Buster. You can play her Buster.
Yeah, okay.
Like, for fun, but like I think her skill set really is just nothing. Like she has nothing. If you remove that card type change, which like most people I know are gonna press arts, she has nothing. She has a 50 battery. That's it. She's a fucking 50 battery charging AoE arts that has nothing, and she's just like good at farming. Like, but we did get Dantes some credit for it, so it's not like.
I mean, they're very comparable, I guess, even though they're different card types. They're both kind of like bare bones that just farm all right.
They can be the same card type. Thank you very much. Where did you get this again?
Oh, Dantes? I think he was A.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's A.
I mean, she's still really useful in farming, so I don't know if I should discredit because like quick looping is not that good to arts looping.
I think she's like A minimum, but I'm not sure if I can do A plus. She's kind of falling my eyes.
I like the shit on her a little bit. I don't think she's horrible. Like she still stacks up really well in terms of looping. Like I tried to compare her loop farming with like Marie Alter and whatever. Like it's still she actually beats Marie Alter in a lot of cases still. Like so like you know. She is even more like the Dantes issue, actually, in my opinion. Like she doesn't, like she's even better at farming, but she's just so boring. She got nothing. But like, are we really gonna discredit her usefulness just because she has nothing?
I mean, we're still gonna account for her, you know, farming being legit.
Hot take. Dantes is better in challenge quests than she is.
I agree. I don't like his DPSing, but I still think he does more in challenge quests.
Probably. I mean, arts is arts, but I kind of
Yeah,
I know what you
it's
mean, man.
literally Victoria that. Honestly, yeah, like most of the reason why she is considered
This
good
guy's
in all
story.
is Victoria. Like,
Now,
Yeah.
arts characters. The problem with this game in general is arts servants get away with it. Arts servants
They do get away with
bullshit
it.
all the time. They get away with not having anything. They get away with I don't need defense. I don't need utility. I don't need shit. I just need to do damage. Oh, that's fine.
yeah,
Boring as fuck, but like that's
yeah,
just how the
dude,
game works now.
dude, she could have nothing in her kit at all except the NP ramp, and she wouldn't be that much different, to be honest.
Yeah.
Almost better. Yeah, I think almost better. No.
All right, I think I might just place her in A. Honestly, it's definitely coming down from previous years. And dude, it's just I already see the dislikes on the video later as well. But I mean, it is what it is.
Clown on her 24/7, bro. That definitely needs a skill upgrade, 100%. Like,
I mean, you can still find. I mean, if you're watching this and you have like a 120 copy with 2K foes, MP5, and you're still gonna love life. For you, she's EX. Like objectively, that's fine. But I think she hasn't aged super well.
Skills, like people keep thinking, oh, she's fine. Yeah, she's fine in farming, but like they could have added so many interesting things in her skill. Like I keep suggesting the same thing every year. It's like have her third skill, first of all, not be RNG, and second of all, give a bonus effect depending on her current MP type. Like you can play into that archetype. It's cool.
Yeah, because quick is useless right now. No one would ever pick quick. Maybe Buster. Okay, I was maybe a bit harsh. You can maybe pick Buster sometimes, but quick you would never pick. There's no reason.
Yeah, there's almost no reason. There's zero reason to pick.
You pick quick, pick Dantes or like or Karen or someone else. Way better.
So mean. Yeah. But like, you can definitely get like a skill buff. I don't think she needs an MP upgrade. I think she needs a skill upgrade. Her skill set is literally nothing.
Yeah, dude, it's so sad because like she has such a cool gimmick, but no one cares about her because she already starts in arts form.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I guess she'll be infinitely worse if she starts in quick, and you'd just be like, "What the?"
Anyway, we'll leave her an A for now, and we'll see.
They give her better hit counts.
Well, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe. Actually, I don't know because that might skew arts. They just adjust how much gain works on each MP. That's what they do these days.
Yeah, they probably they scuff that. They scuff gains for MPs and like different gains for card and MP. Anyway.
All right, fair enough. All right, Space Star A for now, as brutal as it sounds, potentially, depending on who the listener is. Right, next up, we're changing it up a little bit, because we go from AoE arts, well, mostly arts, to single target quick, and a interesting case indeed. We got Taira no Kagekyo, aka, Minamoto no Yoshitsude, kinda the faker one, but yeah, there you go. She hates Genji. That's what she is. She's a Genji hater. So yeah, again, much like all the other 5-star Avengers, really high attack at 12.7k, so yay, easy 3 points from the get-go, of course. She's got double arts, double quick on her deck. I honestly, personally, I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of don't like it, but I don't know. I don't really use Taira much.
I hate it. I hate it so much. Because
it's kind of weird, right?
Her gains might even be better if she only had one arts as well. So at least the arts gain would be better. So I really hate how she has one buster because of the things that I do with her. Usually like fast-paced stuff. Like solos, it doesn't really matter. But like for fast-paced stuff, like if I want to DPS with her, like hyper offense, it really sucks. But anyways.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Anyway, skill set, what do we got? 6-turn cooldown. She gets 200% Genji damage for 3 turns. Like, bro. Then she gets 100% crit damage for 3 turns, 30% battery, and then her allies get minus 100% absorb for 3 turns. I mean, that's a crit skill done right, am I right? It's like they did, instead of giving her the absorb, they did the other one, which if it's 2 allies, it kind of works, so it's fine. You can kind of do it this way too. But yeah, 100% crit damage, and then God forbid the enemy is Genji. Yeah, ouch. It's just a 200 power mod on a skill. Holy. So yeah, that's pretty chill. I love the skill name as well.
The craziest thing I've heard people suggest is, make a apply Genji trait command.
No, absolutely not. That would be ridiculous. With these numbers, you would never do that.
Yeah, it
Permanent
benefits
200%.
it
Let's
benefits
go.
exactly one servant in the game, and they get 200% power mods for
You know what?
no reason.
Hear me out. In order for her to beat new Dantes, she needs it. All right. Like,
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it works. Outside of the Genji's thing, it's still good for a crit skill, honestly.
100%.
It's not the best
crit up,
uptime, but it works.
Yeah, it's 100% on the button. It's kind of rare
Right.
still, I feel. I mean, not that rare
Yeah.
anymore, but kind of rare.
Anyway, second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and you can stack this with other Guts. Then she gets 100% death resistance for 3 turns, and then she gets this on Guts activate buff for 3 turns, so whenever a Guts is procced on her, she gets a Thirst for Vengeance buff for 10 turns, which makes her MP do more damage. Yay. I like the icon on it. It's like the kanji for rage, basically. Very cool. They made a unique icon for no reason, and I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very low cooldown. So at least from this one skill alone, unless you're playing really badly, you will always get at least like minimum 2 Guts from this, maybe even more, because you can stack it with other Guts. So really flexible, actually.
They patched it so it can stack with itself now. It used to not be able to.
Oh, that must have been a bug, because it doesn't say anything like that it shouldn't have been able to do that. So it was a fix then, right? Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then all enemies 500 curse for 3 turns. Again, the curse is like whatever. Even if we have a C nowadays that is like anti-curse, is not that. The uptime would still not be worth, because then you would have to use command codes with curse as well. But yeah, besides that, the attack is nice. The evade is pretty flexible. It works. I like the skill set. It's basic, but you know, it's fine for both team effects or team battles because of the minus absorb, and for solo, of course, is good because of the guts and the evade. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, just the Avenger passives, 22% MP gain on damage taken. This probably actually has a bigger effect on her than a lot of Avengers, because, you know, she has a lot of solo potential, right? So, you know, helps a lot with getting more of that MP. And especially then the 12% debuffer is down on all allies. Besides herself, doesn't really matter, because there are no other allies at that point. 6% crit damage, also nice, especially on solos, because Mighty Champs help a lot with getting more crits. And then the 3% gauge per turn is probably the most meaningless of these, actually, for once, for her, of all the Avenger passives. But, you know, still a cool bonus. Now, anti-rider on the append, you know, I mean, there are some Genji riders too, so, yeah, I mean, one of them is the reason this exists anyway. Hard to guess who. Why does it default to the NPC MP? That was weird. Anyway, here we go. So the MP, before damage, remove enemy buffs, everything. Just gone. Attacks, defense, goodbye. And then she gets bonus damage based on the third stack. So every stack is plus 25% damage on top of the base. Oh, you can stack this up to 4 times for another bonus 100% damage. Wow. And then she does a 1k curse on the target for 5 turns, again, scaling up to 5k on the OC, which is, again, whatever. She's not really going to be a curse stacker. Unfortunate effect. But yeah, I mean, Tyra is good, right? She's a pretty good DPS. And a soloer, for sure. I think she's good.
I love Tyra. She has, like, all the...
Really?
Did you have a grilled one? You do, right?
From the 200 videos you made with her.
I have a grilled one that is also 2k FOD. So like, I really like her. So I think her gameplay is really cool. Like, her solo is not brain dead, which is kind of what I enjoy, because like it usually takes me some trial and error, because like the timing of that guts, how many turns you can steal before the guts trigger in terms of cooldown is like very fun.
Yeah, you have to like count it based on like the enemy ticks and whatnot.
Yeah. So like oh, if I can trigger the guts right before it runs out, that's like the best feeling ever, right?
Yeah.
And like, but she still definitely has some of her issues. Like she's chaotic evil. She has instant, access to 100% crit. It's good, everything good. But first of all, her deck. I really don't like her deck. I think for solos it doesn't matter, but for like general DPSing, it's annoying. Her MP damage needs her to die, which is not an issue in solos, but for For
Teams is really hard to get for sure.
For teams, it's basically never
So if you're not
gonna
fighting Genji and you're in a team, her MP is going to be a bit lackluster for the most part, right?
the damage is not going to be too amazing, yes.
Yeah.
And depending on your MP copy, obviously. And of course, the overcharge effect is basically a nothing effect, which is really sad as well. It's not AoE. It's not like it doesn't.
At least it still has the really
good
utility of the full buff strip, though. That's nice.
Yeah, full buff strip. So I would have put her in EX last year, but I really think.
Yeah, I don't think I would maybe do that anymore.
There are so many stupid things. In particular, like he just came out, but I really hate how he's designed. So I think he almost he kind of almost invalidates what she does, in a lot of ways. Like he, instead of having to meticulously plan out how you time your guts and whether you want to die more often to get more damage faster or you want to preserve your HP. No, I just whack you on the head with a stick and you're stunned every turn. So I think Tyra, unfortunately, is not EX anymore. I think she can probably still be an A+ because she's still really solid, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm thinking A+ as well. But do you have anything to add, Otto?
No, not really. He's the resident Tyra expert here.
Yeah, true. He is. He really is.
Yeah, okay. I do like the really independent survival thing. It pairs pretty well with Quick, and I like that because that means I can just stack a bunch of offensive buffers and let them go off.
Don't worry about them dying. Yeah.
How many subs for EX? Oh, you mean Tyra? 500 subs, and I'll do it. Watch.
Jeez.
Any Oilers in the chat?
Wait,
I'll do it at that point.
You also have to gift me 500 subs, okay?
Fair. I like the hustle.
You also have to give me. Oh, I don't have it. Never mind.
Oh, too bad. You just have to make 500 accounts on YouTube and sub to them.
God,
you meant YouTube subs. I thought he was talking about gifted subs on Twitch.
No, I was talking about gifted subs. Yeah.
It's technically free, but damn, that's gonna take you like 500 hours. No.
Anyway, we'll go with A+ though.
Wish that to my worst enemies. But...
Okay. All right, moving on. We talked about Space Star. Now it's time to talk about, I guess, her main competition, probably. Anyway, Summer Kama. Back to Summer. There she is. I'm gonna change the Ascension. There you go. Much better. Now, AoE arts DPS at a farmer. Again, very comparable to Space Star in a lot of ways, I suppose. I forgot, but her attack is over 13k. In fact, it's very close to Jolter. It's like 2 digits less. Something like that. So, basically the same, but technically Jolter still holds the #1 spot, I guess. So the attack is pretty crazy, of course. Why not? She's got that going for her. Her deck is also double arts, double quick, which, I guess for the MP spam it's nice, but her, card damage probably won't be all that amazing. And the gains are also not that great on base, at least. Right, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns, and then evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. So it's basically the Eri skill again, right? Pretty much. I mean, it works. It's fine. But again, she's arts, so you might not even need the evasion every time. But, at least the arts buff is still a good chunk. Her main card type and all. Second skill, on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then all enemies 100% chance to be charmed. So it's both cool and bad. Cool because, hey, 100% base chance to charm all enemies, not even like servants or males or whatever. That's great. I mean, it can still whiff, of course, but that's cool. That's rare. But then it's sad because, it's your MP damage for 3 turns on a 7-turn cooldown now because of the charm being there. So, for farming, it's fine. But if you're not farming, then you're going to feel that downtime. Ooh. So it depends how you're using her, I guess. Third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% battery. There it is. And then she gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So when you're normal attacking, the enemy gets this blaze debuff on them for 3 turns. And then she gets power mod against these blaze targets. 10% per stack, I believe, for 3 turns, maximum of 10. So yeah, it's cool. There's no limit besides the 3-turn. Sadly, the MP doesn't proc that though. It's only on normal attacks. So her normal cards and the extra attack will be afflicting the blaze. There you go. I mean, I definitely prefer this to Spishtar's battery though, at least for DPSing, because there's no RNG and it can actually give her a good amount of bonus damage. All right. I do like this skill set more as a whole, but I don't think it's like anything amazing though. It's all right. Kind of weird at places. All right, 20% debuff res, cool. 10% quick up, not bad. She still has the double quick on 4 hitters. 18% MP gain on damage taken. Again, she has that evade, so can take a bit more hits, I suppose. And then allies get a minus 8% debuff res down besides her. 8% crit damage. She's not crit based, so not that big of a deal. 3.8% gauge per turn, cool bonus. 2% crit damage, instant kill res, mental debuff res. Again, the Karma passive. I guess some other servants have that too, but yeah. Again, just a small bonus. And then her unique version of Divinity gives her charm immunity. So hey, it does something. Yay, we like passives that do stuff. So again, there's a lot of passives, but a lot of them are not like, amazing. But, still good stuff overall, for sure. Yeah. All right, Anti-Lancer on the append. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm sure most, the big Kama fans will love this too, because they're going to use her on neutral too, of course. Now, the MP, so all enemies minus 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage. And then this super effective. Base 50 to 200 range against charmed enemies. So yeah, that's why the second skill is quite important. Now, obviously, in farming, you only get that on 1 wave, and chances are you're going to do it on the 3rd one anyway. Which is annoying as well, because then you don't get the MP damage on the first 2 turns. So hey, more awkwardness. But for bosses, it's not that relevant. There, it's a bit less awkward. But then, in terms of that, you're going to feel the downtime more, because the fight might not end in 3 turns. So, I don't know. I mean, she's good, right? She's still good. Just some awkwardness here and there. Yeah.
Karma?
Yeah, summer Karma.
I mean,
you probably have the most experience of her, if I had to guess. I certainly
I do
don't.
have her grailed, but like, she's still solid. I'd say she's better than Space Ishtar. Like, yeah, you can talk about looping numbers. She doesn't ramp up MP damage, but like in general, as a unit, I'd say she's better than Space Ishtar. Team Wide Charm, yeah, you kind of have to make a decision whether you want to use it for damage or you want to use it for crowd control. But like, honestly, Burning Love is not a horrible gimmick. And 2x 3 turn evade is not a horrible server. I think she's a way more well-rounded server than Space Ishtar for sure. So I'd put her A+ probably. There you go.
Okay, nice and fast. Anything to add, Otto?
I like her a lot more than Spishtar. that doesn't say much. Like, I'm not as well versed on her farming as I am as Plushie is, but like,
I've solo with her quite a bit actually. It's doable.
Okay, well, I'm assuming that they're kind of comparable with farming. It's just one has a lot higher turn 3 and the other ramps normal.
Okay, yeah. The thing with that is I made a video on that, and the funny thing is like Spishtar wave 3 damage, depending on your setup, could still be better than Karma anti-charm. Depends on what CE you're running. So like it's funny, but
so if they're not using Black Grail, she wins? Is that what it is?
Probably.
I need to look back up. Like, dude, I made a whole video on that, and
remember...
it's so stupid because the conclusion of that video is literally it doesn't matter. Shut up. But I actually, because like I was trying to like show people how ridiculous it is, so I actually did like so many calculations in all the different situations I can think of. But
if I had to guess, it's like no Black Grail, Spishtar wins because that's the exact same argument a YouTube commenter gave me for Spishtar
no
beating
Black Girl Spishtar wins. I think so, but honestly, no. I think Spishtar beats Summer Common, I mean, obviously, compared to Summer Ibuki. Like, if Space Ishtar is beating Summer Ibuki without Black Girl, then yeah, she's fucking destroying Common without Black. Probably, I don't know. I actually don't know, because Anti-Charm is... It's annoying. Anyways, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. I think in farming, they're close, but, like, in CQs, she's a lot better, so I put her A+. There you go.
So
Yeah,
should she be a plus higher, or can they still be kind of on the same tier? I don't know, honestly.
I don't think they're on the same tier, guys.
I don't
Sorry.
think they're on the same tier either. Like,
Okay.
like,
Personally,
I like the AoE charm thing. I wish Shootin had 100% charm, but yeah,
It's cool for bosses, though. I'll give you that. And then on bosses, she can also immediately probably pop it and benefit from the MP damage better too. Unlike in farming, where you're probably gonna save it.
With the boyfriend ASMR. What the fuck?
Interesting. I see that. Okay. Anyway, A+ for that. Again, we're gonna have a discussion about everything at the end, though. All right. Wow, shocking. Another similar servant, though, but a bit more on the kit and whatnot. So here we go. Hey, I know Daryl's not watching because he's busy and, he doesn't like the tier list anyway. Hey, but this one's for you, buddy. It's your waifu. All right, so yeah, Nito Chris Alter. Here we go. There she is. Again, AoE arts, DPS, farmer. Very common in this class. Much like the others, 12.6k attack is very high. Is it the highest of the highs? No. Is it still high? Yes. So here you go. 5-star Avengers. There they go. High attack, of course. Now, her deck is full arts. She's got the full caster deck from her caster counterpart. How nice is that? The gains are not even horrible for triple arts, honestly. I mean, they're not great, but they're not horrible either. So, yeah. Now, skills, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts and buster up for 3 turns, and then 2k healing every turn for 3 turns. Pretty okay. Her main card types. Well, I guess I shouldn't maybe say the buster is a main card type, really, because she only has one of them, but, there it is. Okay. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets 100% battery. There you go. Then all party members become good because they're like, oh my god, you're the best. Can I simp you? And simping is kind of good civ when you do it with reason. That's how the lore goes, by the way. I don't want to hear otherwise. All right. Then the party gets increased buff success rate for 1 turn. 40%. Cool. Then all enemies are like, wait a minute. They're simping like someone who's going to kill us. They're evil. So they all become evil because they're weird. And hating is evil. That's how the lore goes on that one too. I'm not making this up, I swear. And then all enemies get a minus 20% buff success rate up for 1 turn. How about that? So that's funny because that means their buffs can whiff. They now are Space Star 3rd skill for a recent example. There you go. It's 100% battery. So there you go. You want to MP? You can MP. You just press that button and you go. Alright, 3rd skill, 5-turn cooldown. All allies get 20% arts for 3 turns. So hey, she herself gets 50% from her skills. Cool. Then hey, that buff success rate up going to work. 60% chance to give all good allies evasion for 1 hit 3 turns. Same with giving them debuff immune for 1 hit 3 turn or 1 time block 3 turns. And then instant kill immune for 1 time 3 turns. So if you do the math, you max this skill, the second one, and then everything is guaranteed. They even have the alignment and everything. So there you go. It's all guaranteed. Now, this cooldown is 2 turns lower. So sometimes if you want these other effects, you might have to wait. Granted, the fight goes long enough. But if it's a short fight, you can always guarantee them anyway. How about that? It's a pretty interesting skill set. It's still honestly kind of basic though. But, I still kind of like it though. It's fine. Yeah, it works. Now passive, she gets 2% buster up because she's a little bit mad, but only a little bit. 15% MP gain on damage taken. Cool. She even has some healing to make up if she gets hit a little bit. 5% minus debuff success rate for allies, minus her. Not a big deal. 10% crit damage. Not really all that relevant for her because she's not crit focused in the slightest. 3.5% gauge per turn, cool. And then Divinity EX looks cool, but isn't cool in theory or practice. Anti-caster on the append, it's okay. I mean, you can use her neutral, of course. MP, so before damage, 10% MP damage for herself for 1 turn. Base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. 50% chance to insta-kill all enemies. 100% chance to insta-kill evil enemies. I believe those are 2 separate checks, right? Like
Yes,
one after
the
another?
checks, right.
Yes, okay. So it's like, I think Arjuna had the same thing, right? I think. With his
Yeah,
normal
yeah,
and
it's like
divine, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. And then, most importantly, 150% super effective against man attribute enemies. Again, all enemies, not just servants. So there you go.
That is fake, because she's Sky.
True, it is a bit unfortunate. It's like, you know, Nobu again, but
The
yeah.
fake one. Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, I'm pretty sure her looping damage is like worse than the other two, but like honestly, I have a lot
She's
more use
easier to
cases
work
for
with
her.
and better for multicore, though, right?
Because she has 100 battery. So like
Yeah.
one thing I keep doing every day is like on the blank earth. Like right now I'm low on QP, so I'm doing the one with the Las Vegas things, like the one that drops QP, and it's just double Dolman Nidocris. Like it's convenient. You're gonna be like, damn, you're really gonna give her points for farming QP? Yeah, because that's what I do. So also like still as a general arts looper, she's not horrible. She has anti-trade, you know, she has 100 battery, she can work with weird number nodes. Her damage is not amazing, obviously. I think as a both as a DPS and a farmer, her damage is like
Unless you're hitting man
okay.
attribute, but yeah.
Yeah, of course. And even the anti-man is a little bit scuffed, but like it's convenient. I like personally in terms of like if I'm going for more of a I'm not like fairly I guess I'm not quote unquote fairly evaluating the servant. I'm just going about like which AoE arts I use the most. It's probably her just because of how, you know, 100 battery and insta kill. There you go, right?
Oh, and she can loop 1-1x as well because of the big battery.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, but like it's kind of a meme though, because like I don't think you want to loop 1-1x with an AoE most of the time.
Yeah, true.
Like yeah, like Melusine can do it, Ptolemy can do it, a lot of modern stuff can do it. Marie Alter can almost do it, which is really funny, but yeah, Marie Alter's like 3 MP off. Oh, I mean, okay, well, she's 3 MP off. There you go.
Who's this Marie Alter? What do you mean?
What?
She's the 20th AoE Arts Avenger that they introduced to the game that I proceeded to roll a very high MP copy of just because I hate
Did you
myself,
finish the
but
MP5, by the way?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
So did I, actually.
You did?
Congrats.
I got really lucky with the first 4, so
Oh my god.
So-
I went for 5.
So the story with Marie Alter is I was like, if I get one off of the daily single, I'll go to commit.
Oh, I remember seeing
I
that
got-
post now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then guess what? I got it, and then it was horrible. The last copy was horrible. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I saw the video as well. It took like 300
Yeah, it
or
was-
something, right? Or 400?
It was way more. It
Okay.
was like 500, I think. It was
Okay.
horrible. Anyways,
Unfortunate.
there you go. I mean, it happens. It's gotcha. Shit happens. So-
Anyway, back to Nido Alter. How are we looking at her placement? She's minimum A, right? For sure.
Yeah, I think she's better than Switchtar, like half a tier better than Switchtar. I guess.
Ooh, people are gonna be so mad.
Dude,
It's fine.
you,
though.
okay.
It's fine. It's
yes.
fine. It's fine.
Like she's just more convenient to use. It's 100 battery. Like
Yeah.
Like you can complain all you want. Like oh my god, you can't loop. But guess what? I can farm QP in 2 seconds. Have fun. It's not even normal QP farming, by the way. It's like the big, you know, Las Vegas archer. No, it's not archer. It's like Lancer
The
things. I don't know what
paper
they're. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the
Use my
blank earth.
spawn pods now that I think of it.
Weirdo thing. Yeah,
Right.
that's when I'm lazy because like if I want to greet bond, I usually cannot 3-turn the Helena one. So
Yeah.
Dude, you know what's ironic? You know that QP node we were just talking about? You know who I use to loop it?
a Marie Alter.
No, I use Ushi Gozen, who is our next servant we're
Wow.
gonna talk about.
Mr. Segway over here. Anyway, I left Nido
yeah.
Alter in A+ for now. There you go.
I think she's A+. Do you agree, Otto?
I'm fine with it. I don't have a lot of experience with her. I think she's kind of boring, but she's not as boring as Spitchar. So.
Okay, dude, there's gonna be so many angry comments.
Dude, they need to buff her though. Like, why are you guys so upset?
Yeah,
about
we
being
want
low?
them to see buffed, if anything. Come on, we're on
'Cause,
you
like,
guys' side.
she has so much potential having the card change. Like, they could play so hard
Okay.
into it, you know?
All right.
It's like Ozzy getting a bunch of Sun stuff and then getting the activator on his MP. Like, just Fishstar can get it.
Anyway, we got 3 more Avengers, and they're also the last 3 new servants of this list because of the way the class order works. After that, we're gonna talk about the moon cancers and then the fun one at the end. But yeah, 3 new servants. Let's freaking go. So first, in order of release, we're gonna talk about Mami Raiko Lily, aka Ushigozen. There she is, released with the Samurai Remnant collab. AoE quick DPS, and probably more of a DPS than a farmer, right? Yeah. Anyway, her attack isn't as high as some of the others, but hey, it's still really high because 5-star Avenger. So can't really be too mad about the number. Full quick deck. Yes. And her quicks are actually really nice. And even her arts card is nice. So how about that? Gains, we got him. Now, first skill, much like Raiko, she gotta have all these anti-traits. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% anti-demonic for 3 turns, and then 50% anti-servant, or anti-earth attribute servant damage for 3 turns. And then she gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Both traits kinda okay, you know, they're fairly common-ish. Even some earth servants will be, you know, demonic. I'm sure there's some. But usually probably that doesn't stack. But, you know, sometimes it could. Yeah, I'm sure Otto actually knows how many there are because he's a big fan, so...
Oh,
do you
wait,
actually...
sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What?
Like, do you know how many Earth servants there are that are demonic? From the top of your
Basically
head?
every demonic servant, like, I think every demonic servant except for Ibuki is...
How many would that be on the ballpark?
I'm guessing, I think last I checked, demonic was like upwards of 20 servants.
Okay, that's more than I thought, actually.
16. You can just click on. Wait.
Oh yeah, demonic, right? Yeah. Oh, there you go. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It's like 20, 25 playable.
25.
I guess we can maybe count these two because you know they were fighting them, so I don't know. So yeah.
That's enough.
Okay.
But
I assume most of them are
majority of them
Earth, then, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the majority of them are Earth. I guess.
Okay, so there's some overlap here and there. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's an okay skill. Alright, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% Buster and Quick for 3 turns. And then she gets this on attack buff for 5 attacks, 3 turns, which when she's attacking with Quick cards, she gets 20% crit damage before damage for 3 turns. And I guess the MP also procs this, even though the MP can't crit, but hey, it's more crit damage. And this crit damage is universal. It does come only from Quick cards, but it works on every card though anyway. Funny how that works. Pretty good DPS skill, I want to say. Pretty easy to use. Oh, and because the on attack buff is 5 attacks, 3 turns, you can get 100% crit damage from this, because, you know, 5 stacks. There you go. Now, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 2k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for 1 turn, and then a 50% battery. So, definitely a very bursty skill. Big downtime, but yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you're kind of good to go with that. Yeah. Very big burst. I mean, at least the other skills have decent uptime. Not amazing, but decent. I think the skill set is pretty basic, but it kind of works. She's a bit squishy, though, in my eyes, though, which is a bit scary because she's quick as well. But, you know, offense is certainly not lacking, that's for sure. Now, passives, we got many. Avenger passives, 14% increased MP gain on damage taken. You probably don't want her to get hit too much, but there it is. 4% minus debuffers on her allies is like nothing. 8% crit damage, very cool. She actually does have crit synergy, and I believe she also generates stars pretty well too. Probably the best of all the servants in this entire list, if I had to guess. Mostly because her quicks are so good on the deck, and there's 3 of them. Now, 3.8% gauge per turn, also cool. 12% buster up, very cool, but she only has 1 buster, but you know, bonuses. Then her divinity is useful because it's another 20% quick crit damage. Very nice bonus. Anti-Berserker on the append because, why not? Make her numbers even higher. And the MP. So, 30% minus crit chance on all enemies for 3 turns. Cool. 40% chance to AoE stun, individual calculations. So, that's like, whatever, can't rely on that sadly. It's just a bonus. And then the overcharge, the base 150 to 200 range. Super effective against earth attribute enemies. So again, stacks with the first skill. And it's nice because one is power mod and one is super effective. So hey, if you're fighting earth servants, owie. That's the name of the game. She's not on the sheet because, this hasn't been updated in a while, I think. So I don't think the new servants are going to be included, sadly.
Yeah,
But
her looping is a bit rough.
Yeah.
Like, you have to use... the setup I generally use, you can Black Grail with her, but you have to use, like, Bride. I think if it's low enough HP, you can use Shufu instead, but I don't think things that fall under that requirement.
So should we probably just talk about her DPSing instead, most likely?
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
She goes really fast. So like her third skill, it is. That's honestly like the biggest problem with her because it's just like one turn. But okay. So 20% crit on her second skill per quick card doesn't look like much, but then you realize. So you got first skill that's 30% quick, 30% quick and buster, and then 30% crit. And actually, the quick and buster, I didn't mean to say that. That's on the second skill.
Yeah.
But then after one quick card, you have 50% crit, and then another quick card, it's 70% crit, and then like, okay, well, you've only got 3 quick cards. Well, it applies on your NP as well. So if you use your NP multiple times, you can get that 100% crit fairly easily. And even though her NP gain, like her refund isn't that great, her card gain is pretty solid. And like, you can just dump a bunch of quick buffs onto her, and she's like, she loops very fairly easily.
And she generates stars pretty okay too, right? With these numbers.
Oh yeah.
I mean, here's the thing with her though. Like, okay, I'm not gonna impede too much, like, because I mean, I'm not the expert here, but like, because she is kind of a controversial topic when she came out. So like, I personally don't, because like, okay, you're ramping up crits, you're getting to 100, like, yeah, but that also, like, you're, first of all, you're sacrificing a more offensive deck for that, because I'm not even saying this just because of Summer Scottish. She literally has buster quick buffs, right? So like, she could have had 2 busters, but like, she kind of want 3 quick in order for that third skill to get full value. And then of course, there are servants that just has one button 100% crit up, and her third skill is really all out. I kind of don't. I don't know how I feel about that. I know she has like a lot of crit buffs, so that's why it's only for 1 turn.
It's a bit awkward because again, the third skill wants you to MP as well because the MP damage, but then you can't crit with 3 cards anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I think her deck is a little bit of a detriment. I could be wrong. Because like it's like in order to fulfill her third skill, her deck has to look like that. And also like there's a lot of anti-earth people, but also at the same time, she has like if it's an earth servant, it's 2 anti traits, which is really strong. And demonic are usually earth as well. So she's a tough one. I personally don't think she's too crazy. I don't think she's horrible either.
I think she's contained.
I personally like her better than Dantes, but I'm not sure if she's half a tier higher. But that's about it. Yeah. That's all.
What would you say, Otto, on her placement?
I mean, he is the expert here.
I want to go like, I want to say A or A plus because she really is. She is really good at DPSing. Like it's not immediately apparent. You just look at the skills, you look at the NP. It just doesn't look that amazing. But when it comes into practice, you do see some really good results. And then like anti-Earth, it's not really that rare. And then like demonic, sure, that overlap isn't always going to be there, but you're still going to be having 50% power mod and 50% super effective.
Yeah.
30. You just got so much damage there.
Yeah, one of the arguments is obviously do dock points because there's so many anti-Earth. I don't think so. I think because of how common Earth is, at the very least.
Yeah, I don't think I
balance it
would
out, and
dock
also
points
it's
from a common, a trait that is shared with a lot of,
I
servants
think
with like
Los
damage
Angeles
bonus.
should just stop making anti-Earth though. Like holy shit, can y'all stop?
Look,
My God, dude.
Plushie. They did that, and then now you're mad at how they designed Durga, right?
I'm not mad. Oh, I'm not mad anymore. So the thing I did like about Durga was the
He's
one turn buff
accepted it.
on skill 3.
Here we go.
And her rainbow buff. But now I don't hate her rainbow buff anymore because of Yui Shosetsu. So like honestly, they in a fucked up way they fixed Durga.
Oh yeah,
for
on
me.
that topic, I guess
Because
it's pretty funny because she only has one Buster card because the buff is kind of weird, but at least there's a bit of Yui synergy here.
No,
That's the funny
yeah,
part.
She is her servant, so that makes sense.
You think that is the reason why they did it? It probably is, isn't
I think
it?
so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
They wanted her
It's
to be
hard to-
synergistic with both Ushi and Iori, right? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think that is the meme for sure.
Yeah.
But...
You mean Yui?
Yeah, Yui.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
Yui
works with
synergy.
Iori, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Iori has
Did you
rainbow,
say
and he
Iori?
makes.
What does he have?
Yeah, I
to
meant
do with
synergy with both Ushi and Iori from
Yeah.
Yui. That's what I
Yeah.
meant, yeah.
I do like the Buster buff though. Like the Buster buff, that means, and like I mean, you're probably gonna want to pick that Buster card for damage. So
Yeah, you're always picking it, in my opinion. Like you're that's like the
Yeah.
payoff. Like you're ramping up with the quick, and the payoff is like you're ending up with like a mighty. I don't know, whatever. With
Yeah.
like Buster, but yeah.
Also, Otto, how do you feel about her survivability? I feel like it can be a problem sometimes looking at the kit.
not much more than like any of the other Avengers or most of
Really?
the Avengers. Okay.
Maybe
well,
Dante's I can agree, but others I don't know.
Yeah,
She
Dante's.
looks like a bit lacking in versus some others.
Yeah. On second thought, yeah, it's mainly Dante's.
Yeah.
It's just
I guess
Dante's.
Spishtar
Dante's got
has
nothing,
a
man.
single hit of an inbound.
And she's arts because cheating.
Yeah. The occasional stuns can be nice, but they're not reliable enough.
Oh,
Yeah.
true. Yeah, honestly, the stun like depends on how often you use it. I know I hate relying on that, but like technically, it is crowd control. It's just inconsistent crowd control. Like on
Yeah, it's a
average, you're
nice
probably
bonus. That's what it is.
Yeah, on average, you're probably taking less hits than Dante's, for example, right? So, yeah, I don't like the design.
I don't know
obviously,
between A and A plus personally. I'm having a hard time deciding here.
but- Oh no,
Yeah,
that's
I
well.
know
You
there's
gotta be the
hate.
tiebreaker here. He's A plus.
Damn, dude. I haven't used mine. I may mostly used her in the event. Okay. I bet Dante's definitely farms better, right? But then she does better DPSing.
okay,
so I
okay.
don't know, man.
Depends
Alright,
actually.
hold on,
Oh, sorry.
It does
you say
kind of depend. Because on one hand, he's a little more flexible with Black Girl because his refund is better. But if you can make her work, I would say that she's generally gonna be against anti-Earth.
The
Against
correct
her.
way to put it is Dante's is better at looping. So like if you're for example if you're taking her in as an AoE just damage dealer for like she's gonna kill 1 to 2 waves of Earth, then she's gonna be better because she has a bigger battery. Like if you're not running full quick, then she's gonna be better because she has a bigger battery.
Okay, I might be okay with A plus. It's like a low A plus.
She's really solid in multi-core. Yeah, that's a good point because she's very
I am still A though
with all of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can easily see the A too. I had to choose one of them, so we'll see at the shuffle as well.
Nobody cares about you.
Oh,
Go outside. Sorry, that was really mean.
He gets the A plus, then he's mean afterwards. Wow. Okay. I should start trashing more. Okay.
We appreciate you guys.
Anyway, 2 more Avengers, and again, they're both new. So next up, we're back. AoE arts, yay! Hey, it's Marie Alter. She's finally out. Took like, I don't know, 4 years, something like that. But hey, there she is. Wow! Hey, any Ascension 1 enjoyers? You guys know, like, disregard 5 kilo sacks, acquire amazing drip. Am I right? Come on, any high fives? Psst. There you go. If you like Ascension 1, you know where it's at, okay? Come on, it's so drip.
Bro, she put
I
up,
know where
she's
I know
wearing
where I
two
am.
halves of an
I'm
outfit.
between her cleavage, so I don't know where you are.
Oh my god, these degens.
She's wearing 2 halves of outfits. Like, it's like you look.
But it's cool. It's drip.
No, it isn't. It looks weird.
Nah, dude. Okay, I'm over it. Anyway, let's talk about her. All right, 12.7k attack. Hey, it's good. Again,
because I'm gonna eventually 120 her.
Okay, fair.
She looks
Anyway,
like. See, here's the thing. I like her second ascension because she looks like Black Girl. That's it. That's my favorite C in the game.
Wow, that's some brain rot if I've ever heard some, but okay. Anyway, high attack, very good as a start. But again, then we're back to this double arts, double quick deck. Interesting. Well, I guess she doesn't really have the most crit focus anyway, right? So it's probably fine, honestly.
Yeah.
The deck's fine.
I think her deck is fine. Yeah.
Not the best on the gains, but you know, at least she has 4 gains cards. So, for her skill 6 turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery. Then she also gets 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns. And then there's on defense buff for 5 hits, 3 turns. So whenever she's hit, she gets 10% gauge again. So it's literally all gauge, all MP, boom, 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 it goes up. But yeah, you can get 50% from that because it's 5 hits, 3 turns. Interesting. Makes for a slower start, but you know, keeps the engine going, I guess. Second skill on a 6 turn cooldown, she does a 5k curse on all enemies for 3 turns. So I think she and Draco are like the only ones that can do a 5k dot on a skill, right? I believe. So I mean, it's kind of interesting, I guess.
I think it's better on her because she has.
Yeah, because she has other stuff too. Yeah, but I want to say it's still mostly. I mean, but she can. I actually did use her in my playthrough of it as well, which I haven't even completed yet. And I did notice that you can actually stack it. Oh, an okay amount for some good bonus damage. That's the fun part.
Hurts. It does hurt. Actually, because she.
So it's not a complete meme.
Well.
It's mostly a meme, but not a complete meme. Okay.
Yeah,
anyway, and then more importantly, she gets that 30% anti-curse, damage mod for 3 turns as well, and 30% arts up for 3 turns. So it's literally her main damage skill. There you go. It works. Good mix of stuff. Third skill, 7 turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So hey, you gotta have that Marie, durability. Then she gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and then the full party 3k heal. How cool.
No, the full party, the party except her gets guts. And
my bad. Yeah. So she gets the invul, the party members get the guts. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like kind of like Scheherazade, but yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say my hot take is I don't know why that invul isn't permanent because I thought that was the Marie thing.
Yeah, they probably thought it was too OP for a 5-star one or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Considering it's a 7 turn cooldown as well, it could have been permanent, but whatever, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't change anything. I'll be real, but
yeah, she's arts, so there's that.
Yeah.
Honestly, you're probably gonna save this for the 3k AOE heal. That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I like that a lot more when I'm not using Castor.
Oh yeah, true. Europe has a 3-hit invul despite being 5 stars. They should do that too.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Anyway, I do like the kit though. It's basic, but it works. You get damage, you get utility or easier MP spam, and then you get this heal, which arch teams can sometimes lack depending on how big your Castoria brain rot is. So it's an alright kit. I like it. We have only Avenger passive, so 17% increased MP gain on damage taken. Well, she's so durable, so hey, it's pretty good on her, at least compared to a lot of other Avengers. Can get a lot of bonus gains. 7% debuffers down on all allies besides her. Again, not a huge deal. 6% crit damage, pretty negligible. Again, she's definitely not crit focused. And then 3.6% gauge per turn. Always a nice bonus. Anti-rider on the append, sure. You can, as long as you can curse them, they're all free game. Speaking of curses, the MP. So all enemies 1k curse for 5 turns before damage. Again, very cool that it's before damage, because remember, she has that curse power mod on the second skill. Very nice. This is why I'm kind of salty as a Jacques enjoyer, because she doesn't have it. But yeah, it is what it is. But I guess Jacques has a higher mod, so it kind of balances out.
Yeah,
anyway,
Jacques' anti-curse is a lot better.
Bro,
That's 50%.
They even buffed her so she would like apply curse before her attacks, and they didn't do it.
Yeah, it still doesn't really. It's still awkward with the MP, but it helps a little bit. Anyway, all enemies also get a 100% curse sample on them for 5 turns before damage. Not that it really matters for the power mod. They all get ticked down for 1, which I'm still like kind of flabbergasted about. Then 60% chance to instant kill all enemies. That's like whatever in most cases. In farming it could be maybe useful, honestly. And because it's after damage, of course. And then before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for herself for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. I really like this MP, mostly because of the anti-curse. But yeah, AoE tick down, like, oof, on a spammable MP. That's guaranteed. That's not even like surf mode, that's like RNG. It's guaranteed.
Yeah. You will never MP. Congrats.
That's like crazy, actually. Like, holy.
I mean, I like her quite a bit. I feel like her kit is also not horrible. Like, she's just alright. Like it really is, you know, AoE Arts Avengers really souring my taste at this point. Like, I'm really tired of those characters. And like the fact that she also doesn't play like too differently. Like, yes, she has guaranteed drain. Yes, she has like, you know, anti-curse on power mod. Yes, she can do dot damage chip, but like the way you use them is the exact same, because you just slap 2 Castora on them and just keep using MP, right? So like there comes a point where like people are just gonna be like, I'm not gonna roll for this shit, bro. Right? and I think this character, like for most people, is unfortunately under that kind of situation where people are like, just okay, I already have 5 of these things.
Yeah, she's a victim of the release order. I mean, the funny part is she was like shown in the game like 4 years ago or something, so she should have been released way before a lot of these other ones.
Yeah, apparently her like ID is right after Ramaru or something. Like, she was supposed to be dropped way early, but like they just didn't find the right opportunity to release her, and then she's just like stuck here, be like, oh, you know, look at all these AoE arts units I have to compete with, like Summer Melusine and Summer Ibuki. Yeah, I might just, you know, let the guillotine cut my head off, right? You know, so like that's just it's really sad. I think she's released too late. It's kind of like Kenshin, but even more so. But I do like the infinite drain though, and
yeah, I think she's still she's gonna be really good against bosses. That's for sure.
I don't know, man. I'd probably put her A+, but like not
I mean, I'm feeling A+. I like the MP a lot.
When you draw the line with Spishtar and A, it's kind of like she's like slightly. I like her better than Spishtar because
honestly, I think she's the base to compare to, and I think that's why she's A. Because she's like the base. She doesn't do anything like crazy. She's just the base.
It is so boring, man. But there you go. I mean, I'm hovering between A and A+. Obviously, she's like a slightly.
I mean, I think she should be A+ for sure.
Spishtar, but man, it's such a boring character. Anyway, sorry. Otto, your turn.
I like Dot comps, and she's really good at Dot. I know people call it a meme and all, but like you NP once, you use her second skill, and her second skill does like 30,000 damage, which is another Spishtar NP.
The Dot actually goes crazy. I was actually apparently wrong. I think she was actually the first servant that allowed it to happen, which is like a 3-turn on Koyam Beast without using like Bazette, because she has like a bunch of curse on herself, and then Marie Alter just like, okay, you're taking 800,000 curse next turn, and then she just dies, which is really funny. I mean, it's not Marie Alter core. There's a lot of other curses.
Yeah.
Like every curse unit's used in the game. It's mostly a meme, but hey, it's a funny meme nonetheless. I love funny clears. That's what content is. Anyways.
Yeah. I think I'll go A+ for though. I think she's legit. I love the MP mostly. The guaranteed tick down is really what just kind of, you know, makes me erect. What? Okay. Anyway, let's talk about the last Avenger. Also a new one, shocking. And also from the same story, because, Avengers. Yeah, we started with the OG, and then it only makes sense for us to end with the new one, for Avengers, that is. Yeah, Dante's boy is back, in black and purple, and he's looking kind of fly. I'm an Ascension 2 enjoyer, though, because it's still not, like, super crazy and edgy, but kind of, like, cool and modest at the same time. So there he is.
Ascension 2 is like apparently for the Dantes fans, because like he was in like a radio, what is it called? Drama CD, sorry. And then that was his like his outfit during that. Like it was all the way back, and then like they finally put it in the game. And then like one of my friends is like a huge Dantes fan, and he was very happy about that Ascension 2 as well.
Nice.
So,
anyway, cool little lore there. Let's talk about the gameplay. So again, high attack at 12.7k. It's exactly the same number that Marie Alter has, by the way, which I thought was really funny. It's the same number to the single digit. Although Marie has more HP, so get fucked, Dantes, I guess. Not sure why. Anyway, he's single target quick DPS, so he's a bit more streamlined now. He doesn't like want to go zoom across every enemy. He's a bit more like, hey, I want to just blow up this guy instead, and that's what he does. Now, he's double buster, double quick on the deck, which I think is very much a nice and complementary for his playstyle. Also pretty good gains on the gains cards, the 1 arts and the 2 quicks, which really adds up when you see the MP. Alright, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% quick at buster for 3 turns each, and then an invul for 2 attacks 3 turns. I mean, it's the main card types, and keeps him safe, because Avengers tend to be squishy sometimes. So there's one way to save his own ass. The main way we'll see later, I guess, but yeah, that helps too. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns, so he does a 500 burn on the target for 3 turns when attacking. Any attack, by the way, even the MP. He gets a poison immune for 3 turns, and then a debuff immune itself for 3 times 3 turns. So he's pretty safe on debuffs as well, needless to say. And the burn, of course, will be very relevant. The only reason he's not like absolutely bonkers crazy is that it's after damage. But, it's still cool to have. So you can enable it easy, I guess. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 50% battery, of course. And then he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. And then 1k absorb for 3 turns. So hey, there you go. He has the absorb. He can be a legit crit DPS now too, of course. So he's not really lacking anything is the fun part. And we haven't even gotten to the best part yet. Like, even the kit alone already looks pretty good in my opinion. Like, it's just offense, defense, utility. Like, and I like that it's full selfish. Like, he's just a DPS that just goes. He doesn't share anything. It's like, all mine, dude. And that's good. Obviously diminishes his value in multicore, of course. But I very much like that he's fully boss focused, yeah.
And also his single target damage can go crazy. Sorry. Yeah,
true. Yeah. Avenger passives, that's it. But let's see. 19% increased MP gain on damage taken. Anything that helps with his MP spam is always welcome, I guess. And with the invul, he's a bit more tanky as well here and there. 9% minus debuff rest on his allies. Not that big of a deal. 12% crit damage. Hello. That's nice, considering he has that crit focus too. 3% gauge per turn. Again, anything that helps spam the MP more is nice. Anti-Avenger, why not? Because, he has to be the very best. 10 hit MP. So a bit of refund and some stars, but most importantly, the effects. So, first of all, overcharge. Enemy target gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%. It is after damage, yeah, but, it's a bit of a ramp up, assuming it's, one boss. Then he gets invul pierce for 1 turn before damage. And then the fun part, 500% chance to stun the target for 1 turn before damage. Yeah, that's the thing. And then we're not even done yet. So he gets bonus damage on every burn stack on the enemy, 10% each with a base 100% increase. And then, the MP itself also does a 500 burn for 3 turns. And again, so the MP basically does do 2 burns when you have the second skill active.
No,
because it does
himself, though, right?
Oh wait, no, that's
Burns
what it is. Okay, true.
It burns
I'm
is
stupid.
okay,
Yeah, he himself gets a 500 burn for 3 turns. But yeah, the MP does apply a burn from the second skill as well. It is after damage, so if you want to immediately go harder on the MP, you're gonna have to start with a face card. But it's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's just like the MP itself is ridiculous. This MP should not be as spammable as it is, right? like it's a guaranteed stun. Unless you're immune, it cannot whiff, even with resistance. And then he has the invul pierce as well. And that burn damage. Like, what is that MP? It's like one of the craziest single target MPs of all time. Brother, man.
The anti-burn is so big as well.
Mm-hmm.
And like you get like a burn code on them. So it's 2 stacks per attack. As I mentioned earlier, I have a good friend who has him like completely max 120 max class score as well. So I've been using his Dantes for a lot of crazy runs, like frontline only, min turns, a bunch of stuff because of that high MP damage. But like in a vacuum, he's just so stupid. Like he just like throws all the single target quick out the window. Like I genuinely don't think there's a single target quick that's better than him. Like it's so dumb. The universal, like they're gonna have to add like dot immunity, which they have added that before, but like usually it's for like low HP, high damage resist, so they prevent you from cheesing. But like they're gonna have to add dot immunity in the future just so he doesn't do like fucking 80% extra damage to them on like turn 2. So I don't understand. I don't. Okay, Buzzet doesn't count. But this character is just so dumb. Stun is also not a mental debuff, so like any mental debuff immunity doesn't work either. So like,
it has to be full on debuff or like stun immunity, or immovable immunity.
Yeah, and it just throws everything out the window because like remember when I talk about like how I like Tyra's playstyle where you have to like there's give and take, like I want to take more damage to get more damage. That's literally what Avengers do, right? Like you take more damage, you died, but you come back stronger. No, you know what Dantes does? He just fucking whacks you in the head and you don't get to move. And then like every time he attacks with a Brave Chain, he gets like 50% anti-trade on you and just gets higher and higher and higher and just fucking.
And his gains are good too on the face card. Like you don't even need the enemy to hit you to get more refund.
Yeah, like at the very least, he doesn't like full refund on like by himself, like with a Brave Chain. Like thank fucking God. But like this character is so stupid. I think this character is very stupid. Like if you don't like, we're not even talking about like solo or like min turn, like min maxing stuff. Because like min maxing stuff, he's already pulling off crazy stuff. Like for min turns, not even the stun itself, like the anti-burn is actually so strong that he's been pulling off crazy runs already. But like we're just talking about normal stuff. So imagine you fight a boss, that boss doesn't have stun immune. You bring triple Scotty, Dantes. That's like 3 to 4 turns of they don't get to play the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
And after 4 turns, oh my God, I can finally move. They have like 20 burns on me. It's 200% extra damage. Oh, okay, I guess I'll die. Well, he's actually lucky that he didn't die before he gets to move, right? So like, I think this character is very stupid. Like maybe I'm overreacting. Like initially when I read this kit, my reaction was this is unhealthy for the game, but I'm probably
I don't know if you saw
because like.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my first impression, but when I was reading through the MP roll, the Japanese, like, is that a guaranteed stun? I was like, I had to do so many double takes. I was like, I didn't even know what his gains were before that. I was like, that already has to be like crazy. It's a guaranteed stun.
Yeah, like remember Skahak where they broke her kneecaps just because she has a 500% stun on MP? Oh, guess what? No, you get fucked, right? So like, I don't understand. I think this character, I hate his design. Not appearance wise. I think appearance wise he looks really cool, at least first ascension and second ascension. But like,
I think third is overkill.
Yeah, a little bit. But like his gameplay design is so stupid. I don't like it at all. I can't wait to just see him on everything because like I do like Minturn. There's like Minturn leaderboard and stuff. Actually, there's a thing that stops him from going on Minturn leaderboards, which is the guaranteed stun.
Yeah, because you can sacrifice supports, right?
Yeah, but like it's funny, but like yeah, who cares about that? No, 90% of people just gonna stun lock when I think he's stupid. Anyways.
Do you have auto? I mean, honestly, I think it's probably unanimous EX, right?
I don't have anything to say, honestly. Like,
I hate it.
I haven't really used him since he came out. I think he's kind of straightforward, and it's just like Yeah,
Mhm.
he's broken. Yeah.
He's stupid. There's nothing to say as well. Like, okay, there's one gripe. I actually used him a lot because of content, but like there are a couple of weird things because like for example the second skill, the debuff immunity that he has, he just wastes it with the burn on his own MP. Why do you even have? Just don't have it then. Just don't have it. Just remove the
Yeah, it's
burn and
literally
then
a
remove
fix for the demerit. You can MP three
like
times and not get
why?
burned at all.
Yeah, like why? It is annoying because like I was banking on him, resisting some debuffs from the enemy, but he just burns himself and wastes it. Like yeah, it's kind of stupid, but that's all nitpicking. I think his
Yeah.
character, uh, dumb.
Well,
But
there you go. With that, we have finished the initial placements of the Avengers as well. Now we still have 5 more servants and 2 more classes total. So let's get on to the Moon Cancers. Starting with someone we were talking about a bit earlier. But yeah, now we're finally here in Summer BB. So yeah, AoE, Buster, DPS. Honestly, there's one friend of mine that loves to farm with her, but you know she has a cracked copy, so I'm not even gonna go there. I'm just gonna say she's like a DPS or a support for most people. So it depends. But yeah, I guess if you have a crazy copy, you can even do farming. But yeah, anyway, I guess should I look at the numbers for Moon Cancer? I guess I could. Attack is above average among 5-star Moon Cancers. Again, I think Jinako alone drags the average down by a crazy amount, but it's still an okay chunk anyway. It's not the best, but it's okay. She's got double Buster, double Arch deck, which I think is good. Maybe triple Buster would have been kind of cool, but I'm not mad about the deck. In fact, her gains are still okay. So there's that. Although her MP itself is not the strongest either, so eh. Now, first skill, much like OGBB, has been buffed. They buffed both of the self mods. They do different things on their extra now. So this on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 800% absorb for 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns, and then when she does an extra attack, the next 3 turns, she gets 20 bonus stars on top. Wow, look at that. Very cool. Actually, a very strong skill. Really good. Like, Jolter would die for this skill. She would love to have this upgrade on her, self-mod as well. I mean, it still works for her too, don't get me wrong, the base one. But man, this would be like even crazier on her, honestly. But you know, it still works for Summer BB too. I mean, she can be a crit DPS, absolutely. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets 50% battery, 3k heal, 20% buster for 3 turns, 50% MP damage for 3 turns, and then a 1-hit evasion for 1 attack. 1 hit... 3 turns, that is. It's a really high cooldown, of course, but you know, there's a lot of nice stuff in there. And the MP damage, I mean, when you see this, you're like, oh wow, 20% buster, 50% MP damage. She must be like the best farmer ever, right? No, not really still. I mean, it helps, but yeah. Okay. Unfortunate that it's 7 turns of cooldown as well. That is unfortunate. Anyway, third skill, I guess the one she's mostly known for, 6-turn cooldown. She locks she locks the current hand that you have for 3 turns. Now, if someone dies, or if you swap someone, be it via Mystic Code or like Crane or Kuro or something, I believe it does resets. So you lose the hand and then you have to go from again, like whatever you get. And then you also get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So yeah, this is, well, I guess we're going to talk about that after I do the whole kit. But yeah, it's an interesting skill for sure. I personally, I mean, I'm sure Plushie will have a better take on it because he's probably more familiar with it. But I kind of think it's overrated personally. But yeah, we'll get to that with the full analysis. All right, 10% arts up. You know, pretty cool with the double arts. Burn immune. Hey, why not? Great. She also has the the Foreigner passive, so she has that Van Gogh synergy. 2 stars per turn, 8% debuff rest, cool bonus. Another 25% debuff rest, so hey, that's 33% on the base, very cool. Cool, good passives actually. Anti-Foreigner, speaking of which, on the append, she's like, hey, Van Gogh, support me, and now I destroy you afterwards, I guess. not the most relevant thing, because I'm pretty sure Moon Cancer is again fully neutral to Foreigner. And sadly, unlike Ruler and Avenger, Moon Cancer, not the most, great, neutral option, because the class kind of doesn't do anything. It's just there, no real big upsides. Now, MP, pretty straightforward. AoE damage, guaranteed tick down on all enemies. And then the OC is kind of a joke. Base 10% chance to do another 1 tick down on all enemies. I believe this is not even individual calculations, is it? Or is it actually? Maybe it is. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe it is, actually.
It can drain 2. It can drain 2. I'm sure it can drain 2, but like the MP can drain 2 bars, but that.
No. I mean, like, is it like individual calculations all enemies or 10% for? I think it's individual, right? It has to be. Really? They always are. I think it is.
Oh, that's so ass. What the?
I mean, yeah. And then it scales up to 50%. So even on max OC, it's still like a coin flip at best. So the MP definitely sucks. I mean, I like the tick down, of course, but it's not even a super spammable MP. And in farming, it's completely irrelevant too, of course. So yeah, it could be way better. It's not even buffed, so the damage, even though her kit kind of she has the trifecta of attack, buster, and MP damage, and a lot of MP damage, in fact. Maybe like wave 3, do we have the numbers, can be still decent, right, with Oberon. And even then it's not actually even that crazy. That's the fun part.
Because it's 7-turn cooldown on the battery.
Oh, it's super scope.
No wonder the numbers are not higher. Oh yeah.
On the way.
Yeah, I was thinking of my friend who does it anyways. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyway,
dude, he can double that second skill is 100% MP damage.
Yeah, that should be almost at NP.
Yeah, the wave 3 damage should be crazy at least. She might still be like a kind of weird on the first 2 turns, but wave 3 should be crazy. Sadly, not the case though. Anyway, she's a pretty capable crit DPS. And then there's obviously the card lock.
I find her a lot of fun. Like she's got good synergy with some good supports, even though she doesn't.
She's also chaotic evil, right?
Oh yeah.
Is it not Summer?
That, I'm sorry.
Oh, she is chaotic evil. I'm surprised she's not chaotic Summer. Oh wow,
yeah, that's weird.
Why
it's so inconsistent.
Summer, it's so useless.
Oh, yeah,
shit, I forgot they actually made 2 servants that I'm 120ing that have Summer specifically.
Oh yeah,
wait, who's the other one besides Suzuka?
Summer Buki.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about her already. Yeah. Okay.
But she just uses it for herself usually, so yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, okay. So first of all, Elephant in the Room. 3rd skill, never worth it as a pure support. Just completely ridiculous. I think this is a ridiculous concept because like here's the thing. If I want to do that, I would rather take Ruler or Toria, right? So like you're sacrificing way too much, and like you can't even say like, oh, this is only like you can't just consider the TAs because like this kind of stuff. Like if you're not TAing, why would you care? Like why?
And you can't swap her out either, right?
You can't swap her out.
So you're stuck on less buffs as well with that hand. Unless it's her you're locking, then I guess fair, yeah.
Yes, so that's the follow-up, which is it's still a good effect in my opinion on herself.
Yeah.
So if you're using her as a DPS, then it's fine. And her DPS, obviously, she has some good teammates. She has Vango plus Doman, if you want to have both. Mainly Vango still, because it exists outside the domain. And suddenly, wow, I can lock 2 of her Buster cards, and that's kind of scary, right? Or I can, I don't know, lock a hand that I like.
Yeah.
So I like her. I think she's fairly decent. I do think she's leaning very heavily on her traits, having both Doman and Van Gogh synergy. I can't really fault her for that because like Koyan Dark kind of has like the same thing going on with that. But it kind of is more roster dependent. So
I don't know if I'd say she's as dependent because she definitely scales really nicely with them, but she still has. At least on her skills, she has some pretty nice stuff for her crits.
Do you mean her or Koyan Dark?
Oh no, I was talking about Summer BB.
Because
it's like
next week for Koyan Dark.
Yeah, like she's pretty self-reliant with her, self-sufficient, not self-reliant. Self-sufficient with her crits.
Yeah, that's fair. Her skill set is really complete. As a DPS,
I like the buff to the first skill with the extra, because then when you lock the hand, you get more extra attacks more consistently.
Yeah, Yeah, and what that means is you're getting 30 stars per turn after that, and you got the absorb. She's basically guaranteed to crit after one turn.
Yeah.
Um, I just find that she works really well, and like her gimmick, it's kind of janky when you're using her with someone else, but it makes so much sense now
With
that
her.
she has her buff, and
Yeah.
she can just. It's something that no other crit servant can do, and if you have a crit servant that can do that for themselves, it's great.
Yeah, imagine
Yeah.
Super Orion having this skill. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like that's why that's the most like use case people bring up. Like, oh, should I roll for one copy because I like Super Orion? I think that's absolutely not true. You
Yeah,
should,
you
but
should
like,
not roll Summer BB just to
yeah,
support your Super Orion. Like, what?
yeah, yeah. You do not need that, but like it is a really good skill for her as a crit DPS. I do like her synergy with Van Gogh. I mean,
Okay.
I personally put A plus, but like I get
A
people not wanting to
plus.
put
I was thinking maybe A.
I
Ooh.
get A because like she is synergy. At least in my opinion, like in order to push to her full potential, she is synergy dependent, and not everybody's gonna have Van Gogh or Doman. Like they're good servants. They're not meta supports that like 90% of people pull for. So I understand A.
What about you, Otto? Any tiebreaker?
I think I'd go with A because, like, I do like her as a crit DPS and all, but like at the end of the day, like the NP, it's barely there. Like,
Yeah, and
Yeah,
her
I
class
did,
kind of sucks too.
dude, I did a video recently where I used her against the Salieri, the Super Salieri one, and it came down to the last turn, and and I asked Chad, I was like, "Hey, do you think she can do this like 25,000 damage just with her NP?" And she didn't.
the counter class,
Oh
bro.
no.
It wasn't 20. Like neutral, she didn't do 20,000.
Okay.
Yikes.
It's shockingly low damage, but her crits are really good.
I mean,
That's
she
Yeah.
what
probably
you
doesn't have her
really want
skills
to
up,
do.
right?
Probably not
Oh yeah,
at that
Her
point.
skills are
yeah.
decent still. Yeah.
Yeah. She just needs like some sort of NP upgrade. I think that's
That would
really
help
all
a
she's
lot,
missing.
yeah. Or -1 cooldown on the second skill.
Yeah, they could also do the Aussie thing and make it so her NP reduces her cooldowns, but that'd be
No.
yeah,
No.
especially
No.
considering how her
I
third
hate that
skill would
shit,
be
bro.
just like fucking crazy.
I hate
Okay.
that shit. No, okay.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna put cooldown reduction on MP, you should put it on Koya Dark.
Okay.
Nah.
Anyway, hey,
No.
more
Hear me
on
out.
that next
Koya
week,
needs to
right?
reduce
Yeah, of
cooldown.
course.
Hamamo face needs to reduce cooldown. That's their
All right.
thing. That's their
Fair
gimmick
enough.
anyways.
Hey, it's time to talk about my favorite servant. Yay! No bias, of course. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Jinako. Ganesha. Great statue god. All the fun names. So yeah, there. You know what? Let me fix this first. There you go. Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh my god, man. All right. So yeah, Jinako. She is very cool. No bias, of course. She's AOE, arts, DPS, soloist, even a multi-core support. Wow, fancy terms. Yeah, she definitely doesn't farm herself. I've tried, even if like her damage would be low, even with a great copy, and then her refund is doo-doo as well. So there's that. So she can't do exactly everything, even if you have a great copy. But yeah, let's cover her. So first of all, the attack is ridiculously low at 9.1k. But she does have the highest HP in the game at 17.8k. So hey, small victories here and there. Awesome. Also, I forgot to mention, I guess she's a pseudo tank as well. So there's a bit more flexibility. Now, also, what the fuck is this song? Okay, you guys need to request normal songs, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, there we go. All right, she is full arts. Awesome. Her arts cards are obviously not refunding much. Even with like overkill crits, you don't get that much. But she can easily participate in arts chains. And in solo, depending on the lineup, you can even do back-to-back MPs sometimes. It's not common, but it happens sometimes. So, yay, because the MP is obviously very good for that stuff. Now, first skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party, 20% battery. Full party, 20% attack for 3 turns. And then every party member gets 5 stars per turn for 3 turns. Meaning, if everyone's alive, you get 15 stars per turn. How nice is that? Good business. It's a great skill, honestly, still to this day. It works for, you know, multi-core. It works for challenge quests. It's on solo, obviously it's a bit diminished value because of you only get 5 stars, but even there, it's still fine, you know. But yeah, mostly for team stuff, it's actually very nice. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn, a 1k damage cut for 1 turn, and then 30% attack for 3 turns. Good uptime on the attack, you know, and because of her high HP, even if the damage cut doesn't fully nullify damage necessarily, she can easily heal back or just afford to take a lot of damage anyway, so that's cool. So it's a pretty good skill, makes sense, especially for bosses. Liberates your team for a turn. Combos really well with the third skill and the MP as well. So the third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, targeted 1-turn invul. Then the target also gets 30% MP gain for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, 50% anti-lawful alignment damage mod for 3 turns, and then you skill seal them. But honestly, the skill seal is mostly annoying for, like, you know, it's not even that bad. Like, for solos, it's kind of irrelevant because I always bring, like, a cleansing CC anyway if I need to, or I just use Atlas Cleanse. So there's 2 options. And for farming, usually it doesn't matter anyway, because you probably already used your, you know, if you're going to use her for multi-core support, you probably already used your DPS cooldowns anyway. And, you know, even if you need to use them next turn, it's fine, because the worst part about skill seal tends to be like your cooldowns don't tick down, right? But for farming, it doesn't really matter. So just order your stuff better and it's fine. Also, 5-turn cooldown for 1-turn invul is very good, especially on a targeted one. Yay. So I like her skill set. I think it makes a lot of sense. A lot of people still obviously haven't really used Jinako a lot or whatever, but I think this skill set is totally good and legit. I like it. Now, 20% debuffers on the passive, very cool. 10% quick up, pretty irrelevant, but there it is. And then Divinity B. So passives obviously could be better, but oh well. Anti-Lancer on the append. Yes, I use her against Lancers. I use her against everything, shameless. Obviously, for most people, it's not really all that relevant, so, you know, bias aside. MP, pretty cool effects. On base overcharge, she heals herself for 2k, scaling up to 6k. With the Tamamo command code, you can actually get a lot of healing from this as well, especially if you stack that. Very cool. Then before damage, all enemies minus 30% defense down for 3 turns. That's a lot. Like, it helps with her own damage, which is pretty low, but then it helps your allies even better if you use her as like a pseudo support and tank. And then she gets invul for 1 turn. Yes, indeed. Every MP makes her safe, which is why she's such a good soloist as well, that a lot of people overlook or don't even know about. You should watch my videos. Shameless plug. It's my channel anyway. But yeah, I mean, I could talk about a lot of stuff, but maybe we should hear some unbiased takes as well. But yeah, I think she's really good. Jokes aside, maybe not EX tier, but I think she's at least one of the A tiers for sure. I think she's legit. But let's hear some unbiased takes.
I mean, I think she is, like, especially for like when a lot of people ask me, oh, I don't know, I have like 0 targets for SSR tickets. I have all the major supports already. I actually suggest them to pick Jinako a lot, because she's like the best anti-lawful support. Like, yeah, granted, she doesn't have any competition, so she's automatically the best. But like,
we take
if you compare her to another anti-trait support that used to be very relevant. I mean, she's probably still relevant. I don't want to like crap on her. I just think like she's a little bit outdated as a support. Neo Bright. Right, so like Jinako definitely does a lot more than Neo Bright in terms of being like a trait-based support. Like the trait, its anti-trait itself is already bigger at 50%. She also obviously gives a lot more in terms of damage boosting as well. So, you know, even stars return if you want it. So I think Jinako is, at the very least as a support, very good. So, you know, for this kind of like low MP level stuff, probably more relevant. And also, you know, she's a good soloer. It takes a lot of time to do, but she can probably usually do it as well. So
honestly, it's not even that bad. Sorry to cut you off there, because in most turns, you're going to be spamming full arch chains anyway. And if you actually have enough coins to unlock her first append, you'd be surprised how much damage she can do with extra attacks. Also, if it's just like one wave, you can easily ramp up the big defense down on the MP as well, which helps a lot with her damage. So it's actually not as slow as a lot of people think. Even if you don't have a crazy copy, you can, with minimal investment, you can make her a very decent soloist.
Yeah, so like she does a lot of stuff. It's just like she's not like a good typical AoE arts like looping unit.
Yeah.
But everything else, I think she's really solid.
So-
I definitely put her an A+ personally, but okay, sorry, you go.
So personally, I think she actually loops decently fine in a challenge quest. Because like I was using her a couple days ago. I was using her, I think, in the cavalry quest, the advancement quest. Because goddamn, I'm so glad that's one in A now. But I was sort of using her as a main DPS, and I gotta say, I really like that you can. Okay, so it sort of goes back to the same thing I was talking about with Ruler Moriarty, where just having the art stack and gains that aren't dog doo-doo, it's a good combo. It lets you actually like spam your NP and like you're not as screwed for card RNG basically. And since she does continually put out those defense debuffs, she is able to like continually put out good damage, and she was actually putting out some pretty surprisingly good crits, despite the fact that she has a low attack and not a big mod or anything. So I think she's actually pretty underrated as a DPS. It's just people get hung up on the refill.
I've used my base level 90 MP1 copy on JPG CQs as well, and it's fine.
Yeah, you'll keep saying he bribed me, but like remember the Andromeda challenge quest where she's like one of the best supports for that min-turn stuff and like for damage boosting in general, not like they're all like lawful for like the not Andromeda, all the units outside of Andromeda, right? Like they're all lawful. So like there's just a lot of use cases for her, at least for me. Like anytime I see a lawful servant, I can always use Jinako as damage boosting. And she is just the optimal choice. Like you don't have a better choice. You don't have an alternative for that either.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So Otto, where would you place her?
I think as a support, probably better. Like most people, like people don't enjoy slow solos, as I can tell from the people telling me. But
you're gonna hate hearing this just from like an OCD perspective. I'd say either A or A+.
Okay. So Flashy said A+, right?
She also has some pretty notable what's it called, 90++ support as well. Like for example, I think it was Morganfest. You know the node
no,
that
it was
had 3
it was
Valks?
Iliafest. It was 3
Oh,
Valks.
it was
I do
Iliafest.
remember that is the
Yeah.
only thing I remember though. Like I don't actually
Yeah.
remember anything else outside of that one. I
So
remember using Coup with
there's
that Coup caster.
shit.
I genuinely don't remember.
I think I'm about to make a lot of people upset. I'm doing the A+.
I just think she has like a lot of uses.
Dude, the amount of comments there's gonna be seeing Jinako right above Space Star.
Cause like she's a support. Like she's a support. Like if you treat her as a support, she's fine. Anti-lawful support. You don't have a. It's like Santa Martha. You know, like you're not gonna rate Santa Martha really high if you treat her as a healer, right? Like her MP heals, so she's a healer, so she's bad. Okay, but like guess what? She's anti-divine support, right? So like I think like people just need to change their perspective as like what they see.
Yeah.
In a servant, at least in my opinion. Yeah.
There you go. All right. I mean, at this point, this will be the most controversial list for sure.
Hey, Myst,
I said that last time as well, but yeah.
Have you watched Smiling Friends before?
No.
Okay, well, okay, so Plushie, you know the shrimp character? That's what the list is starting to look like.
No. He has a big nose and he's a shrimp guy. And his girlfriend is like a human.
He's even got his mouth open like that.
Jinako better than Pope Joan? Okay. I have MP6 Pope Joan. I use Jinako more than Pope Joan all the time. Granted, I always use her at level 70 and I sack her afterwards, but that's still a usage case. I know Myst here, but you know.
Anyway, I should probably move on
happens.
before people get too much.
Dude,
Okay, we'll do a
it's
shuffle
true.
at the end again. All right, so
Uh,
3 more servants to go, 2 more moon cancers. Let's talk about Summer Kiara. Man, they really don't release a lot of moon cancers because, you know, this is the second latest
robbed
one.
me multiple times.
So, yeah, AoE, Arts, DPS, and Farmer in Summer Kiara. Okay, attack could be higher. It's basically 11.1k, but, you know, it's fine. She gets a lot of free damage anyway from her trait thingies, so it's not that bad. Her MP can still absolutely melt stuff even on neutral. That's kind of cool. She's got double buster, double arts, and her gains are okay. They're just alright. First skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 4k revive. So hey, pretty good uptime on that Guts and decent HP. She fully cleanses herself. She gets 2k healing every turn for 3 turns. She gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And then she gets this mermaid regen buff for 4 turns. So every turn she gets a skill rank up at the end of every turn, which helps making the second and third skills better. She consumes up to 2 of them when you use a second or a third skill. And you can't choose, by the way. If you have 2 stacks and you use one of those skills, it takes 2. You can't choose like, oh, do you want to use 1 or 2? Which I think is pretty stupid.
This is one of the most bloated skills in the entire fucking game. You know, battle continuation? You know, the Guts? 1 time 5 turn on a 7-turn cooldown? How about a Guts 1 time 5 turn on a 6-turn cooldown, but also debuff cleanse, but also HP regen, but also NP damage,
and also making your skills better.
All of your other skills.
Yeah. Mermaids. I mean, it got a special icon as well, so yeah.
And this was like 4 years ago too, so.
And we still have base Gutses as well. Let's just think about that. Anyway, it's good. Also, funny part is that a lot of people that only use her for farming, you know, who are skimpy on materials, level up this skill because they think the MP damage scales. But if you level this up, it doesn't benefit your farming at all. That's the fun part. XD. Anyway, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Oh, let's see the first. Let's look at the bad rank. So 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery and 20 stars. You use 1, upgrade from 1 turn, you get 40% battery and 25 stars. You use 2, you get 50% battery and 30 stars. There you go. Cool. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 1 hit of evasion for 3 turns. All enemies lose their sure hit buff. Like, it's so random, but okay. There you go. No sure hit. I guess it helps with the evasion, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Anyway, then they get this, bewitchment debuff for 3 turns, which is basically crit chance, but you'll see why. It's crit chance down 10% for each stack. And then they also get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns and minus 20% arch resistance for 3 turns. Pretty loaded skill, even on base. So let's see. It upgrades 1 time. They get 2 stacks of the thing. So minus 20% crit chance down, minus 25% defense down, and arch resist down. And then on max rank, they get 3 stacks of that shit. And then 30% arch and defense down for 3 turns each. Yeah, so the reason it's like not just crit chance down is because it has to be a mental debuff. That's why it has the weird icon. So it's basically the same effect, but it's just considered a mental debuff because it needs to help the MP. You'll see very soon. But yeah, obviously you would like to, save the stacks to get this on your big damage turn, the full stack. Now, you can obviously full stack both skills, but that will require 4 turns though. But on bosses, it's very feasible. Farming, obviously not so much. But on bosses, it is feasible to get max ranks of both skills with 1 activation of the first skill. Because you get 4 stacks. Anyway, passives, 12% arts up, very nice. 12% MP damage, very nice. Like, just balanced passives, by the way. 2% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental resistance. Hey, there's the Kalma passive as well. I guess both of them have it, so cool bonus. And then she gets the same thing that Alter Ego has. She doesn't get the ruler thingy, but she gets this, which is actually pretty good. 14% defense against humanoid enemies, which, again, that's like 99% servants in the game, and, then some other enemies. Pretty good for bosses. That mitigates for sure.
I mean, if she has class advantage against ruler, she literally hits everything.
Yeah, true. I guess that's why they removed it, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Makes
otherwise
sense.
she would have hit every class in the game, which, I mean, I honestly don't think that's an issue. I think that's fine, but they probably don't do that by principle.
Anyway, anti-caster on the append is like, whatever. But, it's doable. Then the MP. So first of all, the boring part: 100% chance on base overcharge to instant kill all enemies. Thank God it's after damage, by the way. So at least it doesn't mess it up despite being useless. It's getting up to 150%. So that's kind of like whatever. But then the only other effect is a good one. She gets 20% more damage on all enemies for every mental debuff stack on them. And this can stack up to 10 times. So normally these are like plus 10% for whatever in max 10 stacks. This is plus 20%. So it's like double the effectiveness. Now, obviously, mental debuffs are a bit harder to come by than, let's say, burns, like for Dante's MP, the new one. But, you know, she gets 3 of these for free from the third skill being maxed ranked. So when you think about that, that's already plus 60%. Quite a lot. It really makes a big, big difference. And then there's also the arts res down and the defense down as well. That also scale with the level. So 60% total for those as well. So the thing with Summer Kiara is that she takes a bit of time for sure, but then she really pulls the big numbers. It's funny how that works. Like she can also spam her MP really well. So she's actually pretty good for both bosses at farming.
Making this list make me realize how many of them I grailed, how many AoERs I grailed. And
Do you have her grilled too?
I have her grilled.
Oh, that's kind of base though.
So
God, I need Grailer.
The problem with Summer
She's hot.
Kiara, right? So the problem with Summer Kiara, I farmed Skahakfest with her, but honestly, I think she is pretty ass at farming. Like compared to
she just peaks way too hard on wave 3 compared to the other two.
Yeah, because it's difficult, right? Like when do you pop the battery? Because the battery is not a 50 battery, it's a 30, and then it's a 40, and then it's a 50. So it's very complicated. Like are you giving up damage on the third wave for it? Or are you using? So like I think her farming is just because like a lot of these like quote unquote mid AoE arts Avengers when we talk about we're like, you know what, at the very least they can probably farm. So that's why we put them above Space Ishtar because they can farm. I think Kiara qualifies as a servant that is quote unquote cannot farm. I know she can, but like, you know, in today's standards, she basically cannot farm. So that is her biggest issue. I really like her playstyle in challenge quests. Like she protects the team well, she protects herself well, which is really ironic how she actually cares about her teammates. But she protects her team well. And you know, she has really her Bonsi is one of the coolest in the game for sure. I always want whenever people talk about like Bonsi as a passive, I always think this is gonna be cool if she gets this as a passive,
this thing. Where... So it's 100% guts, yeah.
Yeah, she just
that stacks. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny. But like honestly, I don't know. I think Kiara is another awkward servant where like you're banking everything on her. Like she can keep herself very clean from debuffs and stuff with the cleanse on skill 1 and whatnot, but like you're banking on her damage on the debuffs.
I mean, to be honest, this I kind of the skill 1 is a bit awkward because again the cleanse is there and it's a big cooldown and you're always gonna pop it on turn 1 anyway, right? Because you need those skill upgrade points, so it's a bit awkward.
Yeah. So
I feel like they should have put the debuff cleanse on like the battery skill or something.
Probably. I mean, battery skill's weird.
Because look how little effect. This has 2 effects. This has like a billion. Like the cleanse could have been here.
Yeah, like it's annoying. I think overall her design is very CQ centric, and all of her damage is focused on her MP, and her MP is debuff specific, and sometimes debuffs can miss because I tried to do like a 7-turn big Kiara with smaller Kiara. It's funny, but like trying to land the mental debuffs on her is impossible. So it's I don't know. I don't think she's better than Space Ishtar. I think she has less use cases than Space Ishtar, but her design is more interesting and she's better in CQs. So maybe I still put her in A. I would be a little bit sad if I put her in B plus because I think she's.
Now B plus is way too low considering she's so decent on bosses.
Yeah, but like the thing is just the thing is just like why bother? Kind of I don't know. It like she is really decent on bosses, but like is she really so good to that point? Like for example, if you're fighting against a boss with like a standard arts team, would you rather take her thing or would you rather take infinite MP drain on Marie Alter, right? So like I Marie Alter can farm a lot better than she does. So I think she has like some issues.
I think I do prefer Marie Alter, but she's also very legit.
Yeah, I think she's very unfortunate, but I can only put her at B plus to A, but probably A. I think B plus a bit low though. I like her a lot, but
Wait, why is she that much worse in challenge quests? Again,
no, I don't think she's worse in challenge quests. I just think like
okay, it's just
she's no better in challenge quests, but she is worse in like farming by quite a bit. And like when you add those two things together,
yeah, I definitely agree on the farming part. I was actually trying to make her work out early, like a couple days ago, and I was running the numbers. How do people do like double Castoria plugless with her with Black Grail?
I'm not sure.
I genuinely don't know
Do you
because
have
like
her
I was
pen max?
like
Hold on,
no I
let me
don't
just
have
try it
her
now.
and maybe that's
I mean, this
No,
form at least assumes append maxed
no,
every time, I think.
no, they probably blew the load on not turn 3. I'm assuming they blew the skill 3 load because it's an arts down. There is a genuine possibility they fucking
well it
used
has
early.
it has the wave 3 damage being really high.
Oh,
Yeah, it has to be on wave 3.
Yeah,
is it on Berserkers? Let me try. I mean, we probably do it.
there's no way it works on Berserkers. Like,
Really?
Not without plug, right? No.
Yeah, like with plug, she's all right. It's just her first two waves of damage aren't that great. She kind of feels like Summer Kama in that regard, except her refund is worse.
A lot worse. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Summer Kama's
well,
got
yeah, a
better
lot
refund than
worse.
Space Ishtar. Like even with the arts up, like it's not even close. Like the refund difference not like I farmed with her on Skahak Fest because I wanted her to bond up. The moment I got her Bonsi, I never farmed with her ever again. Like her Bonsi is really
Damn.
cool, but I don't know because like yes, farming is fucking boring. Yes, especially after looking at 200 AoE arts Avengers, I'm really tired of talking about farming, but it is a point, it is a point to dock. That's what people do.
So,
So
Otto, where would
I'm
you
sorry.
place her?
I still think she's like A.
I can do A for sure. Yeah.
A is sure.
Yeah, I think it's easy A.
Too many servants in that.
Oh,
I mean,
hold
it's
on.
extra
Plug list?
classes, bro. It kind of is to be expected.
Maybe
There's a lot of good
plug list with
servants.
the new what is that new code? The 10. That's 10 split battery with the arts up. Maybe that's
No.
possible.
No,
Yeah.
no, you're not refunding 90%.
Oh, funny
There's
story.
already
I
so
don't
much
have her-
molding about everyone being below Jinako.
Okay, okay. So you look at every character below Jinako, right?
You
In
can't really
terms of how
compare any
often-
of them to Jinako is the thing, though. You guys
Okay.
are looking at it wrong.
Okay, here's the thing, right? I have all of these characters at like different MP level. I have Pope Joan at MP5, right? I have Space Ishtar Grailed at 100 MP4, right? I don't have Holmes or Kinji Huang, but whatever. So like nobody in rank A. Oh, I also Grailed Kiara. Nobody in rank A I use more than Jinako for the past 2 years.
There you go.
Like
Anyway, let's continue
What
for
do you
now.
do
Okay,
about-
we'll do the shuffle again at the end. I'm sure people, when I ask what are we gonna start moving, there's gonna be so many comments about Jinako. But we'll tackle that at the end, though. Okay. So yeah, let's talk about the final Moon Cancer next. Also another upcoming servant for EDA this year. Gonna talk about Archetype Earth, aka Arcuade. There she is, of course. Yeah, very popular as a character, but let's see how she fares gameplay wise. So AoE, Buster, DPS, and a farmer, I guess. Probably mostly held down by her class, unfortunately. It is what it is. 11.6k attack is okay though, it's not amazing, but it's fine. She's got double Buster, double arts, and her arts card is actually very good, right? Yeah, looks pretty decent. Very nice. Now,
Yeah,
first skill.
Go ahead and add 30% for calculation.
Okay, sorry, I gotta address this because he's like, do we count esports here? We don't count. The funny thing with Jinako, right, is I use her as support. You can't even call her esports because I do have an esports copy of her at level 70. She doesn't die. Okay.
Yeah, so esports
she
is not
has
even
so
counted
much
there,
HP.
yeah.
She has 13,000 HP with no foes at level 70 or something. Like she's
Yeah.
not dying.
Okay. Anyway, back to Arcade. Skill number 1, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies skill sealed for 1 turn. All enemies minus 20% defense for 3 turns, and then she herself gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Pretty good. Mostly for bosses, of course, because debuffs are better there, because you don't transfer them to another way. But the attack still helps with farming as well, I guess. Not bad, decent skill. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. Hey, there's 100% battery for you, and then she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. I mean, yeah, it makes it a bit easier to do some team comps, I guess. Much like Nidocris Alter. Get that big battery. It's... On bosses, it looks a bit underwhelming, though, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit of downtime, and the MP damage is not even that high, so... it's probably fine, though. Yeah, it's fine.
I like to call her Noodle. I don't think she's actually Noodle. She's just
it's still fine.
Yeah, that looks like a vampire to me.
True. Oh yeah, they even called the third skill funny, man. Anyway, 6-turn cooldown here.
Like, okay, I have bad vision.
True. Alright, the full party gets 1 hit of invul for 3 attacks, so like a mini, illusion. So if you time it well, you can negate an MP. That's kind of cool. Then all allies with good alignment get 100% buff removal resistance. She herself is good, right? Yeah, in both ascensions. Okay, that's good. Makes sense. So she's always secure. And then she charges her allies by 30% when on the special battlefield that you get from her MP, right? So yeah, it's a special one. It cannot exist anywhere else unless you MP with her, right? It's not a naturally occurring stage, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's only from her MP, right?
I don't think I've...
No. Yeah, it's only for MP. You can't get it.
Yeah, it's like a special thing for her. Okay. Yep. So there you go. Allies get some battery. Actually, quite a bit. So that's quite cool. So that's the whole kit skill-wise. It's all right. It's nothing crazy, but it works. Makes sense. All right, 21% debuff rest for herself, very nice. 12% art sub, also very nice. 10% debuff success rate, cool. 10% crit damage, also cool. And then when, again, you have that special map, she gets a 30% rainbow whenever that map is active. Pretty cool, needless to say. Like, that's a passive. Like, I think the only passive that's better than this is Kukulkan's passive. Like, otherwise, this is probably the second best passive in the whole game. It's pretty cool.
It changes the background as well. Love it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous for a passive. Anyway, she's anti-foreigner because, frick them aliens. 30% attack, of course. It's fine. It's still neutral, but yeah. I'm sure the big fans are gonna use her against foreigners too.
Doesn't work with Yui, by the way.
Oh, because it's a permanent thing, so it doesn't work.
Yep.
Anyway, the MP. So yeah, before damage for 3 turns, you get the special map we just saw. So she gets her rainbow before damage too from the passive. Awesome. And then of course, after this, you can use the third skill and give your allies more battery. Then all enemies that are chaotic alignment, she gets super effective. Base 150 on MP1, because it's a level effect instead of overcharge, scaling up to 200%, because, they want your money. So, if you want better scaling, then pay up. But I guess if you are going to whale, it's good value, because you always get basically max overcharge than if you have MPs 5. So, there is that. And then overcharge... all living human allies except for herself get 20% battery on base and then scaling up to 40%.
Like
Jinako synergy.
Dude, I already talked about this when I talked about Tonalico, I'm pretty sure. But like, if you really think about it, it's like if you just dolphin a little bit at MP2, it's probably better than if it's scaled with overcharge. Because like, usually you're at most getting 1 stack anyway. So this is just like, oh, you don't have to use it. So MP2. So yeah, I mean MP2, depending on your financial situation, could be a tall ask. But like, if it's just MP2, I think it's already better.
It's also on the anniversary where we can get the most amount of free shit anyway. I'm gonna get the max like 900 plus whatever it is, which is already a full pity guaranteed. So depending on your account, you can already get a bunch of free quartz anyway. But then there is also one of the biggest summer events ever after the anniversary, so
you might
plan accordingly.
That one.
Yeah.
We got the EX Plus servant from that summer, after all.
Yeah, just that one. Anyway, Arquade. Is her farming good unless you have a cracked copy? I don't know, honestly.
I think multi.
It looks fine.
So like, okay,
Yeah.
FGO hot take again, right? Like FGO hot takes. If Nido Chris is A plus, there's no reason for her to be not A plus, because like,
Yeah.
So the thing I use Nido Chris Alter the most for is like 100 battery for insta kill. Like, yes, she can arch loop, but usually I don't do that. Arcuate is 100% battery, and she had spread 30 charge. If you think about it, like, yeah, it doesn't apply to herself, but like,
Yeah.
that's what you do. You wave one Arcuate MP. Like, yes, she needs MP levels, but like, who doesn't need MP levels, right? Honestly, for AOE's without like additional buffs, like, you really want MP levels, right? So like, wave one, 100% battery, clear. Your other teammates gets 30 charge. Like, there are compositions where legitimately she is like a great choice.
It's not really spread
And-
50 because like, look, there's not even that many living human hours. It can be spread
Yeah.
50, but yeah, like, look, there's not even that many. And how many of these are? Well, Test is probably maybe the best example. Looking quick at this
Tez.
list,
True. Yeah, Arcuate and Tez is a pretty funny. I've actually used both her with Tez as well as Durga, but that's just because I like them. But yeah, like for farming, she got like some really good numbers. I believe she's just way better than Nido Chris Alter. It could be a hot take.
So
I
should
think she's...
okay, before I let Otto say what he wants to say, like, if we do like the thing, like, if she's like A plus, should we move like Nido Chris down? Because I don't. She's not EX, is she?
No.
Yeah, so maybe we should do that. But yeah, Otto, do you have anything to add on
Yes.
Arcuade?
She's so boring.
There it is again. Take a shot.
Sorry.
But that should be a drinking game. That would be funny.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, she's so boring. She's just an NP button. Like, she's not bad. It's
She
just
can
like-
tech-
She has cool
Yes, but,
aesthetics
like-
though, with the map and everything and the music.
No, see, the reason she can't be EX is because technically this list is assuming MP1. I know it's like a
Yeah.
loose rule, but her like at higher MP levels, she skills really good. Anti-chaotic is a really good anti-trade, and like she just destroys like sometimes she destroys a wave. She does like single target damage depending on what target she's facing against, right? So like, I think Arcuate is very solid. Like her reputation kind of went like Morgan. Where like when Morgan came up, we were like, "Oh my God, it's the most broken thing ever!" And then like the other side of the argument starts rising up, and then people are like, "Oh my God, my Arcuate that everybody said is the most broken thing ever didn't one shot every boss at MP1. Oh no, she's bad, right?" So people start having unrealistic expectations from her, and now suddenly she's like super potato noodle whatever. No, she's not. She's not. She's absolutely fine, right? She's still like top
No.
dog in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
she's really good for multi-core. I
Yeah.
do like I do like her multi-core.
her CQ is pretty boring though. I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zaf, yours will be EX tier. So again, anyone that's going for a cracked copy, obviously at that point, yeah, probably easy EX. But we're talking like a normal copy here. So
Yeah, like for example,
I think I might have already said this. I might have actually said it on the podcast instead. I can't remember, but I tried to like DPS with her on an advanced quest, and she got outdone by an NP3 Dobrynia.
yeah, like
Yeah.
she just doesn't have anything in her kit for CQs, which is really sad because her field effects sounds really solo-y. Like the reality marble, the domain expansion, whatever for the zoomers, I guess. Like
Bro-
she just fights
Okay,
you
dude.
in the reality marble.
like, dude, there's another like. So was it? Can we talk about normal Jinako? This is a normal Jinako. We're placing her like based on MP1. She's not placed as like a farmer or a big DPS. Like MP levels don't make Jinako great. They only help a little
Jinako
bit.
actually-
Unlike your
Jinako
favorite
actually-
DPSs who probably need those fucking MP levels. Have you even tried
Yeah.
playing her? You haven't. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I have NP1 on my alt, and she, like, when I use her, it's like the first few nodes of an event when I don't want to think, and then after that, like, she's not doing the damage, so I just gotta.
Why is farming taken into account for Kiara? Then it's not. We placed her mostly as a DPS. We placed everyone who, depending on what they do the best at.
Oh, yeah.
Axel, you
Okay,
watched
so-
every single one of these. You know my criteria. I place servants based on what they do the best. I don't care about Kiara's farming. Like, yeah, it can be okay. It's kind of whatever. I like her way more as a CQ, like boss killer. So that's why she's A, because she's pretty decent at it. Like, bro.
like Jinako. Jinako gains. So in the context of this list, Jinako actually gains advantage because like most of these are pure DPSs. So at lower MP levels, they kind of suck. Jinako, being a support, can still like. That's why people recommend you pick Jinako with the ticket because at lower MP levels, she's a pure support. You can use her as a pure support. She is the best anti-lawful support. Like you can say you don't care, sure, like, but like it is truth, right? Like I can also say
I mean, it really is. People just don't like her. That's the real thing. Because people don't like her. They never use her. They've never tried her in anything. They're like, oh, she spooked me when I rolled for my waifu. She's fucking E tier, dude. That's what 90% of the criticism is from people like that. That's truth. That's the truth. Okay.
I'm gonna say Jinko's beauty. Yeah, because you're using her wrong.
Yeah. Anyway,
congratulations.
Okay, I placed Arcade in A+ for now.
Also,
by the way,
it's worth noting that there's a lot of NA only players in chat.
Yeah, we don't have the buff yet. Yeah, we don't have the third skill buff yet.
Okay, that explains
yeah.
it. Jinako pre-buff, I
understand. Yeah, as a reminder, this is up to date to JP stuff, so yes, we do have everything that's there.
In that case, you're missing out on 30% MP damage for 30% anti-lawful, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah,
it's a big
Jinako
deal.
Pre-buff, yes. Jinako pre-buff is like B. I agree.
I could do B+ or B, yeah, without the buff. But yeah, it is because again, she's the only one that does it really well. So there you go.
Like, dude, it's support. Like, use
anyway. So yeah, Arcade A+ for now, and that wraps up the Moon Cancers. Well, there really wasn't that many, and even less. We have the final entry of the one final class that only has one playable entry, and who knows if we'll ever get more. But yeah, let's talk about her then. I'm sure Fuzzy has a lot to say compared to last year, but yeah, I'll do the the usual first, and then we'll talk about her. So yeah, time to talk about Sodom's Beast.
Put her in her own class because she's dumb.
Yeah,
she doesn't deserve to be with all the other cool classes.
All right, so yeah, Draco time. Needless to say, a Beast class. One of the biggest upsides of her is obviously the class. It's ruler, but also offensive benefits like absolutely ridiculous bonkers. So hey, that's already a good start. Now, high attack at 12.7k as well. Like she's like, oh, I want to be Avenger as well, but only get the upside. So thank you, you're welcome. There you go. She gets that too. Now she has a full triple Buster deck, and you might be saying like, oh, how does she gonna spam her MP? I mean, she still does it. Her art scout is good, her quick card is good, and she gets a lot of MP per turn. So the deck is not even that bad. In fact, it's kind of cool because then you can do Buster crits too. Oh yeah, let me change the Ascension. There you go. Oh, there you go. That one. All right. Skills 7 turn cooldown. She gets 10% gauge per turn for 6 turns. She gets 30% crit damage for 6 turns. She gets 1k damage cut for 6 turns. Because, you know, the funny beast number. And it's so yeah, it's a really good uptime, needless to say, on a 7 turn cooldown. Like the one 7 turn cooldown skill that I have no complaints about, like in regards to downtime, it's just so good uptime. Like it's crazy. Oh my. Oh, it's 6 times for these two. Yeah, not 6 turns. I mean, the gauge one is still the big one, but yeah, it's 6 times. It's still nice because again, they're both reactionary. Like you can't waste them though. That's the fun part. Like the crit is only going to get consumed when you crit, so that's fine. And then the damage cut is only going to get consumed when you get hit. So again, this type of reactionary stuff is very good. It makes sense.
The damage cut is funny though. There are situations where I actually managed to, like, because of how toxic Castoria is, I managed to get like double stack of that. Like the first 6 when used up, and like I can use it again.
Oh, that's funny.
Before though. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Anyway, second skill. Combos pretty interestingly with the third one. So on a 6 turn cooldown, skill seal all enemies for 1 turn. Then they all get a 5k burn on them for 3 turns. Then they all get a +1 tick. So that's a kind of a scary demerit sometimes, because, you know, all enemies +1 tick, okay? And then she herself gets 40% attack for 3 turns. And then she gets the Holy Grail icon status thingy for 3 turns. So, I actually didn't know this. It's neither a buff or a debuff. I did not know that actually about that. That's interesting. So it cannot be purged in any way,
no,
I guess?
No, it cannot.
Okay, yeah. I did not know that. Anyway, yeah, so speaking of that, the third skill, let's see what we get. So on another 7-turn cooldown, she gets 100% buff removal resistance for 1 time 3 turns, and that's all you get, by the way, if you don't have the Holy Grail buff, so pretty underwhelming for 7 turns. So you definitely, despite the demerit, want to use the second skill, for sure. But what do you get afterwards? She gets 40% anti-dragon and Roman damage mods for 3 turns separately. Cool. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, debuff immune for 1 time, ignores defense for 3 turns, gets 20% increased healing for 3 turns, and then 20% more gauge per turn for 3 turns. So she gets 30% gauge per turn basically for 3 turns with all the skills active. Very cool.
Don't misclick. Don't click this first.
Yeah,
Click this
do
first,
not click
Gavin.
this first. You're gonna be so sad, dude.
His C6 misses.
Yeah, that's a reset at that point. But yeah, it's 7 buffs because, 7 crowns. Funny things. Yeah, that's the whole skill set. But yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Some of the stuff maybe not as good, like the burn is like whatever, of course. But there's a lot of useful stuff here. And even the Roman thing, yeah, there's the command code. So it's not even like a complete meme. And then you can kind of use some other supports too. Anyway, there you go. Really interesting and active skill sets, of course. Now, passives, she gets 10% crit damage, cool. 2% crit damage, insta-kill resist, and mental debuff res. Cool bonus again. Why is this always E rank, by the way? Can we talk about that? Rhetorical question. Like, I don't understand. Why is it always E rank? It's kind of weird. Anyway, then she gets the Messiah buff, so she gets 500% debuff success rate, so she literally cannot miss any debuffs unless they're immune.
Let's just call it Messiah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read that, so yeah, it's just the Messiah thingy. Okay.
Yeah.
Same with the we'll do the same thing with the Kiara passive next week. So yeah.
Man on Twitch, bro. Ain't no way.
Yeah, not worth it.
It's like that clip from Billy and Mandy.
Is it the chin guy? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah.
The Crimson. Okay, this stuff.
Okay. Anyway, her append is against casters, which again you can't really miss with unless it was going to be extra class. She was always going to have a useful append anyway, because her class is kind of fun and broken. So yeah, that's a very useful append as well.
Parents, my bad.
Oh, there you go.
And I didn't watch either of those shows.
Same. It was past my cartoons time. All right, the MP, it's pretty basic though. Like it only does damage on normal effect, but hey, the overcharge though, super effective against all the normal classes, base 150 to 200 range. All normal class servants, that is. Yeah, it's need I look? Yeah, it's it does list all the servants. Oh my god, bro. Like, yeah, it's
wow, thanks for listing all the servants.
Hundreds.
I really needed to know this.
There you go. I just want to visualize it because it's cool. But yeah, okay, before I let you talk, I remember last year we were having this discussion and you were like, I mean, granted, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you didn't know how useful she was going to be. But even before I knew that, I was already hell-bent on saying she's top tier mostly because of how broken her class is. But I really like her like otherwise too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the reason, right? Like I literally made a video like retconning this. Like people called me out saying I do bad takes just for the sake of like attention, just because of that video as well. But like, okay, so here's the thing, right? If she runs into an extra class, she gets fucked over. She's completely worthless. The MP does nothing. She takes double damage. She does half damage. And do you know what Ordeal Call is about? Extra classes.
Funny how that works.
I ran into in Ordeal Call 1? Normal classes, except for the final boss. Like,
see, the problem with the argument, anyways, is like I'm not gonna mark down a ruler because I might run into an Avenger that I can't use them against.
Okay, but it's all extra classes.
Well,
yeah, but unlike us, releasing a lot of playable ones for us to summon, they don't like putting them against enemies, though.
You don't know that. What if they just put every farming node with extra classes? That was my concern, at least. It's a character very easily fucked over by less single.
Let's say I'm using like just some whatever rider, like Kyokute Bakken, for example. Who am I going to use her against?
You can use her against neutral if you want.
Nah, you wouldn't. Unless you have a cracked copy.
She's not scaled for that. I'm going to use her against casters.
Okay,
Yeah, but
I'm not gonna
I mean, let's
120
base
with
copy,
MP1, bro.
basically. Yeah, I assume he asked about base copy.
My complaint was like, okay, I was more thinking about like, oh, what if I grilled this 120 and she just never gets to do any CQs or like minturn or whatnot, right? So like, it really sucks, if that happens. But I think my fear was, okay. So to be fair, I thought she was so unbalanced that the devs would 100% go after her.
Yeah,
That
was
was my
great.
thought process. I was like, there's no way you make a character this class and then you still give us majority knight and like cavalry classes. So I was like, there's no possible chance they don't fuck her over. But they didn't. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's not like it won't happen. Yeah, every year I'm wait. Actually, no, I'm no longer waiting for that because I have her 120. I kind of don't want that to fucking happen. But like, in some ways, every year I am waiting for them to just like put every farming node starting from 90 is just all extra class, and then she just cannot do any of them. And I'm gonna be like, ha, because I already have her at bond 15. I don't need to farm with her. So I'm gonna be like, ha, guess what? I was right. But yeah, I mean, it's just dumb. And like, yeah, okay.
So she's basically standing the test of time already. You know,
Yeah,
that's
like
good.
last year, I listed out last year most of the majority challenge quests is just all night, all normal classes, and she just like ran a train over all of them.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no stopping just because the class, like, it's like ruler but more offensive, and like, there's just no like. Yes, I'm using a very skewed copy. I'm using 120, so like I can get away with a lot of shit by using her, but still, like, it's a really broken class. It's really stupid, and
It's the best class, I would say.
they continue to let her get away with it. So
Can't
she's
keep
getting away with
away
it.
with this.
Yeah, she keeps getting away with it. So she's EX.
I mean, I would agree. Do you agree, Otto?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No
I mean, I was
comment.
saying that last year as well, but I did manage to put her down to A plus because you convinced
she
me.
is like. I still think she's worse than Summer Castoria because like it's harder to wall her. Like, we literally talk
Yeah.
about how foreigners don't wall her, and like Berserker is just like a better class in general. They have class score. Like, the Beast class score is gonna be unlocked on the year 2028 or some shit, right? Like, hey, I'm joking, but like, that's horrible. But like, I don't know. It's
Yeah. But I guess with
can't argue with
that,
it.
we have finished the initial placements of everyone. Wow, this stream is already like just now 8 hours long, and I'm sure by the end of this, the video will probably be 8 hours long. Because now, next, we're gonna enter into the shuffling phase, as I like to call it. So now we're gonna talk a little bit about various placements here. I guess chat can pitch in. They're all gonna say move Jinako. I know it already, but yeah, we'll spend a little bit of time here, and then when I feel I'm done, I'm just gonna lock it in, and that'll be that. So. There you go. Let's converse. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so you can see the full list.
There is a servant in A plus whose AOE arts I want to move down a tier. It's Nido Chris Alter.
A nice lead up there. Do you think she should be A?
Yeah, probably. Honestly, like, I like her big battery, but like, honestly, I think like
I'm okay with that.
MP1. I think both at MP1. Like, this is hot take because everybody's like Arco 8 is dog shit at MP1. I think both at MP1 Arco 8 is actually better than her. I'm not joking. Like, unironically. I think at MP1 Arco 8 is better, which is sad, but is true. Isn't the only argument for Jinako moving down is you don't rate her supporting against non-lawful? I mean, Nido Alter. Dude, Nido Alter isn't even like a super, like, oh my god, this super broken character. It's whatever. Spishtar. The problem with Spishtar is I want to dunk on her a little bit because I think her skill set sucks. But like, I mean, I understand the argument of her being A plus because she's such a good farmer, but we moved down Nido Chris Alter, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, that helps.
It's a little crowded.
Shit, I kind of want to move Salieri up a bit just because like they're so far
And
down
it's
there.
pointless. It's pointless. when you
Yeah,
can
yeah. I
move
mean,
up
there's
to
no
C.
point because there's only 2 low stars, and we
Oh
can't.
yeah,
even
we were
compare
talking about.
the
Should
two.
we talk about briefly about Summer Martha and Santa Kets? We were maybe thinking of either
Summer
moving one
Martha's a
or
bit
both
low,
to
actually.
B. Yeah, we
I
were.
think
That
Summer
was a
Martha's too low.
possibility.
I don't know
Okay.
about Kets, but like I think Summer Martha is too low. Summer Martha's got what?
Okay, so you
upgrade
agree with
MP and
Otto. I
everything.
was like either I think they're kind of equal, or I maybe even prefer Kets a little bit. But okay, if you, I might be willing to maybe bump Martha a bit then.
I'm sorry, chat.
No,
I mentioned Salieri, and he just got dropped immediately.
like here, I think so many people in A and A plus should pluck some of them out.
No, we should. Okay, we should, again. There's been a lot of feedback about that, like in some of the lists. I don't like doing it like that. Like, yeah, you could like
True.
you can make a tier list in a way that it's like the balance is relative to the list. Like like you order them in order of like the ranking. Like I think that does a disservice to servants. Like if someone is good, but like let's say they have 10 more other servants that are better than them, they would be the lowest by default, like E tier. I don't like that idea. Like I think if a servant is good, I'm gonna plop them in the tier I think they belong in, even if they're there's going to be a lot of servants that I think the same. So again, it's completely up to whoever makes the tier list. I think you can make a tier list like that where you again rank everyone in an arbitrary order. So even if someone has to be at the bottom right at that point, but I like doing it like this. Like if I think a servant is good, I'm going to give them a good rank. Yes, it looks bloated, but I'm just being honest here. So that's how I like to do this.
That's fair.
But I think both ways are completely fine of doing lists. It's just the preference of whoever makes the list. There's no like right way to construct a tier list. So yeah, it's completely fine too if someone wants to do that. Lobo, dear one, I like him in A, dude. He's good.
Damn.
Do you disagree?
No, not Lobo. Can we?
Okay.
Can we knock? I already knocked him down a tier. I don't know if I should do that.
Who are you talking about?
I just don't like Hamakusa, man. I'm sorry.
No, he can't be below A.
Why?
He offers so much.
What does
Bro.
he do? He does that.
He does everything besides damage. Like he does so much stuff, dude.
He does everything. Like I can like. Oh,
I mean, a lot of events have damage seas. At that point, he does enough damage, and then he does all the other nice stuff that most of these DPSs don't. So I don't know.
But like, I mean, he is kind of like what I was talking about with Jolter. He's like the pinnacle of Jolter reversed. Like.
I think if an event has a damage CE and it's an AOE quest, I would absolutely bring him over Jolter any day of the week, any day. If there's a damage CE, any day.
AOE quest. I mean, bros.
No, well, I guess yeah, you can't really compare them directly anyway because of that. But yeah.
Fine, I'll leave him alone. But
wild take? No, it's not. You can fix his only downside with most event CEs. How is that a wild take? He still does so much more than most of these DPSs that are pure DPS. Like, yeah, it's an event, you give them damage, see, oh, yeah, they were going to do if not damage anyway, but now you don't get the other nice benefits that, servant like Amakusa would offer.
Do they ever do enough damage, though? Like, is there ever a point where you do enough damage? Because, like, if you look at some of the CQs, it's like 1,000,000 HP. I get your point. I mean, I
yeah, okay. Well, I guess it depends on the example, but yeah, fair.
Like,
I mean, I personally want to do Himiko A+, but I think both Otto and Plushy prefer her in A.
It's fine there for her.
Yeah. I'm not mad about it, though.
I don't think she's groundbreaking.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I'm okay with A. I'm just some people in chat are just saying it. I'm okay with A.
I offended. I'm just gonna bring it up just for the sake of fairness. I know it's not gonna happen. I'm just gonna offend Otto because I offended you earlier.
Oh damn. Oh no.
I think Ushiko should be A.
Oh, I guess we were gonna talk about that too.
I'm kind of surprised she got moved to A+ myself.
I'm
not gonna fight her.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
I think Ushiko should be A.
Okay.
I think she's like Dantes. She's like better in CQs.
They have different strengths, but yeah.
Yeah. I like her more than Dantes because I think quick looping is boring as fuck. But like, And I get the space char thing, but just let me dunk on her. All right, like I get she can justify an A plus. At least in my opinion, I think she can justify to be an A plus just because loop farming, ha ha ha, still justified after so many years.
Okay,
but...
wait. But hear me out. So, her versus let's say Marie Alter, which is better for farming? Like, how much better is for farm? How much
She's
better
than Marie Alter.
How much better though?
A little bit. I don't
It's
know.
a little bit.
I don't know. I tried.
I would say Marie Alter is like 2-3 times better in CQs though.
Yeah, but then you go.
Spin-
Is that
yeah.
little bit? Is that how much smaller is that than their difference? Challenge.
Okay. Here's a problem with ranking things in vacuum. Like Marie Alter is like fucking 3 years late to the party. I get she's A plus, but like she's 3 years late to the party. People still not gonna pull for her. You know what I mean? Like
I don't think that's irrelevant. I think that's irrelevant though.
Yeah,
I guess I guess that's what's throwing me off. Because like if Marie Alter was a release like alongside Spacer's Chart, I think yeah. Honestly, if I put my mind in that mindset, I understand why she's A plus. Yeah, now I think about it, because I would prefer her over Spacer's Chart. Yeah, that's fair. Gina, it's not okay. We're not talking about Gina Cook. I already talked about Gina Cook.
Dude, if the stream comments are this bad, the YouTube video is gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. I think again, it's people maybe not even having that much issue with Jinako. They're just having issue that a lot of their favorites are below her, even though they can't even be directly compared. I think that's the main issue people have.
These are fine. These are fine.
You can't see Himiko. I mean, she's an A tier, bro.
All right, okay.
That is not even true. Morse, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like you, guy, because you're in my community a lot. But you never make arguments. You're always like bad list, bad take, not true. Like, can you actually provide a single argument? I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of pent up, because I've always see your comments. But can you provide a single argument? Like, actually.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
If we try to trim it down a bit in A plus, bro, we putting.
Like, I'm always willing to be convinced. By the way, I change my mind a lot, so you can convince me. But you need to make an argument. If you just say bad take, bad list, bad placement, bad streamer, bad everything, then yeah, okay, cool.
All right, let me look at A again. Who doesn't belong here? Who's I don't know. I think they all belong here because like Pope Jones feels like a Amakusa. That's arts. Oh, okay. That's
Himiko Immortal team instant wins any fight. She's not the end all be all for Immortal. As much as I love my girl, you can build an Immortal team without Himiko, so that's not an argument.
Someone care nah. Why Arcade? Why Arcade? See, I don't even know. When you ask why Arcade A plus, do you want her in A or EX? I don't even fucking know because like people are so split on her. I think Arcade has definitely like been slandered, like Morgan. Like the two most slandered character. Today I might say it's Jinako because look at the chat, but like the two most like slandered character in the community is probably Arcade and Morgan. Because like people like to praise them and then they just fall off. People just suck.
He does it again. Now he just says Johanna in A is just a joke. He never does any arguments. I'm done.
Johanna A is a joke. Wait. Do you want her lower or higher? I have 6 Jones. I have 6 Jones. I use 0 out of 6, bro.
I'm sorry, my friend. The reason why Salieri is in D isn't because of his NP levels.
Yeah, he would be D on MP5, bro.
I think Martha's a bit low, yeah. I agree.
Okay, I can bump Martha to B. I'm okay with that. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I was considering that in the initial placement anyway.
As a support, while being ranked as a support is not A+. Do you know how many people gets beat by Yui Shositsu? You are not comparing supportability with Yui Shositsu.
Wait, who are you talking about with Mori? Like, are you talking about freaking wait, who do you mean by Mori? Who's Mori? Oh, Moriarty, I bet. Oh my god.
Moriarty.
Okay. I was so confused.
Wait, what do you want about Moriarty?
No, someone said he should be B+ at MP1.
No, okay.
Well-
The other thing with Moriarty is he is not an arts looper again. He's also a semi support. I will say though, I genuinely think like this is a wild take. I genuinely think if Estrella didn't exist, he would be a tier lower. Like I know
Possibly.
he synergizes with other anti-evil, but I genuinely think like his partner in crime, or I guess the partner in justice, whatever, is genuinely like increasing his value.
It's good cop, bad cop, basically.
Yeah, so I genuinely think
The
Estrella
bad
as a
cop is
unit
like
alone, like Estrella as a unit alone makes him a better unit, which is like weird to say, but I genuinely believe that. Which is, I mean, I guess Tonalico, you can do Tonalico, but like that Tonalico's for high end stuff. I think Estrella works with him just a lot better naturally, but I just don't see how Jean and Jinako aren't the same. Honestly, you okay? I can see Jean in A plus for sure. The problem with Jean has always not been her in a vacuum power level. It has always been like, would you really use her? I think if we're talking about in a vacuum, then Jean can definitely be an A plus. I think Jean post buff is super solid. I can understand Jean in A plus. I would much rather put Jean in A plus than put Jinako down, in my opinion, at least.
I mean, I'm not completely opposed to that, at least.
Because like Jean post buff is super solid. Like being able to be called a mini Castoria is not like an insult at all, dude. Like
Yeah. Oh, you're a mini version of the best servant ever released by a long shot.
yeah,
Wow.
and like there are situations where like for a longer fight, I would bring Castoria plus Jean over double Castoria because like
Oh shit, he got an argument. What is he saying? She has 3 dedicated roles and does well in every single one of them. As a strong MP with AoE buff block, compare that to Dante's and Ruler more than you know her. At A is a mistake.
no, her buff block is not that good.
I mean, we
I
already have
like-
others in this list that do the same thing. Yeah? Like Karen, for instance.
Sammy. Yeah. And it might
How
not be like
Dante
the
and
one
Rumor,
turn,
you know
but
her A at
one time per turn.
A is. So the problem with Pope Joan, in my opinion, is I think her as a DPS, dedicated DPS, is actually not half bad. But the problem is her damage is not great. Her as a I do think if you treat her as just the arts crit support, it is very misleading. You are definitely omitting a lot of her value. But Pope Joan very much feels like a like an unnecessary add to your team. Like she is like if you're not using her as a dedicated DPS, she's always like she is never like the top 3 to 4 picks, I'd say. Which I mean I'm not saying it's bad, but I guess she's very similar to Jean in that aspect where like she's good, but would you ever pick her? But I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pope Joan's a difficult one. I will agree.
Yeah.
I think Pope Joan is just she has everything, but it's kind of like why bother? And I think even more so, like because like Jean still can like you can always slap Jean onto something and get something out of it. Pope Joan, you can do that too, but like it's less to a lesser extent, I'd say. So I think Jean is better than Pope Joan.
Dude, I'm kind of scared that if I don't bring Jinako down, it's gonna be like the biggest shitstorm ever. But at the same time, I kind of want to hold my ground for once, even if it means it's a shitstorm.
Why though? Cause okay. It's just there's no alternative. Okay, I'll put Jinako down when they release a better anti-lawful support.
Yeah, I would kind of be okay with that too. But right now, it's kind of true that she does the thing that
she's the best option. Yeah. Like when I see a lawful unit, I put her in a team. That's like it's like reflex. Like when I see a lawful, I put her in a team as a third support because okay, so if I use the arts DPS, right? So the best support I can bring is Castoria. The second best support I can bring is Castoria. The third best support I can bring is Jinako. It's better than Lady Avalon. There you go. That's a take and a half. Yeah, if I'm against lawful, she's better than Lady Avalon. As the third unit.
All right, is there anyone else we should talk about before the lock happens? I think I'm gonna actually stand my ground.
Here's a refreshing change of topic. So do you guys still feel solid on A plus Kuro?
Oh yeah, that one. That kind of worms. I mean, like I said, if anyone's skipping to this point, I don't even know how I should rate her, honestly, because I think she could maybe even be placed EX based on, because she just does a thing like no one ever does in a way. I don't like the things she does myself, really, because I probably won't be really using her, because I hate having like 5 things in my party just for farming, and then the party cost is a thing and whatnot, but I just personally, I think I still stand to the point that I think she, of all the servants in this list, is the hardest one for me to place. Like, harder than anyone else in this list.
She gets bonus points for being a support, again. Like, it always comes down to this. Like, at lower MP levels, you only have to pull 1. She'd be solid. None of her damaging stuff actually scales with her MP level either. So, like, I can kind of understand. I just personally never find a use case for her. I think her buffs are way too small. Like, yes, her buffs are free. So, like, it might as well be free because it's, like, very little. Right, like I would much rather bring Outrage and like another 4-star unit and have them die. Like they don't even have to be esports. You know how hard CQ stuff hit these days? Like you just put like I don't know, you put like an Outrage on fucking I don't know Wu Zetian, it'd probably be better, right?
Dude, I'm telling you,
she's just for farming.
Gale, because they both do guts. They both do 20% attack and crit, except one does 30% NP damage instead.
I will say.
And she's just got more utility.
I will say one thing though. Summer Kuro is the best Arash support.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of that earlier as well when we were placing her.
Any crazy funny runs with Arash in like min turns, usually min turns, because like he runs out of turns. Kuro is a great option, but
yeah, but why do you need to like if that's one of the great things about Arash, you don't have to support him.
Okay,
okay, so yeah, but this is
okay. I think I'm gonna keep her in A+, but okay, Otto. I've been thinking about it a little bit. I think I might move Amakusa to B+. I might do it.
But why?
He kind of does like actually pretty shit damage though. But, like.
Where'd that come from? Wait,
I've been silently thinking about it. This a lot.
Key memory hit him.
Is this like some
he
failed
to kill. He failed to break like a.
I know. You probably feel betrayed, but I think I should bring him to B+.
Bro, like you bring him for his utility, bro.
You do. On himself.
He removes the entire enemy team's buffs.
Yeah, and like 8 out of 10 of them are boxed. That's what I learned. I learned the fucking hard way.
That one is like Pierce Invul, and everyone's gonna fucking die if you don't remove it, bro. We're making up. I can make up shit too, bro.
Bro, Koyan Dark can remove that. I don't care. Like offensive, but it's like everywhere.
Yeah, she's gonna be like EX, isn't she? Oh, spoilers.
Oh.
They better buff her before we make next week's tier list. So you can be in the anyway.
Yeah, surely that happens. Shout out to Wednesday.
Like I don't know, man. Like I understand buff removal. Buff removal has certainly been. It's another thing that basically Lasengo can decide whenever they want to fuck you over with it, because like they can literally just box every buff and you're just fucked, right? Like it's a really difficult thing. It's the same thing with Kenshin, right? It's very difficult to evaluate because. What if you don't get to remove them? And the trend is you don't fucking get to remove them, dude. Because it's a key gameplay gimmick now, and you don't get to purge
at this point, if I'm gonna stand my ground on Jinako, I'm gonna do it at Amakusa as well. Fuck it, dude. It is. Fuck it. Dude, this list will make people so mad. Yeah, already. You know, it's fine.
He's selling Amakusa for Jinako. I agree with that though. Me personally,
okay.
My experience. I do use Jinako a lot, and I don't use Amakusa.
Is Shelter good in multicore boss buff? We talked about it, but it's okay. But you would probably bring someone else that can do a similar job. So you can do it, but yeah, for the standard copy is not that big of a deal. It's mostly helping her DPS.
I'm sorry, Amakusa. Maybe you can get another buff.
Yeah. Dude, do I log this in now? Is it time?
Wait,
ooh,
Otto,
it's good. I can see the comments.
About this or Ushi goes and down to B+. Not B+.
A+. Wait, what?
Oh no, he meant A. He meant A. Okay, Freudian slip.
No, not.
She's catching strays, dude.
Not B+. A.
I mean, I wanted her to be like A+, but I can understand why she's
Yeah.
A, but I cannot understand why Amakusa would be below that. It's not even like his damage is immensely terrible. Like that same criticism can be dropped against most of the rulers on here, all right? He at least
Yeah.
has an NP upgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like once again, buff removal doesn't always work. I
Well, charm doesn't always work. We got Summertime out there.
Hello, back quickly. We got back to
Curse
all.
without
Doesn't always
charm,
win, but we got
fine.
Murialter up there. Like you
Without
can
curse,
keep
she's
doing.
fine.
Bro,
I need someone to make fan art of Plushie and Amakusa in like a boxing ring.
Dude, yeah, boxing ring. Get it? Your buffs are boxed.
Oh, he's still
Right? You
going.
don't get to remove that shit, right? Like, I'm so like, look, dude, I have to learn this the hard way, because I loved Tyra, I loved Kenshin because they have full buff perch. I love that effect.
Yeah.
and imagine it against 3 enemies instead of 1.
I realize it doesn't fucking happen 90% of the time. It doesn't happen 90% without Curse Marie does shit damage. I agree. When do you not get the curse stuff?
You do get it. It's on the MP. Like, what the fuck? It's only when your skill is on downtime, but it's not even that bad of a downtime.
It doesn't show up when the enemy has debuff immune. And guess what? Debuff immune is a buff, and he can remove it.
There you go.
No.
Do Amakusa and Marie together.
When was the
Easy.
last- dude, who the fuck? When was the last time debuff immunity was a removable buff? Like, genuinely.
I don't
When they
know.
have it
I'm
on
not
their
gonna-
kits.
I'm not
It
gonna
happens.
double tap.
Servants use their skills.
I actually know the answer to that. The answer to that is Kamazot's.
Oh, yeah, that's just
Okay.
like charm or stun.
It is charm immune, yeah. And I can.
You know what? At this point, I just want to see what the reception will be. So, hey, I will lock this in. Boom. Done. 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 It's done. It's done. It's locked. Okay. There you go. Dude, yeah, this will. I'm scared of the comments, but I did it. I stood my ground this time. I've given up on so many things on so many previous lists. I'm gonna stand my ground here. Okay, I did it.
He didn't move down.
No, I mean
There's no fucking
he
way.
already fell down a half tier earlier. Like, no, he already lost, bro.
Yeah.
I ain't letting Japanese fake Jesus Christ get away with it, dude.
All right, there you go. Done. Okay. Probably should do an outro. So this video that I think will be over 8 hours as well. Jesus Christ. And this is only the first half of the extra classes. Next week we have another half. So yeah, can't wait. But yeah, it will be the grand finale. So there's that.
Shit, has it
And
really been that long? Oh
yeah,
my god! Like,
it's been like 11 weeks now, right? Or 10. 10?
I was just talking about 8 hours. Like, holy shit!
Oh, you okay? Yeah.
That's a whole shift of work. Bro.
Yeah, I've been live for nearly 8.5 hours. So yeah.
PvP rank. Yeah.
All right. So with that, I'm gonna conclude. But hey, first of all, if you're watching this later on YouTube, and even if you disagree with a lot of placements, I get it. It happens. But if you can, at least applaud the effort by pressing the thumbs up button, okay? That's the least you can do. Like, it's so easy. Just keeps us motivated as well. And lets Plushie know that you guys like Amakusa as well, right? Very good. And also, do subscribe not to miss out on future videos, because we're in content streak. And also, we still have one more tier list as well. So, extra classes part 2. What we got? Alter Ego, Pretender, Foreigner, and Shielder, I believe. Yeah, those next week. Very cool. Lots of spicy takes, I'm sure. And of course, big shout out to my co-hosts Otto and Plushie for being here. Otto most notably for being here since the beginning as well. But yeah, cool to have Plushie a bit earlier this week as well compared to last. Very nice. Hopefully you guys still enjoyed the back and forth. There was a bit of mixed opinions, of course. But you know what? Hey, it's all fun to talk about. Hope you guys enjoyed listening as well. Again, check their channels. They're all in the description. Check their content. It's nice and good. And with that, I'm gonna go get some dinner next. So hey, whenever you're watching this, Monday, whatever day, I hope you have a good rest of your day. And hope to see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there you go. Jesus Christ.
So we're gonna do the podcast?
No, I have to work on my thesis. Also. Unless we got something interesting to talk about. I don't think we got any interesting.
I don't know what we talk about.
So, you'll talk about Amakusa?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, if someone makes
sure.
that fan art, I'll be so happy. But yeah, fuck, dude. It's already like 10:30 p.m. here. I need to eat a small dinner and then do one thing before I sleep. So I'm probably gonna start heading off here now.
I ate a blueberry bagel 9 hours ago.
Nice. I'm just gonna put like something in the microwave and just go into a coma after that.
I'm gonna.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna go eat my other half of a burrito I still have.
Oh, sounds good, man.
Bussin' right now.
Yeah, sounds really bussin'. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys for being here again.
Okay,
And
I shouldn't have said that because I didn't want to hear that.
yeah, well, it's your fault. Deal with it. Okay, so yeah, do let me know again if you know already if you will be available, next week. And if you can't, don't worry about it. I'll figure out something else. Just hopefully you'll let me know at least one day in advance. That's all I ask. But yeah, there you go. One more week. Am I right, guys? Of course. Yeah, exciting stuff. But yeah, hey, good luck with the rest of your days, and talk to you again, right? So.
Yeah, I hope I live the rest of mine.
Yeah, great. Optimism. Anyway, yeah. See ya, dudes.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye, Chad.
Alright, there you go. There you go. So, fuck, dude. Let's see. I'm gonna read some subs and whatnot before I head off. But man, this is gonna be such a spicy list on YouTube later. Tomorrow. So let's see. We got some we got a bunch of resubs actually. Holy shit. Luca with 10 months, Martin with 23, Jack with the 3-month sub in advance. Let's see. Fuck, dude, my thing is all over the place. Oh, hey, there's a new one. I'll get to that soon. Phantom with 10 months. CJ with the 5 gifted. Demi with 21 months, Boopa with 10 months, Alpha with 27, False Line with 24, Isku with the brand new tier 1, thank you, Alex with 38, Rin with 30, Mithy with 14, Igor brand new sub, Speckled with the brand new sub as well, Kupfer with 35 months, Bloob with 39, Turtle with 10, Bio with a big 43, can't talk, Sean Gun with 13, Vish with the big 25, Preeper with 41, Miller with 6, and Tudax with 5 months, and just now Old Chicken, thank you for the 33 months. Holy shit, that's a lot of resubs and new subs, but hey, thank you so much, my dudes. But yeah, hopefully no one took this too seriously. I know the Jinako one was a pretty much of a hot take, so yeah, again, it's just a random meme list. Don't take it too seriously, hopefully. And yeah, with that, we can wrap up this week. So next week, gonna try and do the final tier list, of course. Extra classes part 2. But other streams you can expect to see possibly finishing id on JP, or OC2 that is. We're gonna do Sunday games again, Persona 5 and Elden Ring. We're gonna do support review Sunday, or Friday actually, because Sunday is occupied. But yeah, I didn't have time to do it this week, sorry about that, but hopefully next week. And then subsats, let's do it properly this time, okay? So yeah, should be a fun week ahead. God, my voice is dying. But yeah, I'm gonna inhale a small dinner and hang out a little bit and then go to bed. But yeah, with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday or Monday, whatever there's left of the weekend, wherever it is you're at. Thank you for all the subs, the resubs, the bits, the tips, and the follows. And thank you so much for being here. And with that, if you missed anything, the video will be up tomorrow on YouTube with timestamps and everything. So you can check that. And check YouTube for other uploads as well. And with that, I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. And peace out. Good night.